welcome. It is time for episode 1 of Face Morph here at the Masters West. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Shrimzy and Celtic to test just how well they know their competitors. Who are the two players in this picture? One is an Americas player, one is EMEA. Take a guess, Celtic.
No, I don't know.
No guesses there, not even a shot. Shrimzy, who do you think is in here?
I put Ferris, but I actually think it's H-Win. But I don't know.
Then it's time for me to reveal the two men who make up this picture are none other than T-Bone and H-Win. All right, let's get to the next one. This is a nice combo. I think you guys are going to like this.
100% Pretty Curdy. Not even a question. That face.
Not even a question.
And then I put Example, but just off the hair alone, I don't think it's Example.
Celtic, what do you think?
Maybe Purdy, maybe Extans.
You guys are both very close on the second one. You both nailed the first one. It is Purdy Curdy and Molodog. All right, number 3. Look at the mashup of these two beautiful monsters.
Beamy and maybe it's Chris. Beamy and it's Chris.
Beamy and it's Chris. And what do I got from Shrimzy?
I got Beamy and Alo.
The answer is Beamy, which the whole thing just looks like Beamy, and Alo. Alo is the second player. Next one for this round. Let's see our mashup between these two fellas. Shrimzy, do you have any guesses?
I'll just throw one out there just for the fun of it. I put Snakers. And then I don't know who this EU Giga Chat is, but I want to meet him because I'm scared of him.
Celtic, what do you got?
Maybe Aduzi and Sneakers.
Whoa.
All right, so the actual answer is Aduzi and Snakers.
Wow, it is!
Yeah.
Wow, you're him. What the hell?
I can't believe you got both off of that. That's well done. Last mashup in round 1. Celtic, if you're gonna guess, now's the time. What do you got?
Halo and Example. I don't know.
I got Jeems and Sparking.
The answer is Jeems and Sparking. Yes, sir. Yes. Which brings us to the end of episode 1 to Celtic with 4, Shrimzy with 6. And when we come back for episode 2, Celtic has a chance to catch up. We'll see you soon.
After Takeo, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard. 2. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I crush it in rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back. It's time for episode 2 of Face Morph with your host, Toffees, and your contestants, Celtic and Shrimzy. Let's get into the first round. All right, Shrimzy, what'd you put down?
I put Hackatory for sure, and then I just threw out Michael.
Celtic, what do you got?
First take Hakatori and Rilo.
So you both got Hackatory correct, so 1 point for both of you. But the Americas player is Capitan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Next one up.
Yes.
Settle in. This is gonna be a tough one. So Celtic, what do you got?
QEZ and Rilo.
I like that. I like as the strategy just to guess Rello for everybody.
Yes.
I like that style. All right, Shrimzy, what do you think?
I also got Quizzy and Rello.
You guys are both correct. Rello and Quizzy is the combination. So congratulations. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, I got Needix for sure. And then I put Kickstart because it kind of looks like his arms, but I'm not sure.
All right, what do you got?
Nidix and Luke.
You guys both got Needix, nailed it, and Kickstart. Those are his arms.
Go.
Nailed it. All right, next combination. Whoa.
Whoa!
I have never wanted to say yes, chef, to somebody so much in my life. Celtic, I think it's your turn to go first. What do you got?
Maybe Kilikai and no NA player. I don't know.
I threw out Mika. I don't know. And then Emmy. Also don't know. Just guesses.
Both guesses, both wrong. It is Vinny from the Americas.
Vinny.
An example from Twisted Minds.
Example. Oh, I see it.
Glasses. Yeah, glasses.
Let's go on to the next one.
Okay, I got Ibiza due to the insane length of the person, and then I put Zakraken, I believe.
EB and maybe Sneakers.
You both are right. Ibiza and Hosa. It was a Furia player, but you did not get the right one. All right. The final score at the end of episode 2 is now 12 points for Shrimzy, 9 points for Celtic. So there's still time to catch up, but he's going to have to run a near perfect game in episode 3. We'll see you soon.
I've always held true in esports that if a team like a BB team is capable of making it happen in one day and look crazy in a record-breaking day, then any team here can make it happen again. Therefore, here for day number 3 of Masters West, we still have an open field to have a potential different champion here for the BB team coming in from this. We have 8 of the best from EMEA, 8 of the best from the Americas going head-to-head, colliding for one final day to figure out who is going to be our champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me, I have Cameron. Joining me, I have Toby. We are going to talk about everything that's going on. Cameron, it's an exciting day to see if somebody can catch up with the BB team.
It is, and listen, if you only saw day 1 skip day 2, then maybe that might sound like hope, but BB only got 30-something points yesterday, and Twisted Minds came out with a whole bunch of points themselves. So while the first 2 matches coming up could just completely destroy that narrative, it is actually possible. The belief really is there.
Definitely. Toby, we saw, as Cameron says here, that Twisted Minds, and who better to try and make that run if they're able to do it. In second place currently, could make it happen. That said, there's still some contenders that could have as big a day as BB team. BB team is not miles and away above a lot of these teams that are absolutely the gold standard of PUBG, right? So some of these guys could quite easily go for a smash grab of a 3-win day and try and make that catch up occur.
Yeah, and I think if we look back to yesterday's performances, I think right now, I mean, even if they're not in second place, Na'Vi would be a top contender to maybe go out and make that happen. Played a really good day yesterday, despite not getting the chicken dinners in the same form that BB did on day 1. They were consistent throughout the day. And if they can do that, again, maybe, fingers crossed, that BB get caught on the bad side of some early game circles, then who knows? Maybe Na'Vi can be up there contesting too.
Maybe. Let's talk about everything that is going to be breaking down for today, of course, because we have ourselves the prize pool, first and foremost, for all of these teams to contend for. Now, we have $50,000 in total right now, as it stands. If this continues, BB team would be walking away with $17,500. Hey, hell, they probably thought that they were going to be walking away from that with day 1 alone, considering that they could potentially just put up some decent performances thereafter. It's not said and done just yet, Cameron. There's still a lot to play for here.
There absolutely is, but here are the winners. Day 1 was a different story. It was 5 out of 6 BB team in a row. It was insane. Yep. This had a lot more parity, a lot more variety. Twisted Minds in there. But as Toby said, Na'Vi, they didn't get a chicken dinner. We'll see if that ends up biting them because they had a really good day. But we still have to acknowledge, when we see the overalls, the gaps that we see at the top of the leaderboard.
Definitely. As MRIA, I had Michael telling me previously, just before, no, you can't abbreviate it. You have to say the whole thing. Mission Ready International Alliance. I'm like, you're off your rocker, you. I'm not saying that every single time. But anyway, here's the standings as they do sit. As we said, Toby, the catch-up for BB team, for all the other teams, has been slightly real for Twisted Minds so far. EMEA as a whole, let's not beat around the bush, has done very well so far in these 2 days. Americas needs to catch up a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, it's I'm not wait. Does Na'Vi have 85 or do they have 93? I'm not quite sure. I think we might be missing the final game on this leaderboard. Nonetheless, it is difficult, and the only positive I take out of this is the fact that the gap coming into the final day is smaller than it was coming into day 2. So you know what? If we continue that journey, then maybe, just maybe, we can see, even if BB still ends up winning, at least maybe we get an exciting final game for the throne.
Definitely. As I mean, if you believe, Cameron, that some of our America's teams can catch up, who are you looking at? Who are the big names that you think is going to be able to make that jump?
So, theoretically, I'd be looking at Falcons and Liquid. Numerically, it really is only Mission Ready and Toyo. Toyo have shown that they can deliver. They've had some good performances. They even had the first chicken dinner of this entire tournament, and they play a similar style to BB team of sort of sitting low and taking the game as they come, which tends to be relatively consistent if it performs well. Mission Ready are the opposite. They're a bit more dynamic, so either way could approach. It's just the fact that the points on the board, there's the only 2 that would even have a snowball's chance to make a run for top 3, much less number 1.
Yeah, speaking to some of these teams as well, like Mission Ready and even some of the EMEA teams, they're not quite sure right now, details-wise, if some teams will qualify from this going towards Masters 5, right? So people are really keeping their eye on trying to get those top spots and maybe kind of parlaying that into a Masters 5 qualification. But let's check in with the casters before we do get onto our first 3 games, as we've got a Vanguard and Godspeed to talk about what is going to be coming up today. Erangel, I'll start with you, laddie. Do you think BB team is going to be toppled? That's the big question on everyone's mind.
Yeah, that's definitely a big question. It would be insane if it happened, right? It would be one of the biggest jokes, as we talked about in the start of yesterday there. But It's getting kind of close, right? We've seen before, 10, 20-point days, and Twisted Minds having their 60s, their 70-point days. Of course, with placement points being a little bit lower here, only top 6 get placement points, and everyone else gets, like, all placements gets 1 point less except for the win. It could happen. I think there's a small chance. I will put it at somewhere around 20% chance if it's a gambling man. I mean, still this lead here, it feels crazy to say. I just want to see BB team break the 200 because that would be insane especially with the point system that would be even lower, right?
No, definitely.
Yeah.
How about yourself, Godspeed? I know you've had the pleasure of casting with Martin. I oftentimes do, and it's a lot of fun. How have you been enjoying that?
It's just the most fun that I think I've ever had casting this game. Just a truly pleasurable experience. He's so talented, so handsome. As far as his percentages, 20% I think is a little flat on the nose. I think it's more like 18.25%.
Nice.
We'd see a team like Twisted Minds maybe come up and take that throne from BB, but they would have to have, again, a travesty of a day for that to happen. But I'm actually now leaning more towards like 18.24% rather than 2.5. So that's where I'm at today.
I gotta agree. Good number crunching there. Thank you very much. All right, you two scamps, get off. Go on have fun in the back room for now. Go and do that. Right, all right, we've got other things to be talking about before we get to these games. We have the history books. You guys have been submitting all of your favorite clips from the Masters and how everything's been going down, and we can now reveal the winners of that. So we can take a look through some of those clips, and you guys will be winning some G-coins, so make sure your DMs are open. As I'm not sure how we're going to do this bit. Are we just like watching the clip and being like, good times every time, or wow?
Let's do it.
Wow. Yeah, this is actually a money spot. This is exactly the type of spot we were talking about.
I don't recognize this.
About, what map is going to be really
See, this
good
is going to be hard for me to recognize all of the clips, right? Even though, they've happened very recently. Damn, that's a good panzer. My memory is like a sieve. I am getting old, Cameron, so things... I need to push out things for, like, to remember pin numbers, etc. It's difficult.
Yep. Yeah, it is. And also,
I remember this.
Realistically, we just watch so much PUBG that we can't keep it all in track. But that was a really good panzer to start things off.
Running in, reload
No, definitely. This was from Jared Donovan, and this was an insane play by Quizzy. I think the nade got a little bit lucky. I think he was trying to nade the knock that he got, Toby, but the drive over. We lost our minds on that.
The fact that he gets a double off of that nade that went on the wrong side of the building too, I think that's definitely a little bit of lucky on the calculations.
Nah, planned.
In math on it, I'm not sure, but
all planned.
All right, PJ Fry, let's see what we got coming up this time around. God, I'm trying so hard to remember these moments. BB team's holding this compound. Did eventually Virtus Pro win this game?
It's close to
Oh, there's the best of clutch, right?
Surely.
this folks, it's how not to push a building.
Well,
surely the P90 clears it, right?
Well, trying to delay.
Yeah, but surely the P90 runs in last with the level 3 gear.
Oh, that's why you're a PGS champion. Correct.
Friends,
Good point,
Kalar.
Correct.
Big tournaments.
Who made that call? That was really smart. Who said that? That was really good.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. All right, let's take a look at user error 1337, who actually I think had a question submitted prior, going with the Team Falcons, going up against the Tung 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 Sahur boys.
That gets him.
I know my memes.
Oh, I do remember this. I do remember this. Tickleton was absolutely insane here, playing as a solo member, and then this is what sells it, guys. If you hadn't seen this yet, just melee mortar. What? Wait, and then suddenly QED also cleaning up on Furia? Where in the world did that happen? That was all the way towards the north. And then more explosion. He's like right there. Why do you need to mortar that?
That is, it's something. That's something special.
All
right, what else?
Ish.
All right, Team Liquid versus Fury by the looks of things. Submitted by Ret Romu. What's next?
Trade back. Is that Sparky going for ascend? No, okay, surely. No,
Retro Moo.
I thought he was just
I'm going with Ret Romu, and I'm not moving, Toby.
Why did we include this? This is not for the history books. This is the anti-history books.
I mean, it depends on what type of history we're looking for, right? There's both good and bad in history.
And the winners write the history.
Yeah. The other one by foot was how not to push a building. This was how not to pull up on a compound. Dear viewers, we're learning everything today.
and then the push continues. Liquid don't seem to have.
Oh, Cammy casting, Alo. Bam.
Oh yeah, no, Alo was absolutely insane here, grabbing those first three.
Yep, that was good. I feel like we never get to see this warehouse anymore in Europe.
It's true, yeah. It's rare that we see it here.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, spoiler, it doesn't stay in the zone. But hey, good hold.
Good hold.
I don't think the clip is done yet, though.
Not much. Whoa.
Yeah.
Is he just gonna
Because if I remember correctly, there's another send that happens immediately after.
Yeah, you got a better memory than I do. I'll tell you that much.
This was last weekend.
All right. Well, you know what? That's not... remember that time? Oh, the good old days. Yeah. Damn. Team Liquid held this well. Woof. That's wild.
That's a lot of points.
The
one time Toyo shows aggression.
No, maybe that's why they played so safe this week after that moment. They're like, nope, we're done. No more pull-ups throughout the rest of the year.
Right, so, moving on. Wyong.
A lot of history.
We have a lot of history, apparently, yeah. There's 2 more after this, so hold on to your butts.
Great shot coming in for Iris.
Lovely day.
What was that? Can he get one more shot out to Perfectix as well? Oh my God.
I don't know how these pro players do drive-by so consistently, so effectively. This is what it looks like when I try and drive by every time.
Yeah, Ferris bopped you. Yeah.
Look at that. Tulens flushed.
Yep,
But if he didn't rake me in the 1v1, I'd be a little sad on his behalf. So it's only fair.
That was sick.
Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah. Ferris has really been stepping up in recent times for Na'Vi. I mean, obviously, it was great when we watched him on Exhalation. Sorry, not Exhalation. What are they called? Exalt. But yeah, really good here. Anyway, moving on to the next one. PJ Fry again. A double for PJ Fry. That surely is double G coin, right?
Has to be. It'd be a scam if it wasn't.
This sounds just like I have the finger on the button for this answer.
And then a double barrel? What has PUBG in 2025?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've not won many fights this year, but, you know, at least they got the end.
I mean, they lost 2 in winning that fight, so maybe they were about to fall immediately after.
Yeah, maybe. User error 1337. The double for him as well. That's cha-ching.
They found the hack.
Yeah, they have. I can't remember this moment. I had to lock them into Panzer's fan. It's not work.
How is the P90 not winning fights?
A good Mogor moment, perhaps?
Yeah, that was actually sick.
Mogor is good. Mogor is good.
Like, surely GK should have had this.
Give me some loot. He doesn't have any 35 HP. Can he peek around on this one? Smoke's coming in. Nice shots connecting here.
I can't remember if Spiro wins this or not.
9 bullets.
I guess he does. No, never mind.
Double blue.
Again, my memories are saved. Like, I'm literally watching those games with the guys.
That's
all right.
Host guys, and not the analyst.
Yeah, you know. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. So you gotta move on. You gotta put the old Kalaris out to pasture. But anyway, right. So that was the Masters moments from the history books. Thank you very much to everybody submitting those. That was fantastic to watch down. And of course, not only did we have history for the Masters, but the Masters just never stops. Apparently, we've got another event coming live at you from Seoul, South Korea, 19th through the 21st of December. $200,000, as it previously mentioned as well. It's not only a lot of the GP teams that are being invited, along with regional teams that are coming along, but again, for some of these teams here, Toby, they don't know if they're going to be able to qualify via this. Yeah. So they're keen to get, like, at least podium to try and put themselves in a decent position, right?
It's oddly exciting to watch this, and I mean, obviously it's going to be hell for the players, but from our point of view, it's like, is it top 3 that goes through? Is it top 2? Is it just
scary?
Place? Is it more teams? We don't know, but I think it's exciting. We'll see as the day unfolds.
All right, Cameron, bring me this plane. It's our first game of the day.
It's not bad. It could be better, but it's really not bad to start things off. Really good, especially if we're going to put our attention on the stacked up Los Leones with Liquid and VP to go there with Toyo, who can sometimes be around that area. It being closer to Los Leones gives them, I guess, more freedom and a little bit more flexibility of where they want to drop it. Looks like Liquid are actually conceding most of Los Leones, so they're just trying to completely avoid that nonsense that really seemed to have hamstrung them yesterday. For everyone else, though, it's pretty straightforward. We haven't had too much early game conflict on Miramar, so this plane path, I don't think it's bad enough to force any of that yet.
don't think so either, Cam. I think I would hope to see a little more contesting today, given there are obviously some teams down at the very bottom of the leaderboard that don't have a whole lot to lose and trying to go a bit more aggressive. Looking at, I mean, Hive and Ascent in particular, but neither of the two teams are just overly aggressive to begin with. So it would be a very big change of strategy to try and go out and get points, especially in the early game. But yeah, I mean, this game early on down towards the southern side of the plane. Ooh, nice circle though to boot, as all these teams now forced to rotate further up towards the north.
Was a good chance for some of these teams that are languishing down towards the bottom to have a big jump up on a circle like this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head over to the commentators. Avenger and Godspeed, bring me the Dusty Dunes.
Yes, sir, we will indeed bring you the final 2 games here of Masters in the Dusty Dunes. Miramar in quite a few circles we've seen, Martin, start up in the northeast. Actually, I'm okay with it. We don't normally head to cruise or water treatment north of it, I should say. And so this, you know, at least we got that in Masters. We do have Death Star Trench, though, right in the middle next to Bestia. That's I hope it doesn't end there.
I do love myself some variants on the circles, and this one is good enough for me. The north of Minas has been new. I like the truck stop area, kind of this area in between Asaha truck stop and this, but it does not offer a lot of cover, and that's really my biggest problem. This kind of whole road and the 2 compounds on both sides of it, there's not much to play else for that, and the kind of ridges and around it, right? So it's kind of been nerfed a little bit since truck stop has been introduced, but majority of the teams already moving in here. My big question is really, though, where do we see mission ready ending up here? Are they going to be playing on the top of the rocks to begin with to get some info, or are they going to be splitting it a little bit, or maybe trying to get some of the compounds that they feel like is kind of home turf and is deserved or inherited to them by looting here?
I definitely think they take that top spot on the rock, right, where they can sit up there and have at least one person post up and scout to get information. I mean, they're in a good position as it is, right, Martin? So they don't technically need to leave, but that's the problem. We talked about it yesterday. We even talked about it the first day. When you are given center circle off of the first rip, you have some pretty tough decisions to make, so we'll see where Mission Ready ends up going, as I do believe, again, they will at least stay there for the time being to get some information, as they do have Win or Die, as well as Bestia above them, and Slam G. Now, I do want to talk about this team a bit, Martin, because I mean, especially when you look at, you know, Boostic on that team and what they've been able to do and how good that player is, as well as the rest of the, you know, the Arctics, you have Mogor, Lure. I mean, this is a really solid team, and we've seen some incredible stuff, but they've struggled, Martin, so far in this Masters.
Yeah, a little bit sad, to be honest. There's been some teams that we've been very impressed with regionally, and they actually should be coming in and be dominating quite a bit, but it's been overshadowed. And yeah, BB team obviously winning 5 of them yesterday. No, not a single one of the same teams coming in. I really like that. That really opens up the leaderboard quite a bit. And yeah, then again, we don't really know what the invites are based off on for Masters 5 in Seoul, but it would be cool that some of the best teams coming out of the regions would be invited to that alongside the GPT teams, as the graphics said here. But now Mogor, Slam G boys here. Obviously, these guys are going to PGS, and they're going to be happy for that, but they've got to finish today first. And so far, this 12th place doesn't really do them justice, Godspeed.
No, it does not do them justice just yet, but let's see if they can make that a better position for themselves on the leaderboard, if they can fight for it, as they're not... Now I'm going to come up on a split here from Bestia. I imagine Bestia doesn't want to stay, though, in this position. And potentially might try to get out as soon as possible, as other rotations now starting to come in. You can see on the map, the VP has also made their way on the south. Rock currently coming in on the west. And because of the plane path, I mean, the north is still wide open. I'm talking about the north side of San Martin. Water treatment completely untouched. Cruise completely untouched. Rotations even all the way up to around El Azahar are wide open, so we will see, in fact, how many teams are actually opt to go north. I think Rock will be the first, as you also have BB team moving in a very empty southeast as well, and so most of the teams have actually opted to center up on the circle, which is actually not unusual. We've seen that pretty much all weekend, all these teams trying to get in the center so they don't have to deal with the nonsense of these rotations.
You know what I would love to see right now, Godspeed? I would love to see a northern hardship, considering how little amount of teams is up there right now. Imagine just straight northeast and then just super hard. And it's basically only Fury and Bestia inside the circle. That would be crazy. Perfectix, oh my god, does he get spotted? I'm actually not sure. Shots coming in, connecting quite a lot. Takes Kickstart down with a headshot to finish things off here. Close to Hacienda. This compound is very dangerous. Multiple teams is already close, but Perfectix currently... Oh, look at that. That's a... Oh my god, Batulin's also locking this down here. Getting his bike smoked off, so he has an exit path from this. Losing kick like this is very unfortunate to get this done here now. The support is coming in. The backup is coming in. Oh, look at this. The driving too. Oh, Batulin's, can he hit? Oh, that's a lot of good. The headshot as well. Finds Tickleton too. And now Tick is knocked and Kickstart is out. This painting very hard game here for Falcons.
Yeah, very shaky start indeed for the Falcons. They're going to be down 2, so this is going to be up to Shrimzy and Hwin. And the problem is Twisted obviously knows that the other 2 members are probably likely here, and so they are still enclosing on the position of the Falcons. I mean, they're really just not letting them move. What a good start from Twisted. We asked the question, are they going to be the team that's going to catch BB, as they had an absolutely phenomenal day 1. I don't even know if phenomenal is the word, it's even enough to explain how impressive that was, but like I said, Twisted has been slowly closing that gap, and it seems the early game aggression here is starting to help make that even smaller, as we see Toyo taking some shots off in the distance on Ascend. In fact, Capitan is going to find Brexco. Okay.
Yeah, it's a start here for Toyo. Again, I've been severely impressed with Toyo, actually. Sure, we talked about it yesterday. We were missing a little bit of this kind of proactivity and some of the passiveness that might have cost them a bit of points here, but they have consistently put themselves into positions where they're getting placements, where they're getting kills, and even with this and how they're kind of holding on and locking down ground, it's been good. But this game here, fighting southwest of Picado outside the circle, is not really the proactivity we want, but they might have been smelling blood in the water here and thinking, okay, this could be some pretty free points if we're able to lock and take some points and maybe even get some few flushes here. And I think that's going to be some pull-up here. Oh, look at that. That's Perfectix and the boys from Twisted Minds. They're thinking, okay, 2 more players left on Falcons. Let's get them out of here. But there's Nate and Util in the hands of Shrimzy and H1 with a Panzerfaust. It's always H1. It's always him sitting here with these Panzerfaust, man. He's ready for it.
He usually does have one for his team. And
Saiga as well. Oh my god, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a building you want to push in generally, especially when you have the advantage of TPP and a shotgun in hand. But Hwin is going to find Perfectix, slowing them down. And I was going to say, I would love to see Twisted make that push towards BB on the top of the leaderboard, but I hate that it's at the detriment of the Falcons, but still Twisted playing so well. That being said, they have to be cautious. We've seen what, in fact, Batulins himself was able to do to the Falcons when they were a bit overzealous and a shotgun was involved. So imagine that.
Oh my god,
careful so that the same courtesy isn't afforded to them as the Panzer's going to go up. It's not going to find him. Shrimzy, though, will re-knock Example, and it is now down to a 1 versus 1. What happened? RBN is going to steal Batulin.
Yeah, they got the 2 nades, and then it's just down to Lou and Shrimzy here. They're making it a little bit difficult. Shrimzy gets the confirmation of Perfectix even. Lou flushes H1. Now with the Saiga in hand here, he's actually going to destroy him. Twisted Minds pulled up on Falcons, and they're thinking it's going to be 2 easy kills. We already got 2 of them, but no. Shrimzy and H1 says, no, this is our compound. You're not going to come anything and get anything here. And you know what? The northeast circle we were talking about. I can't believe it, Godspeed. What a start of the day.
You wanted this, Martin, and so you got it. We are not even north. We are going all the way to the northeast, which means that all these teams are going to have to completely reevaluate how they've rotated into the circle. In fact, what their next plan is for phase 2 and beyond, because that is probably the worst shift. Well, I say worst for the players. For us, it's fantastic.
I love this content.
The best shift we've seen all weekend long. And so you can see, though, Fury, the beneficiaries of this, they actually get to the center circle so fast because they were just on the outside. That's going to be fantastic for them.
I love it when a good plan comes together, and this was a great plan to get things kicked off here on our final day of Players Masters West. $50,000 in the line, and we're going to be seeing absolute mayhem here. Falcons destroying our current second place here. Again, and it's been a little bit difficult. We're having some technical issues with the API not giving us the correct leaderboards, as you see. And with Virtus Pro coming in here, you know, just taking tires from SlamG and saying goodbye. We're just gonna take our leave and move out. It's gonna be good for them to kind of get through and put themselves into a better spot from this here. They're getting quite deep already. And considering the plane path being outside this old circle and it going this far north, so many teams are going to be aware that that northeast side is going to have a lot of space. So I really wonder who's going to go that much deeper and take that much more space here now. Virtus Pro went into Asaha on the west side. Na'Vi already locked down the hill above it. BB team on the north side off them. So if they're eventually going to have to leave here, it's going to be difficult to get out of this safe.
Yeah, and as you stated, that northeast being so open, there's actually quite a few teams moving up that way. Liquid being the first ones in that rotation. You can see Relo from Alcancia also making their way, and then behind them is actually Toyo. So 3 teams have opted to go towards that northeast side, strictly because of the information you just gave us, Martin. Of course, that is the least contested side of this current circle, and so Liquid will be very happy to find that position for themselves currently. Meanwhile, Ascend is going to be off center to the west side. This is a great position. The problem is that they're sharing it with Rock, and they're also sharing it tentatively with Bestia. So quite a couple teams in this area. And this is what I'm used to when I'm seeing Europe, right? 6 teams in one compound.
Yeah,
not quite as.
You know what I'm seeing.
The EVA style.
You know what I'm seeing. Let's go back. Let's go back to what we were talking about yesterday.
Sure.
It's the fight for who's got the best purple logo and who's the best team with the purple logo here between Ascend and Rock. That's what I'm going for. I'm
gonna be honest. Ascend's deeper purple has kind of got my eye. I mean, I don't mind Rock. It's like more of a...
The mythical bird doesn't really line up with you as much, maybe? Or what's going on here?
I like... It's not... I've nothing... There's nothing wrong with their logo, their org, their name. It's just that shade of what is that, like a lilac? Is that even a purple? I don't know.
But you have to look... You have to look at the actual Rock, though. That's the almost deeper purple than what Ascend's is.
It's true.
So it's just based on, we also need different colors for the game. Mayan finds Schengen, though, here. As we see Bestia trying to make a move for it. So far, not the best tournament for Bestia. But then again, as the guys pointed out yesterday, Flood has not really been gelling into this next circle, though. Fury is going to come in and get close to this compound here. Navi's holding the top of the hill here. And look at this. I wonder how many teams are backfilling into Lasaha. Now the 2 best locations from VP and BP is kind of locked down already. This kind of slice of pizza coming in from the west side of Lasaha. SlamG has locked down the gas station. I would like to see them kind of come together. But then again, we could see a sudden shift. So that's what they're really kind of waiting for, to see if that's going to happen.
That is a risk, but I think that he will be protected, at least by Na'Vi for the time being in that first part of that split. But yeah, they are anchoring for that southern shift just in case. We saw it yesterday. So some pretty wild shifts come down on land ratio that we did not expect. So definitely a possibility here, as you can see everyone else setting up. And this is that trench I was talking about earlier, that really undesirable area where circle sometimes falls. If you are caught on the wrong side, you're pretty much dead. I mean, that's why you can see these teams, even Bestia on the western edge, they don't want to opt to commit to one side just yet, because crossing is nigh impossible, as a sandstorm is going to come in and slow things down just a bit. But you can see just how much room Winter Daw has on the north. It is barren up there.
It is. I'd like to see Falcons being able to come back as a full 4-man now, and they're going to be able to loot the police station in Lasaha. If you don't get fully stacked from that'll be wild. There's so much loot in here usually. That would be crazy if they didn't able to get, their kind of almost usual setup. Sure, there might be not as much utility, as much heals and everything, but still enough to maybe have a fair fight with BB team of VP. That'll be awesome. Yeah. But great effort from Shrimps and Adrian, obviously, to get things going. And the quick recall into an E pickup is always awesome.
Yep, I mean, it could be a lot worse, right, Martin? They could be dead, so...
like Twisted Minds.
I think it worked out. Yeah, exactly. I think it
lyrics.
For them, is Hakatori is going to get lasered as he's trying to take shots down at Slam G, but no, sir. They will have something to say about that as they're trying to recover him. And fortunately, with that ridge, they will. So, quick lesson learned. The Straf King is going to take shots over here at Schengen. And that's the second knock on to Schengen. We saw it earlier. He went down to Mime, so he's going to bleed out fast. In fact, he's just going to get flushed.
That's good utility. Look at that. It's going to get much damage done onto Hive. Now, DraftKings finds Mime and finds Dante as well.
Oh, what?
They lined up. He peeked out of the door here, and then they lined up. So he made sure that both went down. Now Bestia is backfilling. Don't peek the door, man. This is my angle.
Don't get in front of Draft when he's on fire.
I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. DraftKing coming in too. Oh, look at that. Finds Dante for the confirmation. Rox also is going to be knocked here. Mime's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be an easy rest onto Mime and Presenti. He's going to try to survive for as long as he can. This is going to be easy for them. And also, they have a sliver of this compound here. This western shift here made it a little bit difficult for some of the teams that's going to have to move out. That's a hard, but the rest of the teams are looking good, looking poised. Mission ready, sitting center right now. Ascend and Rock still in. Furia still in. The gas station, Slam G, they all got back together with the team there. Now, Presenti, can you do something here? Can you make moves? Can you change your current last plays on the leaderboard?
Yeah, this is actually a fantastic ship for Bestia. They can just walk up that western ridge and they have that whole side to work with. So once they do get rid of Presenti, I don't want to presume, but you would imagine they should be able to clean this up and actually be pretty happy with this shift, all things considered. As you stated it earlier, and you were absolutely right, Bestia definitely disappointed with their performance, but they are going to clean that one up, and this is an opportunity here in this first game to kind of right the ship and climb that leaderboard. As like I said, they got a nice shift to work with here on the west side. Meanwhile, BB team have to deal with just a couple players next to them, right? Not too many. Not like there's about 4 teams worth of players here in this
There's 20 people.
section. Also, in case you didn't know, they're not even in circles, so this is going to be an absolute mess on the east side for these teams to get the hell out of El Azhar.
I really like Toyo's moves here, man. Going into the southern side, saying, okay, there's probably going to be a team here that's going to have the left, some of the compounds here. It's it's really coherent and smart. Then we're a little bit asking for it, right? The proactivity we want to see from them, and that's really what they've been setting up for here. They could have a decent game from this position here, so I like that. Shots coming in from Tickleton, though, finds Cowboy, and he goes down to the circle. This is going to be really rough for these teams trying to get out of this. BB team is going to get held by Na'Vi. VP is going to get held from Na'Vi. Slam G is looking good inside the gas station, but Na'Vi trying to clean up, trying to get the points that all these teams are leaving behind with this here, like moving in the zone. It's 3 damage per second currently. More shots coming in here, connecting. Oh my god, Hackatari finding Lookarooks. Filfer is gone down as well, confirmed as well. Good shots too from Ferris. Continues to do tons of damage, but Nixie finds Hackatari. They're gonna have to get a res going quickly. And BB team, even with Molotov being low, they're gonna have to try to make a push onto Na'Vi right now.
And I really love this positioning from Na'Vi, anticipating the teams coming out so that they can get these kills. And James said it best, Ferris really has been stepping up even more and more. No way it goes back down south. That is unreal. So this often I explain is my least favorite circle ever to play. I think this is one of the hardest circles on this map, bar none. I don't think there's really many worse circles. If you have to cross this road, whether you go from north to south or vice versa, you are pretty much out of luck. You're SOL. It is so difficult to cross because these sides are so open and they face each other. And you can just see these angles as Capitan is going to find Corexi, and now Na'Vi have to make a choice. Do they stay up on the north or they make the cross to the south? I imagine they'll probably stay up here.
Extends finding the headshot onto Capitan. Now Hackatari is saying, you know what, there's going to be 2 kills down here. Let me try and go down and confirm the more nades being thrown. That's a decent nade. It's going to confirm Nixie and Beanie, because then's got the bleed out on Beanie obviously from the rest before. Benya still inside this, actually being spotted. Hackatari immediately just zones onto him. Half a 3 west and no helmet, doesn't care, doesn't matter. 25 bullets in the MK and 42 in the AUG. He does not have anything to reload. And now they're going to have to make a move here. And yeah, this is, as you said, one of the worst circles possible. The canyon basically separating these two high grounds.
Yeah.
And then the guys in the gas station just going to try to clean up as much as they can. But it's very difficult playing out from down there. You can get help from above always.
Look at all these players falling to the blue as well. I mean, this is the symptom of this circle, and for, you know, for Toyo having that split, which initially was good when you pointed it out, they didn't do much with it. In fact, they just got punished. And speaking of punished, Ascend now is having to defend against win or die in this building. They have pushed in, but so far Ascend actually holding the ground well. Nice use of util there. He's gonna come through the other side. Kai absolutely lights out. Great plays from him.
Well played and well executed by him indeed. Let's see if Ascend is going to be able to get out of this, though. Rock, they did leapfrog ahead of them, is now trying to gatekeep them in from further inside this next circle here, setting up quite nicely. And yeah, Ascend is going to have to make a move. It's Chris with a great shot and nade here. Car explosion onto RBN, just too close to the cover. Now Syntastico, our Esports World Cup MVP, also keep betting he's going to get taken down. Eniko gets the confirmation on RBN. Kilyakai gets the confirmation on Syntastico too. It's an absolute mayhem here in the end game.
Yeah, this is in fact mayhem. If you look at the map, there's just tracers flying in every which direction. Liquid have lost a few members as well. The Fury and Navi still holding that northeastern edge. And then you have Mission Ready, who have actually been quiet. They've been able to avoid all the nonsense, and they're going to be right next to Rock and Ascend trying to make their move. And then all the way on the west, we still have Bestia, who have just been able to basically take control entirely of the west side of this circle. So absolute chaos. And then while all that's happening, Slam G, Martin, just having the best time that they possibly can in that gas station with no one really to contest them other than a Toyo to their south. This actually could be a massive game for Slam G to come up and start racking up the kills.
They're browsing all the overpriced candy that you always see in the gas station. I'm waiting for everyone. Oh my god, he threw that straight at him.
Him in the face.
Yeah, take that, you're blind. 13 kills for Navi, having a absolute blast of a first game for them. And holding on to this northern side. If they're going to lose one, though, I think Soset might get flushed. I don't think they're going to get him. Bisler from Mission Ready is going to find him. But 5 kills for Favor is already looking good here. Killerkai trying to get some more out of this. Flood got knocked here, but Drafkin got the confirmation on him. Ascend is going to be the first team to get a placement point here, eliminated on 6th place. Bestia on this southwest side, though, now with the next circle moving a little bit further east, still having both high grounds in play and the full gas station, too.
Yeah, Bestia have so much room to work with, and that was because they took that spot early. They got rid of... we just watched... Who's the team they got rid of down there in the southwest that were with them? Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Toyo?
Regardless. No, it wasn't Toyo. Regardless, Bestia now continuing to look for more kills, because, I mean, here's the thing. They can basically opt to just go north, push, and take down Mission Ready, but they don't have any information. That's the problem. The only team they really are 100% certain of is Slam G, and that gas station is Navi now hunkering down, and they've been just racking him kill after kill. You have to imagine they've been able to at least replenish some of their ammo as well as vest and helmet, as we did see Soset earlier was rocking no helmet for quite a while before he went down, so quite a few crates for them to replenish. Is Mission Ready, like I said, they really haven't had to do much, fortunately, up to this point, but they do need to start getting some kills, as it looks like Vinny is gonna...
I thought they nerfed that.
Okay, so
that was so fast.
The rest of his team.
The bagging in the cars was supposed to be nerfed, but he was backing up so quickly. His driving skills through the roof here. Bestia actually setting up quite nicely. I like this ridge here, but the question is really, was this too steep? Like, they're gonna need a western hardship for them to be in the next one here. Not really sure if that's possible. Capitan finds Bisler. There's Toyo on the other side, on the south side of this canyon here, doing a lot of damage. Right now, there's a 60% majority on the northern side, and in this circle here, how far we've been. Mission Ready having this. BRDM is going to have quite the impact here. Look at that, just driving straight into Navi. I just want a cue of the shock sound playing every time it comes slowly through the smoke. You know what I mean?
Either the shark sound or the Benny Hill. That's
not as much clown. It's more like it's the slow moving. He might jump out and attack you, but it's just coming.
But it's Vox.
That's true.
He does this all the time, dude. Mission Ready does this all the time. Any chance that they have to abuse the BRDM, they will absolutely take it. I think you're right, though. I think the shark music, the Jaws music, so to speak, would be much more fitting here as Hakatori, hold on a second, is gonna find Snakers, and Na'Vi are continuing to get knock after knock to try to get their insane kill count even higher. And that's going to be a nice spray, but he still doesn't get it, Bizzler, so Na'Vi will continue to survive. 13 kills, Martin.
That's crazy. This Western hardship I was talking about was exactly what Bestia needed to potentially put themselves up further the leaderboard here. And so far, and with this, it's looking pretty good for them. Na'Vi with this game is gonna chase down and actually join the triple digits, I believe, with Twisted Minds. And yeah, that'll be crazy. Now Mission Ready, making moves, but Extends trying to say no. That was a great bait car. Just checking a little bit of shots there. I like that. That's very smart. Now Vox, he actually get set up for the BRDM having a little bit of cover here, but it kind of leaves them very, very congested and close to each other. Now with a few nades in hand, Extends running at it. Look at that, multiple coming in. Ferris has to get it. Nades coming in too. Oh, they're actually just jumping. I like that. That's smart. Michael jumped out. He didn't get it. Snakers finds Extends, and now Navi's down to 2 players. Hakatori finds Snakers meanwhile, and they're gonna have to get the rest off. No! Bizzler finds Hakatori immediately with a headshot on the M4.
No way.
Oh!
Eddie is gonna help, and just like that, Na'Vi still somehow survive. Unreal. So now Bestia and Slam G, the only 2 teams that actually have members to make this an endgame fight, are starting to push up because Na'Vi limping in. Toyo only 2. Bestia and Slam with 4 apiece in this very, very awkward circle to play, as Bestia have not needed to move, but Slam G starting to get as active as they can be because they have seen almost 0 action in this entire game, Martin.
Yeah, please just a dead center circle here to make it as fair as possible. That'll be lovely. And if it goes anywhere, it's going to get somewhat gifted. Yeah, perfect. A little bit to the advantage of Bestia, but still, all teams is going to have to make a move. Only Artix is slightly inside this Snurk circle here. So, again, it's going to be rough for Na'Vi and Toyo. I think Toyo is going to have to move before Na'Vi does, and they might be able to have a little bit of a sliver of this high ground in, so he could have an impact later on. Draft came with 5 kills here, looking super strong.
Yeah, Draft has been incredible all year. There was also the beginning of the year where he absolutely saved and clutched his team and cost Liquid their 2 PGSs actually at the beginning of the year. So insane clutch potential coming out of DraftKings. We've seen it multiple times, and we're seeing it here again. Just 5 kills, as you stated. And in that fight against Hive, that was the team. It was the fight against Hive in the Southwest that he came through very strong as well. Slam G, though, the team that we have been speaking about quite frequently, especially when you have kids like Boostic on it. But they have been struggling, and it looks like Toyo will just deny to the blue. Not bad, considering that the teams alive around them could be making a push for their position. As now Bestia is activated. Now they're going towards the last member of Na'Vi. It's just Ferris all by his little lonesome. I say that, but he has 6 kills to his name. 15 kills for Na'Vi now as Ferris can sleep well. They did enough. That was an insane game for Na'Vi, and now it is up to the 4-on-4 of Bestia versus Slam G.
Sleep well, my sweet prince. Great effort for Na'Vi here, but yeah, let's see. Can DraftKings get even more kills here? If he gets 2 more kills, he's going to get a Predator medal in ranked, but that'd be cool to see. If he's going to be able to close this one out here. 7 total for Bestia. 2 nades still on Flood. That could actually have quite the impact here with this ridge that they're running on right now. Maybe he's waiting just a little bit longer to see if they're going to go even closer to each other. This off angle is also a potential to have an impact here, but let's see if Mime is going to have that. I think he's closer to the center of the circle than anyone from Slam G too. Slam G also nade in hand, or nade in the pocket for Mogul, but only 68 HP, 3 bandies, no first aids, no stims.
Yeah.
He's going to have a rough time with this only being 2/3 of his max HP.
And I'm curious when they actually started to rotate, because if you look at all of Slam G, they're actually very light on util and heals. So I feel like they just got in, they rotated, they happened to get a good position and just stayed there, but they're now coming over. Arnix is going to get two right off the rip. Boostia will get one, a Boostic, and that will be it. Bestia just gets erased in the matter of seconds. Man, what a crazy fight that was in the end. But Na'Vi, the big story coming out of this game with 15 kills and a top 4 placement, that is going to be huge. And as you said, that is going to put them up in the triple-digit club, which means
the hunt is on.
Mine's going out early. They might have to be careful, yeah.
The hunt is on, man. And also the fight for a potential second place is on, but man, if Na'Vi continues this, they could also be in that contest to hunt down BB Team. Rough game. They got some kills here for BB Team, but rough game for them still. It's not the double digits we've been used to seeing from them. I'd still love to see them break that 200 points bracket or even close this one out after that crazy first start here. But what a fantastic game to start things with here, Godspeed. An insane Miramar, right? They're so explosive.
It was a wonderful game, and I don't mean this to be mean, but because our top teams didn't do well, right? Because Twisted went for that wipe on Falcons and they got wiped themselves. Because BB Team didn't do well, that means that the leaderboard, as you stated, is going to be much more open for these teams to try to catch up, and that's indeed what they need to do because BB Team still holds that crazy big lead, and so that means that it's just going to be even more challenging as we head through. But of course, it is the first Miramar that went down. And is there anything that kind of caught your eye, Martin, before we kind of hold this on as the desk is ready in that game? Any specific team that you saw something that you really liked from besides the 15 kills from Na'Vi?
We kind of pointed out a little bit throughout the game, right? I saw the Toyo proactivity here. I like that they identified the situation with the south being potentially open here as we saw the northern shift. So yeah, that was really awesome. For me, it's like there's a case of them saying, okay, you know what, this next circle, they might kind of have a space for it. And it actually ended up paying off huge for them, right? They got good placement points. They got some kills from it as well. We saw the impact that Emmy had throughout the kind of late game there. So that was huge for me.
Cool. Well, that's going to be it for us for now. We have to get ready, of course, for the second Miramar and our last Miramar, sadly, of the tournament. But we are going to head back to this to get their thoughts.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much, boys. That is in the books here. Slam G with a victory, despite not having the easiest of days in the past two, of course, here. As Cameron and Toby will join me to talk about everything that's going down here. Cameron, it's Slam G. They had a decent compound. It is a tough circle for the rest of those teams trying to make a way in.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing those first couple of shifts, it really reminded me by the time we got back down to where the game ended, like the Fibonacci sequence, the full like curl around El Azahar trench, like very difficult rotations across the board. So like I honestly don't blame anyone for falling early, having to deal with the city and the mountaintop, but a really good finish, especially for Slam G. But can we also just talk about Na'Vi? Like 15 kills that entire run, defending against multiple different assaults. It was such a beautiful match from them to start the day off again, like third place, trying to make that climb themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. On this roster, Toby, we've seen Na'Vi have mixed successes with this roster this year, I want to put it. But when they pop, and every single individual component of that team can frag.
Oh, definitely. And when we saw them play incredibly well yesterday, said it coming into today's first games as well. And here, I mean, very repetitive of what we saw yesterday. You know they don't get the win, but they get an incredible game out of it anyway. Their position just on the western hill there of El Azahar, they knew very early on that even if the circle doesn't come to us here, we're going to be given a good amount of opportunities to get a lot of points with it. They don't usually play center, but here they went for it instantly, knowing the value of being in that position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that corner overlooking El Azahar, when the circle shifts west constantly here, Cameron, it feels like it's one of the better places to be. Because if people are going to move in ahead of you alongside these ridges, they're constantly kind of in an open area where you can start shooting at them. So playing edge for Na'Vi felt like a duck to water, really.
Really, yeah, and they performed it well, right? And they also had the opportunity to take out a number of people that were trying to leave El Azahar. There is always the risk of you yourself being overwhelmed just because you never know which of those windows someone is going to be peeking out. I know when they were holding off, VP, with the blue was coming in, there was like one or two members still in the city, out in the blue, and I was really worried that was going to kind of catch them off guard. But I mean, they were able to handle it well, and they just had that momentum. You always see in PUBG, teams really just, once they start fragging, they develop this sense of momentum that it's very hard to stop.
That said, though, let's talk about the other side of this coin here. The Americas, Bestia and Toby were able to get pretty darn far in this game. I was saying to Cameron before, Toyo's currently your best representative at the moment. They need to keep pushing, and they have kept pushing in this first game for today.
They were very pleased when that phase 4 shift went down south, just enough that their little ridgeline was still in play and everyone else on the server was fighting up towards the north while outside of Slam G was chilling in the compound down low. So this game, I think, played out really the best way Toyo would want to know. They didn't come out victorious, but they were able to, in similar fashion to Navi, but later on in the game, sit back on that southern side, having cleared the whole thing already, and just take shots at anything they wanted.
Definitely. And, of course, for everybody at home watching currently, just to address the issue, so to keep everybody at home in the loop, yes, we do have a slight issue with the API at present. So obviously we didn't quite have the leaderboard. I don't think we have the results for this game as a whole in the table just yet, but we're working on that diligently to get that ready and good to go for everybody at home as well. You can just imagine, what it would look like. Ooh, but what it does look like is the fact that Navi actually got so many points now, Cameron, that they kind of join a little bit of that potential charge towards BB Team, since BB Team didn't really have the best of games.
Yeah, I mean, it was disappointing to see Twisted Minds go out first, like the first casualty of this entire day, because we were really hoping that they could take that run. And it's not to say that it's over for them, because, yeah, BB Team didn't get that many points themselves, but Navi putting themselves in that contention. The thing is that we are going to need to see a series of fantastic results by either Navi or Twisted Minds, and a series of underwhelming, dare I say, poor results by BB Team in the remaining 5 games. Like, it's possible, but the window of opportunity is, as we all know, just getting smaller and smaller the closer we get towards the end.
Yeah, I'm conflicted, because if you have, there's one side of it and there's another side, right? To see BB Team win this with the first day that they had would be fantastic. Congratulations to them if they do. However, there's a little bit of me that would love to see them get 0 points each game, Toby, and then suddenly everything get really, really silly.
It would, definitely. But the worst thing is, I mean, I know I've said this before, we've talked about it before, is BB Team is arguably one of the best and at the same time most inconsistent teams we have in all of EMEA. I mean, they win a PGS tournament, then they don't qualify to PGS next time around. Here we do have the leaderboard updated as Navi ties things up with Twisted Minds. So, but yeah, I mean, for BB, I think, I mean, obviously they were good at getting all the wins they got on day 1, but they were also very lucky that actually all 6 games played out the exact way that they did, because they were rarely ever contested. Like, they had 6 games in one day of type games they would get 1 or 2 of in a best of 18 series, and maybe their luck just all fell on day 1, and now they need to scrape to hold on to it.
Maybe. I mean, even when you ask the individual components of their team, they're like, BB Team, you know, a doozy, Festo, what happened? Ha ha ha. They're always just like, just lucky. You know, we know that they have the individual talent to be able to capitalize on circles like that, positions like that, compounds like that. And so that's what they did, right? It's just fortunate for them that everything kind of lined up for the perfect storm for BB Team there, Cameron.
Yeah, it really did, and we'll see if they can hold on, because while Navi were able to tie Twisted Minds, that's still a 42-point gap, which, you know, is a really big gap for BB Team to hold on to. But if BB Team, if they continue to get 0s or like even 2s or 3s, it's well within the realm of possibility for teams of the caliber, especially of Not As Sincere and Twisted Minds, to be able to overcome that. It's just, again, if this next Miramar ends with a stinker for both of those squads and BB Team even get close to like a placement, then I don't know if the possibility is going to be completely closed. But like BB Team, the ball is still in their court.
Yeah, sorry, I just noticed the fact that Twisted Minds just surpassed BB Team in kills, but they're still down 42 points. I think it's pretty insane, everything considered.
Definitely is. We have ourselves 1 game in the books for today so far, and now we are having 1 more Miramar. Excuse me, to round things out. So, without further ado, Toby, talk to me about the playing path. Talk to me about what we're going to be seeing.
Yes, we have an island just south of the plane. I think that's pretty cool. You gave it to me, James, without looking at the plane path yourself. I think you set yourself up for disaster now, didn't you? There is an island down there. I've never gotten to cast them, so I hope we don't get one now, because I wouldn't be the one casting it, and I would still have that on my bucket list. So with that out of the way, it's a very southern plane camp.
Yeah, it's quite similar to the one that we just saw. I think a little bit more to the south. Of course, you can find some differences to it, but the main key factor is that it comes from the east to the west, and so the order of who drops out when is going to be a little bit different. We'll see if Liquid want to continue to give up Los Leones. Seems to be the case. I did notice on the side of Virtus Pro, Toby, is that he is flying very far west. He did this the previous game as well to take a vehicle from Falcons, or sort of one of those like, is it the Falcons spawn? Is it not? You know, how far away do we want to give it to them? But at least this time around, it's going to be way separated from Falcons and Toyo, so no risk of Nixie being taken out early.
No, I mean, VP will always happily stretch. If you give them any space for free, they'll go take it. And for Nixie, yes, he lands there to take a car as well, but he might as well just stop and loot there too. I mean, now you have a player, in case the circle goes west, closer to your position you're going to. And I mean, in this case in particular, Nixie being here on the west already is absolutely incredible, because that's VP. I mean, effectively having to, like, they can skip 2 or 3 checkpoints on their scouting and come west once the circle's popped.
Yeah, but I have to say, I saw a couple of shots come out from Liquid members. I don't think they're quite as far south this time as they were, so it could be an early fight once again, Liquid versus Virtus Pro.
Maybe. One day you'd expect them to run into each other with these kinds of drops, wouldn't you, as Nixie's coming on back. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentators. Vanguard, who's got big energy today, is going to be with good old Godspeed.
Yes, thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for the desk for breaking this one down here. As Toby was trying to not get a island circle for us, I'm completely grateful for that. This western circle here is quite difficult. You can see here, Godspeed, the majority of the teams jumped out early. They got into their usual loot spots or anywhere kind of back up in old spots, and look at that. The rotations coming in from the east. You would assume, and very good and experienced players, they're thinking, you know what, there's going to be a lot of space on this western side. If we get going early, if we're one of the teams that have somewhat decent prior for it, we could actually set up quite early on. What I also like about this western circle here, Godspeed, is that we have a lot of recalls quite central early on. So we have historically, and since it's kind of come into play here in Miramar, as we're casting our last Miramar of the Players Masters West, we've seen a lot of fights kind of ending up, especially around the Brickyard on the northern side of Monte as well. So I'm excited to see what happens here, and if that continues to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, even though in Masters, in the finals at least, we've seen most of our circles in Miramar go towards the north or the northeast, we actually throughout the year have been around Monte, especially in that area around Brickyard. You're absolutely right, in the area north of Monte quite a bit. So that being said, I do expect teams to come in on the north, especially because of how open it is. The plane path, you stated it, the north is going to be very open, as well as the west, considering how far away or it is the last drop, plus the fact that there's actually some unplayable area, which means that there's some good homes for these teams to take up. But I mean, this, similar to the last circle that we saw in the last game, has that massive ravine that separates where currently QAD and Toyo are, and that can be an area that can be precarious to navigate, especially as the circle gets later and later. So expect to see a lot of teams come in, especially towards the south. Teams like Ascend are going to be making that rotation. You can even expect a team like Liquid maybe to come in late, but the issue isn't getting into the circle, right, Avenger? The issue becomes, how do you deal with all these teams in the different elevations around Monte once everyone is situated?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest issues here. Is also, again, the compounds that you're kind of locking down somewhat towards the central. If you go too greedy about it, you're not going to be able to back each other up. There's a lot of kind of counterplays on the ridges too. Now, Liquid, they are trying to infiltrate Los Leones just a little bit here. Maybe try to log out Nixie. Might have some info that he's here. And they might be able to pick up a kill here. One thing I hate with splitting Los Leones is that you can always get run up on without knowing. So unless you play kind of unified front against it, then it's going to be difficult. Okay, a drive scout here from Falcon. Shots coming out from the SLR from BL. And BL says, no, the rainbow compound here is absolutely taken. We don't want anyone here close to us. I like it. Great spot here. Now he also has the information that they're going to be sitting up over there. Again, Falcons here being third, fourth, maybe. Ooh, shots coming out. Luca's leaving. I don't think Liquid might be able to get much more out of this one, though, now that the shots have left the barrels of the guns.
Nope, it doesn't look like they're going to get much, but you are correct. It did look like they were kind of hunting down VP and trying to do so as best as possible without getting caught. I mean, that's the problem with Los Leones, right? There's just so many angles. There's so many buildings, so many different elevations. So I agree. I'm not the biggest fan of trying to clear Los, especially even if it's building to building and you're going as a 4-man. It's just miserable. So Glad Virtus Pro got out of there. Glad that Team Liquid didn't take any casualties either in that little hunt that they just had. Na'Vi, our current just slayers of the last game, will find themselves in a nice position here just off center to the east. We see Falcons and Rock set up as the colors are rainbow compound, as you can see, and D is just going to find Rebo like that.
Easy here. Well, Gadisha. And yeah, 11 plays right now, but day one for them was fantastic. They also had a few good placements yesterday, but yeah, the kills have not really followed them. They're still in what we could call this kind of bit mid. Yeah, it's a huge mid pack actually. From you could say 4th right now and down to Gadisha and 11th. There's some distance to be closed though, but still doable and possible once we have the 5 more games to go. But I would say right now, our 2nd place, it's just the 2 hunters on the hunt for 1st place, and it might just be a 3-horse race once we get to the last game. It's 42 points is a big gap to close though, and I have a hard time seeing both Twisted and Na'Vi being within that striking distance once we get to our last game. But we'll see, and we'll continue to see how that evolves. BB team is very slow though, and Na'Vi setting up in some of the better compounds. They need a somewhat eastern shift to have a great benefit from it, but yeah, we'll see. Twisted on the high ground on the northern side. They need not a northern, but not west and south at least for their setup to work out nicely.
Yeah, they need a central shift would actually be very beneficial for them as long as that does come in. And speaking of the leaderboard, I do agree with you. I think it's probably just going to be Na'Vi or Twisted to kind of make this push. I think VP, even though they played well, is just too far behind VB to pose any real threat as far as points is concerned. And I mean, when we talk about the leaderboard, you know, and you briefly mentioned it when we saw that kill from D, Alcancia, right? We spoke about them in the beginning of the tournament. We spoke about them even yesterday, having a pretty solid couple days overall. But towards the end of yesterday and even starting out earlier, Martin, they have slipped. I mean, they went from the top 4 of the leaderboard to currently in 11th place. And as you stated, that mid pack is super congested, very busy up there. You can see from basically Mira all the way to Alcancia, even Rock to a certain extent. It's pretty tight, only separated by about 20 points, one swing in either direction. So Toyo now with just 3 will be on the southern side, pinching between VP. They're going to come in, and Corexi has absolutely no idea that Alo is sitting and waiting.
Yeah, great confirmation here on Liquid, and they ended up finding them anyway, getting the damage done, even though they hunted them a little bit in. Lost Leonis, it didn't really happen. Lost Ratonis didn't really get things going for them anyway in there. But I love the loot, but yeah, definitely not fan of sharing it for sure. This circle closes quite nicely. Mission ready on the eastern side. Best of luck, and the boys on the eastern side. Furia slowly rotating. As you see in the minimap, close to Bestia too. It's almost like the regions, they follow each other almost everywhere they go.
Seems like it so far. Is again, this is what we are fairly used to when it comes to Bestia's rotations, if they can. Now, they usually like to be in center, right? Like they've happened to also get a lot of favorable first circle pops this event, but usually when they don't, they tend to rotate wide on the outside. They don't really care to go for any early game fights if they can avoid it, unless, of course, they're the ones setting the traps. We have seen Bestia try to set up some rotational camps here or there, and to varying degrees of success, but they're just going to be going wide up to the north. And at this point, with Ascend coming in on the opposite side of the circle all the way to the south, everyone is pretty much in this circle, which means, Martin, we're ready for our first insane hard shift like we got in that last game. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, you're trying to summon one. Now it's not going to happen. We're going to have a Death Sender one. It's going to be like just southeast of Montenuevo. We're going to have the rock compound coming in. But I like Hype being on the high ground here, getting information though. But let's see where we're going. It's going to be, oh my god, you summoned it. I can't believe it. Godspeed, the Circle Whisperer.
Dude, that is, and this is literally the circle we were talking about. We're saying that it can be very similar to what we saw last game. Worst case scenario, probably for the players, as this this elevated high ground that you can see Ascend currently go on, this is kind of the center mountain around these two roads on either side of the ravine. This is so crucial to hold, especially from the south. You want to hold this from the south because you can push down. You have so much vision on the teams coming from the north side of this ridge. So Ascend, look for them to absolutely pop off as long as they can defend themselves from any southern push coming in. And I'm specifically looking at Liquid and Toyo.
Oh yeah, difficult circle for the majority of the teams here. The Na'Vi EP could also be fun. Akadisha with the split here, are they going to get all together? And the Ascend is splitting up quite nicely here, and if Na'Vi sees that, landing on a team that is split up in 2x2 could be very difficult for the team defending. Na'Vi is such a strong team. We saw them double-digit kills, 15 kills last game. Yeah. Such mechanical enable fraggers sure on this team. Furia and Bestia trying to, it's almost like this, it's a little bit of sheep herding, right? You're zoning them a little bit, right? Trying to get them in there, the border collie movements coming in. And as you see them moving around, you say, you don't take the bait here. You start shooting at them. Oh, yeah, okay. We don't want these guys too close. You try to get around it. I really like that this kind of high-level strategy with cars moving. You can get so much information if you just do the right moves while in the car, getting close to compounds, kind of scouting, drive scouting it. If you get too close, you can kind of pull that out. Na'Vi getting on the high ground here. That's great effort for them. So much damage could have been done, but they took none of it.
The fact that they made it to this spot, arguably one of the best positions in this circle, off of an E pickup, basically out of the circle with no information, that could not have been a better case scenario for Na'Vi, even if they would have tried. So fantastic for them. And to your point, I also agree. I love when teams do set up those kind of rotational camps. And again, it's herding, right? They're just herding them in a direction. Sometimes they'll herd multiple teams in the same direction, cause a fight, and then even get the third party knock. So very smart stuff there, as we can see. But moving back to Al Qudsi, I am curious how long this split can last, Martin. Is right now they are being protected by Ace, Na'Vi, as well as others on either side, but you have to imagine that if a team does just go for it, that is going to put one of these two of the split in jeopardy.
Yep, for sure. Also, 15 or so % on the western side does not have any play in effect, but it doesn't move away until circle 4, so we could still see a shift where we still have a lot of unplayable. And even the small compounds on that western side is actually somewhat playable. You see the high ground here that SlamG managed to grab. It's a pretty good defensive spot to get until you see that next circle kind of pop, and then you can move from there. If they get a northern shift, they can even stay for a while. Skraken, oh my god, he did not connect that. Shots coming in too, and he does get him down, but Skraken is gonna be down to 25 HP and have to heal quite quickly. Oh my god, the angle, good shots come in. Posa gets Bistler too. Michael did get the confirmation on Counsin though, but yeah, difficult situation here for Mission Ready on this northern side of this circle.
Very nice play there from Furia. They do lose one, but as you stated, they were able to get the second as Posa popped up, got that knock. I still don't know where that Panzer went from. That was shot by Kraken, so I'm not going to fault him for that one. It looked like it just disappeared. As Furia now really taking the fight to Mission Ready. In fact, they have a big advantage now as they're continuing to push. And look at that hard shift. It's going to go all the way to the south. And look at the split from Ascend. I am certain they're not going to be able to hold a 1-1-1-1 that long in this circle, as Kraken now has to be careful as Mission Ready is trying to retaliate, Martin.
A southwest circle into a southwest circle again. That's just absolute torture to see some of these teams here trying to make it difficult on this last Miramar here. Kraken trying to backfill Snaker. He's going to get a swing around and get a quiet opening knock here. He didn't reload his gun though. Snaker's going to turn on him and take him down. Furia falling apart slowly here on Mission Ready. Oh, Michael as well.
Big mistake! What is going on? This was a fight that Furia had almost been locked in for themselves, and so Gizera will have to step up in this 1v1 to save his team in a fight that they should have won, but Snakers will steal it back. Furia will fall. Unbelievable.
Great points here for Mission Ready, trying to hold on to this 5th spot here, trying to be the best team out of the Americas in this lobby. Now we see Twisted Minds, after having to chase circle twice now with a buggy and a 2-seater, the classic vehicle for Batulins on Miramar, to try to get in and get things rolling. Can they get in and maybe get some more information on this eastern side. It's difficult because you would say that the center canyon is kind of the one that the team should be prioritizing right now. It's going to be difficult to cross the road once we get into the later stages of the game here, Godspeed.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult indeed. Again, it's like trying to cross in that last circle we saw from last game, because the slopes essentially are looking at each other, right? Each side of this road or this ravine or even on this ridge can perfectly well see the other, and that's what makes these rotations so difficult. As we now move over to the Falcons, who we haven't really seen much from this game. Now, they have been taking good positions, just have not really been getting in any fights as they control these eastern edges. And you can see Twisted now have to make a complete readjustment of their rotation as they're being held out. And it looks like Batulin's stopping to see if there's anything ahead. But I'll tell you what is ahead of them. It's going to be BBT, Martin.
Yeah. And that could be important points to stop the contestants, to stop the teams chasing you, trying to hunt you down on that leaderboard. That'll be a big team to take down. But yeah, then again, it would also mean that they couldn't get much more points. There are two teams chasing them currently. Na'Vi looking good. They are in that northern side of this big ravine we've been talking about that probably will be ending up being close to where we're ending. Definitely very close here. Na'Vi taking tons of space. It could be another big point game for them if they're able to take and win the northern side and the control up there. Al-Kadisha is still holding on to this 2-2 split. Very greedy, but I kind of like it from them here, Godspeed.
Yeah, there's really no one in any position to punish them. That's the thing. And I think they realize that, knowing that there's going to be multiple teams surrounding them. And why not? I mean, if they can continue to take the space, they will. BL in the distance will find Shrimzy. And it's actually going to be so set to steal that away. So Falcons will lose one. And the bad news is becoming even worse as the Falcons aren't even in circle now after that shift. So on top of losing Shrimzy, they have to move in. Bizzler, meanwhile, on the very far western edge, will come in, and I believe he's going to be trying to loot, as he did go down in that fight earlier we saw. And Hakatori and Na'Vi, you know, the one thing that always impresses me about Na'Vi is they have been shaky this year. I mean, it is what it is. But when they do turn on, when it comes time for these final days, when they're starting to make the surge up to second, they can be one of the most exciting teams to watch. And as I say that, RBN is going to find Tiggleton. That's going to be another member of the Falcons down.
Yeah, difficult for them here. And the rock splitting these two compounds on the eastern side could be meaning a lot of damage is going to be done to them by Na'Vi here. They got the ridge, they got the northern side. They could be backfilled eventually by Winner Die, but so far they still have Extents holding onto the anchor. Oh my god, Molotov pulling up on Beamy. Nixie finds Molotov. Meanwhile, tons of damage done to them as well. Doozy could, oh my god, once again, just pulling up on it. Nixie, a little bit low. Besto, can he get it done? Yes, he did it. And Nixie gone down too. Confirmation's done here. Pulls out the DMR and does tons of damage. Molotov potentially also going to be able to get rest here. Lucarix found Phil first, though.
Yeah, what an absolute mess. Lucarix, though, from the high ground, found Phil first. And so Bestalok and Doozy, the last two members left alive. That's going to be a nade to get a knock onto Bestalok. And now there is just one member left. And Falcons, yeah, they didn't even have a chance. I mean, they were just getting picked apart on that eastern edge.
Yeah, as we talked about.
So just like that.
Leaving here, Godspeed, very difficult. I mean, you have to get across those roads late game, right? It's just so difficult, especially with the eastern side of our current circle. It's just where the majority of the teams are. So, but Twisted Minds, though, different plan for them. They were also there kind of even further east than BB team, but they got all the way on the southern side. Ascend leaving the compound here that they were in, and now Lou with a nade coming in. I think that's cooked a little bit too far. It is gonna explode a little bit too early here, but Lou has 4 more to go. Now Molotov's coming in. Oh my god, that's gonna be so much damage done to BB team. Sparking does find Lou, though. Huge knock. This luck did get confirmed and flush here. Lou also finds a Doozy. Molotov's just gonna drive away here just to try to survive, try to get things done. But they did get a little bit of kills, and it might be enough for them to just keep the distance on those two teams chasing.
Yeah, and I mean, Liquid just coming in and saving BB. Otherwise, I'm almost certain Twisted would have been able to finish off Moldok and the rest of the boys, as it looks like it doesn't even matter, as Perfectix will find him. And so BB will fall again. Another game where they did not get many points, which means Twisted is a 4-man alive on the south. And yes, they're outside of circle, but this is still a very good position for them to push from, which means This gap might get tighter and tighter, Martin.
Love to see that potential, and especially with this game here, it could happen that both our teams in the chase is gonna have a good game, considering Navi's on the north and Twisted Minds on the south.
Boost.
Yeah, just trying to get in there. Driving, missing 2 wheels. The Bronco is just too good, man.
No tires.
Four-wheel drive, full send. Get in there. Boostic, after a great game in the last one, tries to continue and get things done here, but Slam G has already been picked apart. 0 kills in this one. 2 guys left standing here, and just has a sliver of an edge where they're potentially going to go up against Twisted Minds and Liquid and Ascend eventually.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have to thread that needle not only in getting in the circle, but getting the timing right on this third party. So as you stated, they still have to worry about Ascend, and even Bizzler to a certain extent, right? He's going to be all the way off to the west, so Solo that could do something. Example, though, is going to shut my mouth as he gets a headshot immediately onto Boostic and slows that down before it even gets started. Is now Twisted focused on the team ahead, which is Liquid. Sparking has to be careful not to go down. He is the tip of the spear for the team. And Dante will find Gedrox, and Hello My Bad in the distance will go down to QAD. And this fight is happening all the way up toward the north. An absolute mess for Win or Die.
Slam G fighting on multiple fronts here. Boostic goes down to Ascend, but we saw Artix getting some impact onto Twisted Minds. It looks like they're going to get stopped here with this one. Gilikai, last player for Ascend. 2 kills for them on this western side, and could be running straight into Bizzler. I don't think he expects anyone to be here. He's just going to be running through the compound here now. Bizzler coming out. Oh, that's a headshot done immediately to him. 32 HP. Jumper onto corner. Bizzler takes him, though, with a finish to the headshot, too. Can get a little bit of his util on heals, and Bizzler might be able to survive for just a bit longer. I don't see him getting into top 6, though. Those placement points matter. Luke 12 with the mark. 14 straight to the helmet of Batulins.
Yeah, and then look at Snakers. He's got to try to get in. I don't think he's long for this world either. Is
8 kills, though.
Mission ready? 8 kills? Not bad. Even if he goes down, that's a hell of a salvage, considering what they're dealing with. Hold on, I was going to say, forget the salvage. Snakers was going for the whole damn thing, but he gets taken down eventually. Meanwhile, Liquid doing well to not take any casualties so far in this fight against Twisted Minds, with some help, of course, from Boostic and Slam G, as well as Ascend, and they're going to stop this push from Twisted right where it started, but Kurt will go down. So now 3 members remain.
Yeah, confirmed straight from Roth. Good steal here from him. They're trying to defend here against an example with a P90. It's going to be a tough task to get done. Halo's going to have to heal. He gets that, but the riches that Twisted Minds is offered is actually quite decent, but Bestia is taking a lot of shots at them currently, trying to hold them out. Oh my god, that's a great spray here from Sparking. Resets it as well, and the 3x AUG spray gets the confirmation on to Perfectix 2. Great point here for them to come through. Be great for if Liquid could get 3 guys alive and get into the southern side of the circle, getting examples done. That is a great start for it. I think the P90 is also even able to be picked up. Oh,
yeah, they should have a P90 Akatori, dude. Na'Vi only have 1 kill right now, but again, they have been so active on this east side, and that's the thing I love about Na'Vi. Even though sometimes it gets them in trouble and it doesn't work, I love that they are willing to hunt kills. No team will hunt kills when they're behind the way that I've seen Na'Vi do it, and that's why they've been able to climb the leaderboard the way that they have, especially coming off of yesterday. So even though this team is inconsistent as all hell sometimes, I absolutely love watching how active they can get.
Yeah, for sure. Bestia flawed with a good nade here onto Hive. Hive having a difficult time with that, swallowing that. That's going to be unfortunate for them. They had a great spot on that northwestern side, but Bestia had the compound. They had the lockdown immediately. Rock's going to go out in 6th place, getting a placement point for that. Mine might be able to be saved here even. Flood racking up some more kills. It's good to see him backing action here. Our Australian superstar.
So y'all can see it now. We'll start And again, I love the heads-up play for Alcancía to actually even decide to take that split, knowing that there was probably not going to be any teams that could push them effectively with, you know, the teams around them. Again, fantastic decision-making. And on top of that, being the center team, they've stolen a healthy amount of kills. Look at that, 7 kills, Martin, they've been able to garnish on top of keeping 4 alive. So fantastic play, especially coming off of a somewhat disappointing day yesterday. Nice spray, doesn't quite get the knock, but Cowboy will finish that on Hackatory. Meanwhile, D will find Fairest as well, and QAD are fighting back tooth and nail and giving almost no room for Navi to fight back. That's going to be the last spray, and a clean sweep for Alcancía, 10 kills.
Super well executed. Having lost Roth, though, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to close this one out. An insane Western shift once again here. Bestia is laughing. This is their game to close out. But if Khadija, they had Roth alive, they might have been able to fight Toyo and Liquid for this high ground spot here on the zip lines. Let's see what they do. I could see Khadija getting in and trying to get the northern side control just north of Bestia. But let's see what happens. Sparking does find DraftKings. That's a great opening for them. Bestia losing players here. It's going to be difficult. They need to stand strong here and let the teams on the east fight each other. And then get it closed out, get the points from the win, and get the kills that they can get.
Yeah, I do like this, though, from Sparking. He's focused, his entire role, his job right now is just Bestia. The other 2 members are looking ahead, looking towards Toyo, looking towards Alcancía. Sparking has been given the responsibility to keep out this entire team. Not necessarily keep them out, but just make sure that they don't make a push, especially if the other 2 get in a fight. We see some knocks being traded back and forth, so he will do that. You can see Bestia slowly but surely inching forward as they can. And as they will take control of the center of this current circle. Mortars now starting to fly in the direction of Team Liquid. It does look like Sparking is the one that took that P90.
Yeah, and what a player to have that on. He's just so good up close and personal here. Let's see if he can get the job done. Oh my god. D finds Halo. Look at Khadija. They're just saying, no, this is our. We're king of the hills here. We might have lost Roth, but we want to close this one out here. Toyo being down to 1 player. We have seen Benya have an impact before, and this angle here could be the detriment for Khadija. Waiting for 1 more player. He's so aware. I like this smart play here from him. This could mean that Al-Khadija just goes down after this. The backfill, the third party on Al-Khadija from Liquid, that could really hurt them. Let's see what he does. Oh my god, he's going to come up straight behind them here, slowly walking in. That's 1, takes 1, gets another one, potentially turns, sees if he can hide on. Halo gets the nade kill on Relo, though, has to run in. D finds him, he was low from that, but look at that. That's Al-Khadisha's game, absolutely destroyed. D gets found as well from Halo. What a great effort for them here. And it's going to be a Liquid versus Bestia 3v4. Can they get the job done here? Bestia, or will Liquid get things rolling for them this downhill here?
Yep, and that really was their game, absolutely ruined by Toyo and Benya. So, in this 3 versus 4, you have to give this to Bestia. Again, they have the dominant position, but again, Sparking out there with a P90, and Luke 12 with an ALM, by the way. Just I don't even know where he got that, but I mean, this can turn around very quickly in Liquid's favor.
Liquid's got the riches to work with, but I don't think they're low enough in that right side here. As you see Luke adjusting to the terrain and analyzing, are we going to be able to do something here? But with the gear, a Panzerfaust in hand, and a potential pull-up, I would love to see that. I would love to see that in play. I think they're leaving Sparking on the high ground here with the P90. Maybe if someone peeks, he's going to be able to get a quick knock on them. I like this play here. A potential setup for Liquid versus Bestia.
Would have almost he did it. Maybe use the ALM a bit more, but it doesn't even matter as Alo is going to come right out. This is a bad angle for the Panzer, though. He gets it anyways before he gets knocked. And
oh
so
my
Luke
god.
12, and look at this sandwich, though, from Liquid. This is actually fantastic.
Oh my god.
Luke 12 taking shots.
Perfect
He's going to get the knock on the flood.
There's
no way they're going to do it, and they will.
I can't believe it.
They stole that.
Liquid, just so well done here, Godspeed. 12 kills for them. What a fantastic play. Leave a guy in the high ground here. Make sure that if they start moving or doing anything towards this counter push from them, then they just got the opening knock. And then a Panzerfaust, a dirty knock to get things rolling here for them. What a great play. They just completely turned that around, took the car, basically making a liquid sandwich onto Bestia. And they had the advantage. There were 4 guys alive, Godspeed.
They did. They had 4 guys, plus they had someone watching that ridge that I think Luke 12 and Alo ended up pulling up on anyways, but it was the Panzer. It was the actually opening knock from Sparking that started all that. He got that with the Mark 12, but an amazing game coming out of Liquid as Miramar is finished, and we are going to take a short break, at least myself and Martin, as we throw you back to the desk to get ready for Tego.
Yes, a Team Liquid victory here on the plains of Miramar. We've got ourselves Camilla and Toby to talk about this one. 22 points go the way of Team Liquid. Great to see them being able to prevail. Avenger screwed me up. This is terrible. I'll get to see you though, of course, getting themselves 15 points as well. It's all Americas at the top, Cammy.
It really is. Listen, if we just look at, let's ignore the overall leaderboard. Let's ignore tallying up EMEA total points versus America's total points. There have been multiple games that it's been all Americas at the top 4. This one was a really good example of that. Even Alcacia getting a huge number of kills. It was only Toyo that backstabbed them and stopped what was a potential really great round for them. But yeah, Liquid coming out on top, even with the 3 versus 4 disadvantage, with Bestia, with the positional advantage, the high ground was really all that Liquid needed to be able to eliminate them piece by piece.
For Americas, we need more of these circles, more of these scenarios, Toby, for them to be able to have that fight back against those top spots for EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but then when you look back at that second circle that crazy shifted towards the southwest, it was only Alcacia of the 3 of the top 4 teams, Liquid, MRA, and Bestia. None of them were anywhere near that circle. So actually pretty impressive when you just kind of freeze frame the circle 2 pop. That Liquid being the further south, Mission Ready being in power grid when it popped, and then Bestia all the way up towards El Pozo. That it's those teams that end up coming out victorious. Goes to show the, I think, value of playing in slow on the edge, especially in third person when you can take some of those fights teams ahead of you.
Yeah, given the position Bestia has in this game for such a long time with that compound, Cameron, I was expecting even more than 8 points from them. So I guess maybe they feel that they let this slip a little bit, all things considered, with a compound like that, being able to transition into a circle like this. What do you think?
A little bit, but you remember that it was kind of on the low ground. So it's you have to... I'm trying to imagine how many opportunities for kill steals could they even have gotten in the first place. If you remember, a lot of fighting was happening on the east side over that ridge that Liquid was coming from. We saw, like, for example, Twisted Minds trying to focus on BB Team. Really good strategic choice by them, by the way, when we consider the overall leaderboard and what that situation is. And a lot of the teams just, like, not wanting to come into the center, trying to play in from the edge. And so even if Bestia were, like, really trying to look for targets, you always have to, like, give the toss-up for, like, how many targets were there even there to get in the first place.
That is fair when it comes to the terrain. I mean, if you've got a decent western spot and you're constantly getting west shifts, it's likely a lot of teams are going to be in the east, as you're saying, and they're all killing each other off. So it is tough. It is tough. But anyway, that will be Bestia trying to move up into 12th place. Up towards the very top, though, Toby. Not much change overall. Just a little bit of a catch-up for Twisted Minds and Na'Vi again.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid squeezing into 4th as well, looking good. But I mean,
true.
One thing is the jump that we have from BP down to Twisted. Of course, that's been the case through effectively, well, from 3 games into the entire finals. But now we're starting to see the separation from 3rd down to 4th as well. What, 25-point cutoff to Liquid down in 4th, starting to get a little scary when you look at, like, anyone below them, how close they actually are.
Yeah, things are starting to space out a little bit for sure. I'm still, do I repeat it again? I'm so disappointed with Hive to see them in 16th place after looking so good in PPT all the time. I don't even need to ask you guys really about this. It's just a bit of a disappointment to see them there. Yeah. Hopefully, maybe they get a bit more points on the board, Cameron, in the next games, but it's not looking good. Every single move they're making, they're losing people on rotations and just constantly being wounded to the point where they're trickling down to one member and then finishing.
I mean, at least you guys have your PPT Cinderella story at this event. Like, Mira couldn't even make it for us, even though admittedly it's not like they could never also actually win a Masters, so it's a bit of a not exactly tomato between the two of them, but yeah, it is very strange how dramatic of ebbs and valleys or peaks and valleys Hive has had this whole year.
Yeah. I think you said it yesterday, Toby, but I think they will blame it on the idea of like, okay, well, we're just not used to playing against 8 of these teams, and it is causing, some kind of our ability to read into where everybody could be on those edges more difficult compared to just reading EMEA.
I'll give them that on day 1, though. Day 2, you make up for it. I mean, you start realizing now on day 3, you have plenty enough info to go by to be able to get something going. Like, they are playing, even if they're up against better opponents in terms of individual mechanical skill and maybe, better rotation setups and whatnot, having seen Hive come out and not necessarily dominate, but play incredibly well in PBT in EMEA, this is a night and day. Like, this is... like they shouldn't even make grand finals with how they're playing right now.
Oh, you need to be really on your toes for sure, and I mean that's exemplified by just watching a Team Liquid, who, as you mentioned, has jumped up into 4th place here and was able to get themselves out of a potentially tricky situation. Again, Bestia could have potentially tried to hold them, but as soon as they go for that great wrap against them, Cameron, with the little car to be able to go around on the northwest side, I think those are the kinds of moves that like, okay, these guys are so well versed in this kind of attack to be able to kind of round out a game. So it's really elite level play.
It really is, and that's why it's always super interesting to see lobbies like this where we are taking a large chunk of 2 different regions and throwing them together and seeing how that mixes. And I think sometimes we take for granted the amount of familiarity that can lead to really good moves like that, whether it's on a global stage, because there are a lot of repeat attendees there, but then especially regionally. This is from months and months, if not years, of practice and just that innate level of familiarity that these teams will have with each other. And so, on one hand, yeah, sure, going back to Hive, like their disappointment being in 16th is valid. On the other hand, like this is an entirely different game. This is an entirely different status quo that we're looking at here.
Yeah, a very, very strong lobby. So the dynamics will come into play for some of these teams towards the bottom. Aside from them, are there any other surprises for you, Toby, that are down towards the bottom that you would like to see have a bit of a jump in the next couple of games?
You know what? I mean, yes, and it's maybe not for the reason that you think. I want to see Ascent do better, and you know why? Because if you look at the top 5 on the leaderboard, I don't want to include Mission Ready because I don't think they have enough games played together so you can really call them a certain type or style of team. But top 5 are all notorious edge teams. Like they play, I know Twisted Mind lands further center, but they'll like play out towards the edge as the game goes on. So if all the top teams are edge teams that like to, sit out and make space for themselves, why are Ascent not playing better? Is it because there's just too many edge teams and they can't make space for themselves and they can't, they're not a good enough edge team to play up against the likes of VP and the teams above? Because you're looking at the leaderboard, you'd imagine that I mean, it's the teams that play the same playstyle as Ascent does that are the ones being victorious right now.
My concern for Ascend is always edge play, but then to the Hail Marys that they always go for. It's like, okay, we've arrived now. Let's go for a mad dash through to the middle and see if it works on out. And oftentimes in a lobby like this, it's not gonna work out. Maybe you can make that work in like middle tier like EMEA lobbies, and then even sometimes the top tier EMEA lobbies. But with something like this, Cameron, I think it's clutching at straws.
Yeah, and I don't know, and this might be just come down to the fact that I'm not a pro player, never been a pro player, not an ex-pro player, in any stretch of the imagination. But I do think that sometimes I know as a commentator and analyst, we can sometimes get caught up in, especially these new teams, these new stories, like, oh, they're so successful here. And we need to take a step back and realize, wait a second, this is because of the caliber of competition they're going up against. The meta changes from, like, it's so strange how, looking at Battle Royale, we have 16 teams in here. The effect, the butterfly effect, the domino effect can actually be quite extreme. It could be difficult for us to isolate what are the actual factors for the success or failure of a team. And even at this level of like competitive play really is all tier 1 of the entirety of the player base of PUBG. But then if we isolate that into tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, the difference between how you can approach the games is still so wild. But you just never know if that's going to be the case until you actually get thrown in a situation like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. And if the top rankings from this has any bearing on potentially qualifying through to Masters 5, then Toby, slowly those positions are being closed out. There is gaps forming up at the top that could be concerning for a lot of these teams.
Also, just, I mean, in terms of the bigger picture of PUBG as an esport, it's lovely to see that it being the big named orgs, like the players on some of the big teams that are actually stepping up and rising to the occasion right now. All top 5 teams right now are representing big communities within this esports sphere, and good seeing them being able to carry those banners and wave them high.
That said as well, I love that we've got teams like SlamG being able to at least get wins here so far for this one. We'll see them at PGS, we'll see them at PGC. I'm excited for it, although a little bit concerned, as we have them win the first game today. Team Liquid was able to round out our second Miramar, and now it is time to Tego. So without further ado, let's talk about everything going on here. Fishing Camp is a focus point. We got that plane path coming over. Cammy, what are you thinking?
Like Miramar, still a bit south, a bit more of a northern trajectory from the starting southeast position. This cuts off access, immediate access rather, to airport, to shipyard, maybe even Tianshan. But this is still not so bad that I'm going to be worried about too many plan B drop positions coming into play.
I'm a little worried, though, that this game is just going to end straight in between Buksansa and Kanyong again, as we have seen quite a few times through the recent couple of patches. But then again, we also have those few and far between swamp circles that end up taking us in between, like down towards Hosan Prison, that always prove very difficult. But I've only ever seen them in first person, and I think it would be even harder to play in TPP. So maybe that could be a fun little challenge for our teams.
Yeah, I'm just looking at drops, see if there's going to be any hot drops happening. Everyone seems to be pretty well isolated, pretty well separated. Raibo from Toyo grabbing a vehicle that's getting, I wouldn't really say dangerously close to Furia, but the hope is that he does group back down. It's win or die's big separation at the start of things that could be cause for concern for them. I don't think Toyo is going to be a team that will spot that out and try and use that as a quick opportunity, especially, James, in a circle like this. This is so far west. Ooh, how do you even approach this?
A cheeky one. Toby wants that island. It's he's been talking about it for a few months now, and I keep shutting him down. So let's shut him down by heading over to the casters, as we've got Avenger and Godspeed. It's time to Tego.
It is time to Tego indeed, and what a wild first circle we get going here early on, man. It's a small chance of going northeast. I don't see it happening though, but this river and the water outside the prison as well is going to have a huge impact. I've had a few games here in ranked actually, but there's not a lot to play. A lot of these fields close to where VP is open, has some playable cover. There's some of the dips just east of Rock, but the compounds that Rock is holding on is basically the most valuable ones right now. Sure, the ridges alongside the river also has some, but the second circle really decides where the majority of the teams is going to be able to go here, because the water is such an impactful play in this first circle here.
And as you stated, right, like with Tego, it tends to be an open map anyways, right? No matter where we go on the map, we're probably going to end somewhere in an open area. But this specific area that Rock is currently occupying, that we have center circle, you're right. It's actually probably one of the more flat parts of the map as well, which means there aren't all those crazy good ridges, which means that there aren't, the different peaks and valleys that you can use for cover, especially at TPP, which means that if circle does go here, that's going to be a challenge for a lot of these teams, especially TPP. The other thing to note is that this circle is so awkward because there's no definable side that you can say, oh, this is definitely going south or north, right? The water and the shape of the land itself makes it so awkward for the teams to navigate.
Yeah, the shape of water. Great movie, but yeah.
That's not what I meant.
No, I know.
Odd movie, but sure.
A quick throwback to a movie scene on a flight, it's always good. Get that going. But again,
I think that's where I saw that movie too.
Again, where the kind of water is kind of coming in and how deep the coast is, especially around the prison, right? It just has such a big impact. And that's where I think a lot of the teams also considering, okay, if we're not close to this first circle, we are not going to rush it, because that second and even the third circle is really going to decide where we're going to play. So if we don't have any prior to any of the compounds, any of the ridges, any of the high ground, we might just go with, let's just come in, as the third circle pops, have a decent spot to kind of play from and play a little bit slower, especially the teams on the east. And we have quite a lot of them right now. Ascend, Win or Die moving already, but Toyo's very far east, Kangyong very far east, Liquid very far east, Twisted Minds and Falcons outside the circle, close to Terminal also far east. Mission ready though, coming in from the northern side on Yongchong. They could cross their own bridge close and fast. As we see Nixie from Virtus Pro checking shots at Bestia, doing a lot of damage on Flood. And as Toby stated yesterday, Flood has been dying first an awful lot here. I hope he doesn't catch another bullet on him. He did survive just a little bit here. Getting that ridge though is great. They could be running straight into, I think it's Slam G.
Yeah, they might be running directly into Slam G as Bestia will trade back and forth with Boostic. Oh, Boostic. That's not the player I want to see go down. But it is what it is now it looks like the rest of Slam will come in to try to rectify the situation. The mistakes made here is Bestia still on the back foot and may have to be left behind for the moment. Now, this is early game, which means that both of these teams most likely would like to get for the res, but even if you look at their position in the circle, they're going to be surrounded. And even before we even got into this fight, Martin, I was looking at the circle. Most of these teams were opting to rotate in from the south, which means that if this does cut north, that is going to cause a slew of issues for rotations as far as these teams are concerned. So we'll see. We'll keep our eyes closely monitoring that circle. Is Artie now trying to buy some more time for Slam G, but he's going to eat shots to the face and chest.
That's the level 1 helmet diff right there. 30% damage reduction rather than the 40% the level 2 helmet offers. And he's going to have to pop a first aid, maybe even a stim as well. He's only on the 2 tick, so it's not giving him much. Now, win or die moving, that's a great time for them. They've seen the fight, seen the action that's been happening, and also probably even heard it as they were driving closer. And this is going to make them come in from that western side where PP team is already set up. Rock is already set up in a greedy 2-2 split. But yeah, a lot of teams not really getting too much closer just yet. And if it's been a story to tell about our games today so far, crazy circles, crazy hard shift. I wouldn't kind of mind if we see an easy circle for the players to finish our 3-game cast here today.
Gone soft.
Come on.
You have gone soft.
You just want mayhem.
No, I know what it's like to play these. Well, not these on this map, I should say, but in general, awful circles are really stressful. So I'm okay with one being a bit more normal, as Mogor is going to take down DraftKings, so a knock goes back in the favor of Slam G. They should be able to get up RD here with that, and they will. So, oh no, got to close it again. There we go. We'll see where this circle does indeed go. You can see Hive actually set up. I like their position in the circle, just waiting. They have to cross. They can see that bridge right in front of them. And there are some decent ridges actually up there on the north side that they could play. And if they don't have to cross, circle comes up towards them. Great. They have room to play as well. Al can see as well. You can see having the same idea. And a weird congested point here. Yongchon with mission ready and twisted. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we're now moving down to the south side of the circle. Yeah, this bottleneck here where Bestia, Slam G, and Winner Die setting up. Ascend is kind of getting close to that. Toyo is considering while they go through the swamp where they're going to have an entry point into this circle here as they slowly get closer. We've had a fair share endings close to this swamp here. And I wouldn't wonder if we're going to have another one this one. Although I do think it's very difficult to play, and some of the compounds I feel like it's too strong, especially the one just east where Toyo is actually setting up right now is very strong. You can counter a lot. Sure, you can crash it, you can see forward, but still it has so much space. It has a lot of control on the roads as well, but also a great entry point into the swamp too. Yeah. Swamp can be a bit precarious playing this early, but if you are going to play in there, I think Liquid's position is one of the very few that you actually can hold early. As you can see, Toyo, Benya is going to be taking shots towards the Falcons, and they're just kickstart with the kick flip. Oh, kickstart, survive, drive.
Oh, Shrimsies gets found with an M24. Also, Kapitan finds kickstart. It's falling apart for them. Although they are pretty far away. Shrimps is going to get confirmed, though. Absolutely catching tons of bullets. Oh, H-Man says no, Capitan, you're not going to come in for your confirmation here. It's a point going to the way of Falcons here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that pull up there. It's that's a
interesting.
That's a difficult one, especially considering they had the riches and the cars to work with too.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that he went alone. So again, interesting choice. It looks like maybe Toyo is trying to go for a second pull-up. That was actually a clean drift. He actually went for so long. What is happening? Emmy now putting himself in another awful position as Benya getting sprayed down as well. What am I watching, Martin?
Yeah, you're watching the third and last game of Tego here in the Players Masters West. $50,000 on the line, and some of the teams, they're just saying, no, you do crazy things on me, and I will pull up on you. Emmy getting punished here. Falcons might even go for a Shrimsy res here if everything happens. As we see this circle close here in 10 seconds, we might have more mayhem, or we might have more crazy pull-ups like we just saw.
I'm really excited to see what the circle does. It's basically going to shape our game from this point forward as... Yes! I was just talking about how I don't think I've ever seen a comp circle end up here in this part of the peninsula, and sure enough, we are going there. Hive will cross early. Falcons still fighting with not only Toyo, but now they're fighting with Ascend as they're going to get a knock on the Brex.
I've had one ranked game finish up here, and it's absolutely mayhem. Rock having the 2 compounds, surely they're going to go onto the center one. They're locking that down. Liquid also moving in. And now Falcons, yeah, difficult time for them here. But three kills coming their way. It's good versus Pro. And, oh, Navi pulling up here. Luca and Corexi going down. Extends finding them. Also, Soset gone down here. It's falling a little bit apart here close to Fishing Camp. So many teams trying to move in and kind of get closer. Furia driving past them too.
It is an insane clump of teams. Furia actually thread that needle, get right in between the fight between Navi and VP. Right behind them is Mission Ready. And then I like the rotation on the north side. Alcacia says, forget all of that nonsense. We're just going to rotate safe and sound on the north. Avoid the scuffle. Virtus Pro, it's just Beamy and Nixie left alive. Beamy barely making it with any health left as he's going to get taken down by Extends. And so now Navi getting more and more involved in this fight, but they do have a knock they need to pick up.
Oh, what a great nade. The Thief with the nades coming in here, confirming that. That's great. But yeah, this pressure point here for now is actually pretty great. They're inside the circle. They have really good riches to work with, very great cover offered, and information being able to be gathered from that TPP angles that they have. VP is gonna bow down and bow out of this one here. They had the benefit, they had the advantage being in this position already. They could have moved early, they could have sent it west, but they decided to say, okay, let's try to get some kills off these riches here, but they got denied immediately from Navi. As you see, the other teams trying to move in and get closer. Rock did close down to a 4-man onto the compound they were holding a 2-2 greedy split on. Bestia and the riches I was talking about earlier. They're very deep here and usually offers quite a lot of comfort and cover. Comfort. I wanted to say both.
Comforting cover.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to say both, and they came out in a word that we've never heard before, so that's great. Ascend here with 3 guys trying to close this Falcons fight early on, but it's going to look like a delayed fight in the blue basically here. Not good for them.
Yeah. It will be a delayed fight. They've been fighting. I mean, Toyo is really the one that started that fight, right? We saw that kind of ridiculous send go Ari, and not in their favor as Chris will come in. Looks like Ascend wants to finish the fight that was started, but they have to be careful not to lose too much here as they've already lost breaks. And I will say, while you were breaking down the rest of the story, I love Hive's position. The amount of control they have in the north is just phenomenal right now. That 2-1-1 split to watch both the west and the east coming off that bridge. They have the 2 in the compound. Yeah. I really hope Hive does something with this because this is literally their game to lose, especially considering they're in 16th place. James was talking about them, considering how well they did before coming into this event. So it'd be nice to see them kind of close one out here.
Let me blow your mind. BB team is 112 points ahead of them with a few games to go as well. That's kind of crazy. Also, another reminder, this is second circle, guys. This next circle can still contain water. It's not until phase 4 we see the land ratio coming into effect, so we could have a lot of water. And oh my god, I cannot believe it.
No way.
We talked about wild circles, and this is another one. El Kadisha holding on to the other side of the river, but next circle is gonna eliminate as much water as possible, so it could go southwest or something like that, I'd suspect. But Team Liquid looking good, and oh damn, this is a difficult one.
This is chaos incarnate. That's exactly what this circle has summoned. You can see teams like BB as well as Win or Die and VP now have to make their way on towards the south side. Meanwhile, you have Alcancia, now Twisted Minds opting to probably stay on the north. There's no reason for them to go immediately right now because they're going to have to deal with so many teams taking shots in their direction and contesting them. Meanwhile, Kickstart is going to find the grenade knock onto Benya, the fight that keeps on giving. These two teams refuse to let each other go as it's just
just now down to Rebo from Toyo in a position that they held advantage on Falcons before that kind of senseless push.
Xamble is going to get found by Roth here as Lou tries to cross as well. Rudy Curdy actually jumping into the car, trying to lead here. Mission ready, also getting some damage done onto Ascend. Snakers is in there. That looked like he was a muscle break enjoyer as well. Crazy lad. Oh, Bistler. Oh, look at that. Hackatory finds Vox as well. Mission ready. Having a little bit of a difficult time here, but they did get the confirmation on to kill the car here. Rudy Curdy in the PRDM, zoning the teams basically just a little bit here, trying to get closer and locking down this ridge. They want to be the last team on this northeastern side here. They want to have this ridge control here, but considering where the circle is going to be extremely difficult, so many teams are going to try to swim across or maybe take this exact ridge where Chris is on. It's actually not bad. Like Al Kadisha could play that quite nicely. And as we're going to say, Al Kadisha even more hoping to see and hear James fall apart as he tries to say that name once again. Presenti does get a knock on to Bestelak here. BBT, man, they've had a fantastic day 1, but day 2 and day 3 so far has not really been up to the level that we know that they're capable of doing.
I mean, that just also goes to show you how crazy the competition in this lobby is. You have a team coming in, getting a record-breaking, 110-plus points in their first day. And now they're only 38 points above second and third place. And that, again, just goes to show you how strong these other teams are, how resilient these teams are, and the fact that it's so hard to stay consistent in this game. I mean, even when you have, again, just a massive day, anything really can happen. As Rock still holding strong in this compound they've had center circle. Something else to note is QAD, like you said, could play that ridgeline now that Ascend is pretty much out of the picture, or at least as Chris is holding that ridge. If they come in late, that is going to be a massive spot for them to take control of. Luke Rice, though, MVP, he's going to hold on as BB falls one after another to Lucarux, the last member alive, and he'll finally get taken down.
Oh my god. Phil first with the pull-up. Molotov, man. It's going to be difficult for them. Voxman's found here. Kraken got him. Ysira and the boys here trying to hold on to this southeast side. Actually a pretty good spot inside this next circle here. And they're going to have time to fight and delay this just a little bit. Some teams are still outside in the current circle out in the southeast. Navia's going to have to get in. Slam G and Mission ready. As they've also been picked apart, just down to Snakers at this point here. Difficult game for them to get in. Not a lot of water in play, as we suspected here with that 4th stone. And now Al Kadisha trying to get rid of Brexco.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. And Breaks again, he's in such an awkward position. Obviously, no support from his team. They're not even close.
The bounce. Oh my god, what a great nade. Oh, they swing around. Relo is going to get him quite nicely there with the barrel, but I would have loved to seen that nade actually get a few knocks there. That was a great idea happening on the go. Obviously, the tree being round there, you could have bounced it just the way where it would have been coming on the right side and getting closer to the wall there. But yeah, it didn't work out here. Now Navi and a pull-up onto Fury here. So going to be a difficult defense. Oh, the Hackatory finding nades there. Another kickflip from a car here as we see Fury being absolutely disposed of. He's on fire.
And looks like Fury. Yeah, he is on fire. As Fury is going to get 2, and so Navi will eliminate them though, and they should be able to recover unless it is in fact Slam G that's going to be able to third party this in time, and they are coming with vehicles, and there is no one else on this side to stop Slam G from getting this push. You can see the smokes covering, but it's going to be the off-anchor of that actually save them, but Kurt is going to come in, steal a kill, and get a knock in kind.
Oh my god, that's a shark in the water once again. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to do a drive-by over here. There's a few knocks, and we could dispose of Navi, and that happened. Crazy moves here from Purdy Curdy. Just thinking outside the box here. Slam G was trying to get this cleanup done here, but now they're going to have the boxes and the position to put pressure onto Liquid.
Man. And now I'm curious, is QAD going to play the position that Ascend has? Because that was the whole point of wiping out, I believe it was Brex, right? It was Brex that was up there to buy them time to maybe get rid of Alcancia, but now it's going to be, Rebo just on the bridge getting his little feetsies shot at, and he's going to go down. And the next fight is going to be Ascend for Alcancia as they took up the position that Ascend would have wanted to hold. You can also see Cowboy coming in with a parachute, so interesting. He should be able to spot them out. Meanwhile, Slam G looting up with 3 members alive. The graveyard that was Na'Vi. And still Team Liquid, you can see, dude, Kurt just driving around in circles with the PRDM. Getting information is just gold.
Yeah, man. I love that. Roth did get knocked here. Very unfortunate for Akadisha to lose a player, but I mean, this high guy having this spot here is actually not bad. Where Relo is, it's very playable. Roth is gonna bleed out too. They're not gonna be able to get him up, get him back. But where Relo is very doable here. He's gonna have to stay behind cover, otherwise he's gonna get found as well. The mini from Perfectix does find Relo. And now this is probably Perfectix and the boys from Twisted Minds trying to find another one. Purdy Curdy just driving through another set of players here. He's going to find Boostic. He's going to get the confirmation. He's also going to find... oh, it's Luke finding Mogor actually, but there's also another knock there. It's Purdy Curdy he's going to go for another round of damage.
Don't forget though, Twisted now making their move up towards Relo. At least Blue is now all 3 members coming up. Another BRDM, but that's going to be fortunate. Very fortunate for Kurt. Oh my goodness.
That was so well executed.
That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, that was so well executed. I don't think he hit it at all. Maybe they got shot out or something else, like someone
maybe
else.
Like the tail end or something weird happened there. Yeah.
I don't think there is any damage done to it, right? So it could have been someone shooting at him and then exploded the Panther there. But Getrox now is looking to get things done here. Perfectix trying to move out. Cowboy knocks D, not an optimal situation. Now this BRDM is gonna be absolutely exploding and out of this one here. Sense is gonna be found here. Getrox gets it onto Perfectix, and they're gonna be eliminated as well here in 9.
Yep, BB also getting shredded here as they try to make their rotation in. And that's gonna be the doing of Win or Die, as well as some help from Rock. As Hive now getting slowly surrounded here by Win or Die in their position. Fortunately for them, I think half of them have to be somewhat cautious of the position here of Alcancia. Meanwhile, it is going to be Liquid on the other side of this, very patiently waiting. And then BB has, Bestia has actually been incredibly quiet this entire game on the south side.
Oh, I like that. Very well executed. Oh my god. The smokes here just saving Filfers just a little bit, but the few points and kills here and there, everything is keeping BB team's dream of a great win alive here. Win or Die though, I like this northern side control. They're doing tons of damage, staying 4 guys strong. Getrox with 3. Hello my bat, trying to get Alcadisha absolutely disposed of. Look at that. That's a great angle to get done here. Getrox and oh my bat gets 2 more. That's 7 for Win or Die, and they're 4 guys alive. And I gotta say, I've been surprised with Rock in this compound here, not getting any single kill.
Anything.
Yeah, it's been absolutely impossible here. 5 damage done from the mortar though, but then again, this compound is very difficult to get kills out of unless you see teams driving straight past you. The ridges and the kind of small mountainside above them, and it's just not really offering anything. And all the fights has been happening outside of that. Let's see if they can find a mortar kill here, potentially onto Phil first. They see the smokes. They should have the distance line up. Arch coming in here. He looks up. Does not connect. Maybe the next one here. Oh, more damage. 18 damage in the side. Getting hit from him. He does have a good amount of cover to work with, but Rock has to move out of this compound in the next circle, you would assume.
Yeah, and I agree though. Rock really, I mean, not to any fault of their own, really haven't had the opportunity, as you were saying, to get any kills. So it is unfortunate they have 0. More importantly, a team like Win or Die can catapult themselves from 9th place all the way up to 5th if they have a really strong finish here. And that's very important. Also for Team Liquid, they could break the triple-digit barrier. So a lot still in play here in this game. Sparking is going to find Mime again, Sparking with the P90, because why not? As that Panzer was almost perfect, barely misses, and the spray is going to be traded back and forth, and just presenting now to stand against Win or Die.
Hive really had a better spot here, but Win or Die just too good. Presenti does find Leosh, pretty critical, goes down to the flush. But Hive, man, they had a great spot here. The Win or Die pull up, driving through that smoke. Soft cover is not going to be enough for them. And I think they're going to be able to get reset here. I think they're actually going to be able to get in and continue fighting for this one. Presenti not aggressive enough on these two knocks here. Now shots are coming in the side. He's 25 HP left. Trying to go for the first aid. Halo finds Danza here. Steals a kill away for them. Top 5. Now points are flowing in slowly. Whoa, Halo. Look at that. Pop a tire. He might actually get an angle on him.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe.
Oh, he's gonna get found here.
Doesn't even matter. He had basically the entire server shooting at him. So win or die will continue up with at least 3. In fact, they should be able to get their 4 members up. On the other side of this, Liquid just absolutely dominating Bestia here. There's really no other way to say it. At least on this side, they
Oh,
just
Rock!
dribbled them.
They got a kill.
And Rock will finish them. Yep, so Vinny will go down. Rock will eliminate. Now it is a 4-on-4-on-3. And it is Liquid that has central position and circle control.
11 kills here. 5 of them for Purdy Curdy. The shark in the water. The BRDM aquarium flowing around here with them. And now with this next circle going the way of Liquid, man. These riches. Actually, it's going to offer quite the potential fight here. If Rock does sweep south and takes out Luke, then Winner Die could take the northern control, and it could be a sandwich onto Liquid. Hello, my bad with an arm in hand as well here. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Liquid to hold both the northern and the southern side with Rock being 4 alive. Tons of bait crates also happening to be in the western side of the circle here. If Winner Die gets the north for themselves completely free, they could refurbish some of their helmets and vests eventually as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially even if Liquid to see that. Especially when I could see you going for those crates in a game and just completely greeting. I don't think Liquid would be the same type of people, so it doesn't look like they're going to do that, as they're going to wrap on the south side of this circle towards Rock. I also love how there was no rebuttal from you, Martin, because I know you would greet those crates.
Oh, yeah. Love the P9 is just too good, man. It's you got to try to get it. MG3 also, obviously.
Yeah. Mark 14 for me. That's my favorite.
It's been too nerfed. I'd say it's been too nerfed. I don't like it anymore.
It
used to be my favorite gun, but now nades come out. Team Liquid trying to fend the Rock push off.
Oh, hold on a second. Rock actually getting some healthy damage in here onto Luke. Hold Sparking! He's gonna get a double. He's gonna get the P90 and a nade knock as Luke will get the flush onto BL, and all of a sudden, what was a 4-man in Rock is just 1.
I love that they're immediately disengaging from this fight, knowing that Winner Die is going to come in from the northern side here. They want to hold on to this ridge here. They know it's extremely powerful. Now it's going to swap, actually get the barrel in hand as well. But have they given up too much space here? I'm not sure. Rock is out here. This was a home turf circle for them, and they did not get enough out of this one here, Godspeed. This should have been at least 5 kills and potentially even second or first place for them, but they got completely shot down in the hands of Liquid. 14 kills for them. What a great run. Now they're in the triple digits too. The fight for second place is on.
It's absolutely on, especially if they can win this game. Now they still have a very healthy, very strong Win or Die ahead of them as their challenge, but definitely possible. As you said, I love that they left Luke back there to make sure that the job was done on Rock. They sent these two back immediately knowing that Win or Die was going to come in for the third party. Again, that's so heads up, and that's very intelligent from such an experienced squad. And Alo is going to find Gedrox. That's actually a big knock if he can secure that kill. That brings us down to a 3-on-3. Sparking is going to find nice shots as well. Liquid is making this work.
This could be the perfect setup for Liquid. What a great game for them.
What a comeback if they can win this, Martin.
Man, that would be insane. That would put them... There's 5 more points for second place, 4 kills on Win or Die if they get all of them. That's 9 more points. That would put them on 112. Definitely, and above Twisted Minds. And we would have 3 more games to find our second place. I don't think we see anyone catching BB team. They're gonna continuously... They're gonna continuously get those 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. And yeah, then we'll see.
Yeah, they're playing smart. BB, I mean, even though they've definitely had, again, a much quieter day, but still
accumulating points here or there, as you stated, at least getting a couple kills before going out. But, you know, we'll see. I definitely don't think they're hitting that 300 or the 300 point mark. Well, that's obviously impossible, but the 200
300, they're gonna get double in 3 games.
They're just gonna get 150 points in 3 games. Totally possible. But yeah, we'll see. Either way, this is getting a lot more exciting than we initially thought after the first day, especially when it comes to the battle for the top 5. As you can see, it is fluctuating even down to the tie between VP and Mission Ready. As this has now come down, it looks like we will be going to phase 9 to let the circle do the pushing for us. But look at the knock. Alo finds Leosh again. He's going for a second. Levante runs over Sparking, and Gedrox gets Alo. Oh no, it's just down to Luke 12.
Can he make the dream come through here? Hello My Bat does so much damage to the side of it. Gedrox, Hello My Bat surely has this one closed. Now goes for it and pushes it. And that's Win or Die pushing themselves into 5th spot here. What a great game for them. Both Liquid and Win or Die here. 14 and 13 kills, Godspeed. Absolute insane mayhem. And what a set of 3 games and a combination of absolutely crazy circles we had here. I cannot believe we get the final day of the Players Masters West to start like this. This has been absolute torture for the players.
It's been torture for the players, but it's been fantastic for us. It has been just chef's kiss PUBG to watch. Liquid went on an absolute tear. Win or Die as well, coming in from the north and controlling that region. It was super fun to watch all around. More importantly, we have teams like BB not running away with it anymore. Teams like Twisted Minds falling early, which means that race for second, as you stated, is going to be that much closer. As we are done casting for the day, we're going to send it to the desk, and then after that, maybe we'll do a little switcheroo. We'll see. But James, Toby, Cammy, take it away.
Thank you very much, lads. Yes, Win or Die gets themselves a victory, snuffing out the idea of a back-to-back from Team Liquid. We'll get on Team Liquid in just a little bit's time because there's a lot to talk about there. But Win or Die coming in on the edge on the north here, as I'm joined by Toby as well as Cameron to talk about this one. So Toby, Win or Die really had to fight for this one from the north.
Yes, very much so. It was a tricky one, given the fact that they were set in not exactly the easiest of positions when this first circle came in. They were swinging the west side, backfilling effectively 4 teams when the game did take us to the south side of the river once more. But good job on them coming out of that compound in not easy fashion, but very similar to how BB played their games coming into yesterday. They were good at timing their third parties.
Yeah, I did wonder if some of our top EMEA teams were going to let it slide a little bit today because they've already had very strong performances, Cameron, but it looks like Win or Die is not going to let it go just yet. 23 points, very respectable.
Yeah, it was a really, as Toby was saying, a really, really good game played by them. Not just being able to swing in from the west, but just weather the storm from Liquid's very own ivory tower on that hilltop. I believe it was you that in the green room when we saw, what was it, phase 3, maybe 4, Liquid center of the zone. It's like, okay, it's going to be a Liquid game. And I mean, Liquid played very aggressive from that position. Kurt even went out with a BRDM for a quick moment to get a couple of run over kills. They like really wanted to play that aggressive and clean up as many kills as possible. And like that went every angle, including onto Win or Die for a couple of moments. So the fact that Win or Die could like fight through all the teams that they did, not get taken out by Liquid's high ground position, and then eventually take the game from them. Fantastic performance, putting themselves now in 5th overall.
Yeah, some interesting moves with them taking now 89 points as a position. I will say that knocks Virtus Pro down a little bit, and we were kind of number crunching backstage. It's not been a good 3 games for them at all. There's not really much to talk about there other than it's just been like, what, 1 or 2 points that they've been able to garner. All right. Yeah, exactly. All right, so have we talked about Win or Die enough for me to justify what I can do now? Looks like it, yes. The coast is clear. Team Liquid today. Oh my days. Cameron, they started the day at 61 points.
Yeah.
And they're making this insane run in just 3 games. Whoa.
There's a reason why you guys, I kept bringing up Liquid when I was floated the question of who would I think from Americas would have a chance of having a huge surge in the latter half. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think if they were able to secure this chicken dinner, then we could more realistically say maybe they have a chance of catching BB team, but I think it was Avenger that said that the BB team have been holding on just enough. It is still about like a 35 to 40 point gap between them and second place, and there's only 3 games left. But with Liquid, how they've been playing today, even with this previous chicken dinner on Tego being denied, there is momentum on their side, and we know that this team, when they are really feeling it, they can pick up some amazing points, some amazing games. And so I don't think that that's necessarily going to stop as we head over to Rondo.
I completely agree. All right, well, Toby, if you want to give your opinion on Team Liquid, you can during the commentary, because now we're going to go to a break. Sorry, mate. We are limited on time. But all right, when we return, we have got 3 more games to go. These boys are going to be casting. We're going to see if BB Team can hold on, if Team Liquid can continue on this meteoric rise that we're seeing so far. Join us right after this.
Welcome back. It's episode 3 of the Face Morph here at Masters West. I'm going to start it off with the first Face Morph.
Oh,
What is this? Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm going to start with Celtic this round.
EMEA player Nixie, NA maybe Furia player. No, I don't know.
Shrimsy, what do you got?
I'm the same. I put Nixie, and then I just threw out Roth, but that's absolutely incorrect. So
Fair. Well, you both got the first one. You noticed the side haircut of Nixie. The one you missed was tricky because he's not always been an America's player. It's Vox. That said, 1 point for each of you, so the race is still on. Let's go on to our next Face Morph. This is gonna be a good one.
the America's player, I'm gonna go with Tiggleton. No, I'm just kidding. It's me. And then again, I just threw out Mika because I don't know. It's mainly me, so I don't know who the other player is.
Maybe Ward, and Shrimsy.
Oh, wait, he cooked.
All right, he did cook. Celtic got both, Vard and Shrimsy, because Shrimsy's so egotistical, all he could see was himself. Let's keep moving down the line with our next Face Morph. Celtic, what's your answer?
maybe Kilekaye, and no NA players. I don't know.
Bestalok from EU, and then again I put Emmy.
You were correct, that is Bestalok. And the second, the America's player, is Draft King.
Krafton.
Oh. Next time you see him, you will recognize those eyes. Next, Face Morph. Sorry.
It's Chris for sure. Again, the NA player. I'm gonna throw out Emmy again. You know, who knows?
Yeah. You are taking the just name him for everything strategy. And
yeah,
I like that.
yeah. I'll admit, I'm about to hit at some point.
It's Chris and Alo.
The answer is it's Chris. You both got that. One of my favorite pictures of all time. The other is Kraken. That does mean it's 1 point for each of you. Going to our last Face Morph. Let's see if you can nail these 2 legends of PUBG Esports.
That guy has a lot of brain and aim.
Right? This guy looks like the kind of IGL you don't want to meet in a dark alley. I'm gonna start with you, Celtic. Last chance, redemption time. What do you got?
One NA player Tigi, EU player Botulins.
I also have Botulins at there.
You are both correct, and both of you get 2 points, making our final score 15-18, and your Face Morph champion for PUBG Masters West is Shrimsy. Thanks, guys, for watching this episode of Face Morph, and hopefully we'll see more of you in the future.
After Takeout, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart. 2. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fair. Every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Not that many teams left alive due to the terrain in between these compounds here. Man in the J compound and VP. Man actually managed to get this one coming their way. Foot as well is going to have another time to survive. VP is going to have to make a move here. Potentially going to be pushing on to win or die. Let's see what Nixie does. He does try to scout. A lot of information is going to be flowing through to him. He's going to go back to this dip here. Let's see if he can make an opening here, James.
Yeah, decent timing from it. Still Link's AMR in hand. Oh, actually, that was the AWM. Never mind. Sorry. From Nixie. Very nicely done. As we have ourselves singing its song across the Battlegrounds. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to do this, very well done. Win or Die tried to delay their push with a flash nade, and it did subvert the movement for a second, but now VP's feeling this. They're going very aggressive on it.
Too aggressive though for Ibiza. Hello, my bad. Finds some flushes coming through too. Lukaru's shooting the links. EP gets flushed out. Losing a player at this point here is not good. Luka trying to swing around. Finds Presenti with Nixie's support on the side. Now down to just Hello, my bad. Shots are coming in. Armor-piercing rounds being hurled towards Hello, my bad here. Not connecting just yet though. Shoot the footsies. Not connecting either.
Have you ever been in a BRDM and had it die to a Lynx AMR?
No, fortunately not.
It instantaneously evaporates. It is ridiculous. All right, welcome back to Masters West. We have only 3 more games remaining to determine who is going to become our champion. I think some people have their suspicions. However, maybe we'll see the God Run occur here in these next 3 games. And I've got Avenger and Godspeed to join me here so far. Do you think that the God Run could potentially occur, Godspeed, since you've got God in your name?
No relation, by the way, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible for the God Run to come through, especially with BB kind of sliding right these last couple games. Now there are still 3 games. I'll say this: if they happen to slip up again in this game and they don't get a lot of points, I think it's very possible. In fact, maybe. I think it's likely.
Ooh, the moving goalpost not moving so much. All right, well, before we get to our next game, we have to attribute the funniest people and give them potential G-Coin, probably G-Coin since they've already won, and look at some of their May-Mays here and see if they can make the talent laugh, which is important. I'm very excited to see if we can have it occur. We not only had a laugh track, but also the cha-ching. All right, well, here's the first one submitted by OneJulian022, which is, okay, they like suppressors. Actually, you know what? I like the loadout.
It's the setup, right? I think that's what really matters here. Is it gonna make me laugh? Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry.
Crickets.
I'm just gonna laugh at you guys. Although I'm a WWE fan, so you know what this meme usually
As
gets
am
me.
I get it. I get it.
I love the Vince memes, but yeah, it's we gotta step up here. But still,
a little passe as well. Might wanna move on from Vince. So
yes, actually, yeah, maybe. All right, when
this one's actually good. This is an old one, but this one's good. This is.
I've never seen this. Is this an old one?
The screenshot's been around for literal years, a long time.
How have I never seen this?
You can
What
see
the
the
hell?
minimap is also super old. It's like old,
Oh, yeah.
the whole US very old.
Even the numbers on the 5 and like on the ammo count, but yeah, this this one's good. Well done, Kiyoshi-san. Kiyoshi-san. Yes.
Well done there, Godspeed. All right, well, good meme actually worked. Let's see if somebody else can be able to subvert that meat.
Wait, that's me driving Frost and Calaris. Oh, what the hell?
It's Retromoo again, and actually, this is. Wait, what on earth is going on here? I was focusing on the guy at the front. What's happening on the wall at the back? What is this?
Did you see just split himself on the barrier, just landing?
See, there's 2 crates on the bottom. That's 2 deaths, and one guy surviving. I like that. And you can see the kill feed, old kill feed 2 Korean as well, but it's some deaths happening here. I like it. It's good. PUBG meme.
These are better than last time.
Yeah.
It's good. This one's solid.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we'll take it. I see that they've pulled out the big guns for me and you, Avenger, because if it was going to be us at Masters West EMEA, that would have been a disaster. I think those were terrible.
No, it's gotta pull up some greater memes here for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, here. From Sampai.
We gotta see what. King Tano kiss.
Okay.
It's when
I like
C4
this meme.
is getting let out. I like the dog, the eyes, yes, the utter look of despair and confusion.
The Vietnam callback, yeah. Actually, Vietnam's dying in one. This is bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you sure? That's
abandoned ship. Abort mission.
I'm laughing at James to be clear, but we'll give it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's James right now.
Good to hear from you again. I will say this though: we are missing the C4 from yesterday. That'll be that's the missing piece in the top right.
True.
Yeah. True. Yeah, I suppose so. What you want a helicopter? Oh,
I mean, there is a helicopter in that picture.
We should move on. C4 full wipe. Martin.
Oh, right, from yesterday. Sorry, I thought you wanted a helicopter put in the game. I was misreading this completely.
No. I wanted the full wipe from Arctic yesterday on the Erangel game, the fields. Put that full wipe, top right corner. Then you have one in each corner. Boom, boom, boom. It's good.
All right, well, I've ended my career with this one. Let's move on to the next one. And
with that in mind, what's next?
This
one's actually
great Photoshop. Oh my goodness.
Why are they so much better than last
the
time?
biggest prize. Holy, look at that.
Bloomy is damn good.
That's huge.
The Tasca. Well done.
He's gonna hate that. That's the best part about this. He's gonna hate that.
Really gonna hate that. Someone tag him. Can we get the main PUBG Esports to tweet this and tag him?
Do you think that's easy? Do you think that's Corexy next to him trying to tell him to calm down?
Do you think all Finns look like that? Well, yeah, probably telling him to calm down.
Best one so far. Best one so far. I like it when you get Photoshop effort. Oh my god.
DRDM and a symbol.
It's a hi-hat. Why?
Hi-hat, excuse me.
I'm confused. What's happening? Is it crashes into things? No, that would be a crash symbol.
Yeah.
As a drummer, I'm bemused. What's happening?
Oh, BRDM. That's the hi-hat goes. BRDM.
Oh, like a budum. BRDM.
You know what? This was a triple-digit IQ meme here, and for the guys
one
in
is
the desk, we're only double-digit IQ. We're not clever enough to get this off the bat. I like it. That's great. This is great. Great effort.
Shut up, Avenger. It would be a crash symbol if it was budum. Anyway, whatever. That's the pedantic.
A little too highbrow for my small brain, but I like the effort. User 1337, who has won multiple things at this point. Well done, thank you.
Exactly. Even though I was slow, it was still better than last couple of weeks. So good job. Sure. Do we have any more?
I think we do.
We don't.
Yeah.
Oh, good one, production. Yeah, well done. You win some G coins, Sam and Jason. All right, well, that's our first 3 games done. And thank you very much for your submissions, actually. These were not as bad as I thought they were going to be, which is delightful, to say the least. Next up, we're going to Rondo here to round out what could be the God Run from some of our teams. And let's not beat around the bush here for a second. Actually, Team Liquid has been on a spectacular run. I brought it up in the previous segment, Avenger, with the boys, but it's really impressive to see that this team that we know has so much capability, so many second places on international stages as well, they're back, baby. They're banging things out today.
Yeah, I always love to see a Team Liquid comeback here, and even considering that their first game was a 10th place and a kill, right? It was kind of nuts. But they had a 22 kill or 22-point win and a how much was it? It was 19 points here last game, right? So 40 plus points in 2 games. Obviously massive for them to kind of jump into this here. So huge. Our 4th team joining the triple digits is good to see here. But still, Twisted Minds lacking on those placement points, but they're still fragging on the kills. That's really the question. Who's going to be able to close it out? Also, this was Liquid's 2nd win, and also good to see that. Winner Dice also their 2nd win. They also won on Miramar yesterday, so that's massive.
That is massive, as you say. All right, well, let's get into Ready to Rondo. We've got it coming here as we've got Godspeed to take us through what we're seeing. What's going on here, Godspeed?
Well, if you look out the left side of the airplane, you'll see Hung Xuan, as well as a very southern plane path as we now move towards the middle of this plane path. Very south, actually. Very south. That was a terrible job. I apologize for everyone who had to endure that.
Fine.
But especially talking about Liquid and the top four, really. I mean, yes, BB Team's still in a league of their own, but Liquid making that push up now in the triple digits. You still have Na'Vi, who have been rigorously hunting kills, and I absolutely love that about them. They are not shy about looking for these third parties and going for the points. And then we have Twisted, who have not have a great day today. In fact, their start has been less than great, which means that they now have some ground to make up. So again, Rondo is a very interesting map just because of how much playable area there actually is. Water really isn't a factor as it is in other maps, and it gives these teams much more room to rotate. That being said, everyone is pretty much splitting off from each other.
Yeah.
Very, very neutral, I'd say, drop with such a southern plane.
I would expect the more teams to get closer to each other with this plane path here, and we even get a I'm just gonna call it. It's a west test track finish here, maybe bamboo south side. It's gonna be a very classic one here. But the saddest thing for me that now that we're on our last online cast of the year potentially here is that we didn't get another bongo from James. So I have a request. Once we finish this game here, you're gonna have to pull it out, James.
Yeah, I'm gonna request that as well.
Okay. I may or may not pull out my bongos at the end of this. We'll see. All right. For now, though, we're heading over to the commentators so we can make Avenger not talk about that. As we have got Cammy as well as Toby to bring you this one.
And other than James Bongos, I want to see a run to overtake BB Team. There is still a gap. We've talked about it on the desk already, but at the caliber of teams that we have, Liquid, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds, we've seen all three of them have some fantastic performances, some of them like quite back-to-back. And BB Team, they've slowed down considerably since their very first day. With only 3 games left, it's going to be incredibly difficult, but still possible.
Definitely. I was looking through some individual player stats coming into this game, and I find it pretty insane, to be honest. I mean, we talk about how well Na'Vi as a team has done yesterday and today, but individually, Hakatori currently has 2,000 more damage done than anyone behind him. He's in first place with over 7,100 done so far. That is completely, I mean, insane considering the amount of skill mechanically we have on this server. For him to sit on an island of his own that far ahead of literally everyone else, I think is completely insane.
Early pickup coming out from Win or Die. They did drop early from the map. But they want to hit the center of the zone quite quick for themselves. Fury have already taken that positioning. Yeah, I mean, they have to. That's where the circle is, isn't it?
No, but I should have been more specific, I suppose. They usually land hard north, Win or Die on Rondo, but obviously the plane path didn't really allow for it. So I would actually not be surprised to see them go all the way, maybe not right on, but up on the roads north of the river. To get cars up there, knowing that no one would have gone up there because of the plane path. Go all the way up there, get yourself vehicles, and then come in from the side of the circle that you're used to playing in from. And there's also the chance they're just going to drop down the middle, but we can see it too. I mean, there's really not a whole lot to try and contest in the center of the circle. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and go for something hard north, just because that's where they're usually playing from. And they are well aware, given the plane path, that there shouldn't be a whole lot of teams up there.
Yeah, no, that actually seems to be a very obvious play, not like in the sense that just like, yeah, why not? Like there's no reason not to do any of that. Maybe not even go all the way to Ryan to grab some vehicles. That stretch of road north of Bamboo, basically between Stadium and the river, that river bridge to the east, south of Muhopan, like you should be able to find some vehicles around there. They wouldn't necessarily know how clear that is, but it is certainly a good educated guess to expect it to be relatively open, especially again with how early they're taking this E pickup. It's close to 5 minutes, so most teams are already on the rotate, but the ones who have moved towards the center were already close to the center, and so it's these sort of timings that these top-level teams, we expect them to have it nailed down.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty much regardless of where this game takes us, for Win or Die, I mean, yes, okay, you could just hop down into a center compound now and maybe catch 9 and be lucky with that, but if you don't get to do that, you are in an area of the map where if you don't have vehicles, you are done for. Like, they need cars. They need to bring
Right.
in vehicles. You can't just hop into a compound and pray that all the circles keep coming your way, or that you get pulled up on, kill all of them, and then get their cars. You need vehicles, and I think that's why, as we're seeing now, Win or Die actually traversing the entire circle to come out on the north side.
Yeah. BB team throwing up a neat pickup of their own as we put our eyes on Virtus Pro. No fights have happened on Rondo just yet, but we saw VP get approached a touch by Rock Esports, who have had a bit of a, shall we say, quiet day for themselves. They tend to be pretty low-key like a couple of other teams, but unlike teams like BB Team, even teams from their region like Toyo, they haven't had nearly the same level of success here at this tournament.
But you know what? Where Rock has only gotten 14 points today, Virtus Pro has only gotten 2. So maybe they are a good, evenly matched set of teams here coming into what could and most likely will be the first fight of the day. It's happening on the very southern side of the circle. You see Beamy actually shooting towards the south right now, but it might just be a ruse. As Falcons now open up towards Slam G, that's way outside circle as well.
Kickstart should have had that, but gets answered back by Mogor. Instantly flushed as well. Falcons, for their own run today, they've been struggling. A lot of issues in the early game fights and just getting knocked when, you know, maybe not always necessarily having the advantage that we saw Kickstart have right there, but just not able to get their feet under them and become the Falcons that we expect to see usually. And Shrimsy trying to trade some shots back way of Slam G, but they're not in a position to instantly trade. Slam G have the reins in this fight. They can go and continue in this, but it's not in the zone. So there's also a little bit of incentive to just try and back away. But it looks like they are going to stick around at least for a little bit.
You try and get the element of surprise. You try and get a point with it. Now that you didn't, it's like, guys, is it really worth sticking around here? Like, we don't have good info anymore. Let's just, like, every advantage that we had coming into this is gone. And as you're saying, we still have to traverse 2 kilometers to the circle. Let's just wait around, see if they leave, get the chip, and then get back to safety. And I think right now, yes, they want these kills, but they also arguably even more so want to get Slam G to leave so they can just get the risen kick and leave here. But Slam G ain't moving. Finds one boosting out of the water, finds the second, and just like that, for sticking around a bit too long, Falcons pay the ultimate price.
Really good collapse by Slam G. Really good surround by them. They answered this. I don't know how much information that they had going into that engagement, but just their response once they got the kill on the Kickstart was really, really well done. We also did see for a brief moment Liquid and Furia still fighting over that central position. Furia actually losing a member even if they were there before Liquid left their position at Stadium. And then now eyes back on Virtus Pro. There's been a bit of a tease of a fight happening here. Santastico should be able to play this position safe. We know that the third-person perspective especially should be giving them an advantage and making sure that players like Corexi couldn't be able to approach for free.
Yeah, also it's just too dangerous. But then again, if you sit still in the open, then everything that Cam just said can just be wiped off the board. Because Corexi will hit those.
Right. Got caught out like that. Not a good look. Not doing the wall licking like you would expect.
Yep.
And instantly Virtus Pro are going to be collapsing on top of this and stealing this position away. Really good response. Overshot a little bit, but it's fine. No harm, no foul, right?
Yep,
right?
There you go. I mean, he's going to be fine.
There are some people shooting from different. I think Toyo taking some shots. We have Alcancia also mortaring onto this position. So despite this being in the early game, VP are under a lot of fire. I mean, with how wide of a spread they're at, they were kind of, not to victim blame, kind of asking for it, but at the same time, this is a bit of a tricky situation and good on them to all consolidate.
You know what? I absolutely love this play because not only do they, try and mortar Beamy to get a point off of it, but they scare him off and instantly the rest of the team is there to take this position away from them. So extremely smart playing here, engaging with the artillery bombardment from a distance first and then following up with the foot soldiers. Smart play on Alcacia to claim that position.
Interesting for Virtus Pro, they're not even at that tower that they just took away from Rock Esports. They're in an interesting dip, and I wonder if that's going to come back to bite them later on this game as we see more, shall we call them footsies, between a couple of different teams, just teasing shots. We have a couple of seconds left before phase 1 is done, and we see phase 2. Will this be a test track? Ooh, test track dead center. It's not even the west of test track, at least not yet. Great for Twisted Minds, great for Na'Vi. These are two teams that are trying to chase BB team. We'll see how many points they can get. It's always a question of, if you're in the center, do you really get that many kills? I think on Rondo, considering how open the area and the space around them, there should be quite a few potential victims for them to grab.
You'd have to imagine Liquid could be the next ones on the chopping block here, pulling up on Furious compound. But Furious in a wide split as well, and currently in a 3-1 at that. So Kursin all on his own. They're down to 2 on the opposite side already. As the one shot comes through, the no counterplay gun proves fruitful once more as Purdy falls, but a trade should be possible. Now the team is here.
Ooh, that's a good molly. Push Alo away from that angle to try and hold, to try and defend. Sparking though, swinging on in. Grabs Gizera, old teammates. Saying goodbye to an X. But now Alo goes down to Kawazine, and now Liquid, they are only coming in from one side. But a self-molly onto Gizera, that is not a good look for Furia. Alo is getting finished, though. Liquid going to have to fight back, not just to secure this position, but then potentially what they can do for the blue chip revives.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Worst type of fight you can have between these two teams right now is it's back and forth, knocks across the board. Right now, Luke, all that remains of Team Liquid, and can you even get out here? Can you get your teammates back on their feet? He's trying, going for one, as he now has to default all for that one as well. As Win or Die, they came in from the hard north, they finally got their vehicles, and now they should have themselves a pretty clean claimed compound here. There you go.
Whoa. Aggressive crash. And Brex also in the sky for some reason of Ascend overlooking this whole fight. This isn't even a central position. I suppose this is just such a powerful spot that is nowhere near test track, and these teams are, I don't know, maybe they're going for a fight to try and avoid the overwatching eyes of teams like Twisted Minds, teams like Na'Vi, or also just hoping that it is going to pull away, and this would be a strong position. But let's see what Ascend can do. They are quite spread themselves. Again, just referencing how open Rondo is. Always got to worry about getting third party. And in fact, Chris is looking behind him to catch Rello driving around.
I think the main thing with this is that it's the first point of entry to the circle for all these teams that came in from the west, right? So since you don't want to send it into test track, and since everything that isn't test track is either open hill or an open field down south, this really is the only area of the map you can fight for. You could make the argument that Alcacea's position down towards the south of here could be fought over as well, but with all the commotion being here and all the sharks smelling the blood in the water, they're all looking here for some extra 3 points.
Couple of BZ grenades thrown to Furia, but Chris also tries to light Win or Die up. Grenades being thrown in, more utility, and I think Win or Die, they're actually in the building with Furia right above them. They are focused, they are committed on taking these last few members out. And if they can come out of this with 4 up, Win or Die, they'll be in a relatively good position to try and make a continued run into this round. They already had a really good game previously, trying to follow up as best as they can here.
Yes, Ken. I like the idea. Maybe we get the explosion with the nade there as well. Levante, though, seeing that nade come through mid-air, able to get downstairs and not take any damage from it. So this one, I think, for now, is going to stall a bit more as Ascent are able to kind of cut off both the teams here. Poser does get taken down now. They know they have a 4v1 issue. Is now this area's outside circle. So how much do you value trying to claim this one now as the gas can finally is exploded? Levante and Getrox both hurt by it.
Ooh, McCon out, running outside, Kawazine able to hold on, but instantly traded by Layosh. The 1v4 shut down before too much was able to come up from mid. Win or Die, they only had one knock against them. As you said, though, this position is no longer in the zone. The circle centered on up, rather. Test track, dead center now. I really hope that we continue to go that direction. We don't have any hardships because, I mean, I don't know about you. I haven't seen a game that's ended directly in test track, at least in quite a while. And it does create a challenge for BB team. They got to find some way to come on in. But Roth dropped down to 34 HP. Make that 0. This is certainly a good start. I imagine they're going to try and maybe continue on through, but playable positions are already quite limited, despite this being only phase 3.
I was just going to say, I mean, BB is notorious for always staying edge for as long as they can. So whenever you see them make a play like this, where they just bomb it center, you know that's because they're really a whole lot more to try and claim. They've got to get in here. But as you see, too, they want to get into test track, but also while being there, they want to be out on the edge of it too. So even when in cities, they still try and cater to the edge play style. But for now, of course, they have to hunker down in the exact position they just took away from Rob and see if they can somehow play this spot.
Chris taking some extended shots. And now Cowboy. Where are QAD playing from? They are so split. They are so separated. And a second... Oh,
They're just maintaining space, I think. I don't necessarily mind it. They were pretty split early on as well, and trying to maintain as much of that space as possible. But now you see Toyo coming in on one side, you have Winner Die still on the other, and Ascent pulling right in the north. So danger here becomes for Alcazia that, as you say, I mean, it worked to be split earlier, but now they might be split a bit too thin.
Cowboy, I wonder how tempted he is by the E-pickup. Does he know that the E-pickup balloon is right on the other side of that mountain? Will the mountain block the E-pickup as well? That's another concern that I had once I saw that balloon go in the sky. You can't actually get body blocked by buildings, by terrain, when you first get dragged up with the helicopter.
Would be kind of fun though. They do get they get pulled up along the side, maybe some scraped elbows as they fly off into the air. Curious to see where they're gonna go. All of Neok's factory proper is actually completely free, but for the second time in this game, Win or Die will take to the sky, and where they're planning on going down. Regardless of where they do though, there should be a fight happening as soon as they land, maybe even before.
Rex barely alive. Win or Die, they're going dead center. Losing Halamai bad in the sky, but I think the rest are hitting the ground and able to get into hard cover. So honestly, not a bad result.
That's a good play. Yeah,
Multiple E-pickups. Yeah, no vehicles. I think this is a really, really good spot. It is, I think, dead center.
Yeah. I mean, if you make that play, imagine having to do that in cars. The fact that you get there and only lose one, that's I think you consider that a win in terms of rotations. The issue is now the circle is going to shift out once more. You can see Alcazia actually. Did he go over and get... Did Relo get Roth's blue chip? He might just have, and there's still time enough left that he could go for a res. But we'll see how they opt to play it. Again, SlamG and Toyo still on that southern side. If Alcazia can come out victorious, or at least force SlamG or Toyo into test track proper, they have an incredible position from that southwest side.
Yeah, this is such a tricky game to play. I think the teams, like, you can either go for kills or go for survivability. I don't think there's really any position that you can try and take to then get both a huge number of kills and guarantee, or at least close to guarantee yourself, a top placement position. The teams coming in from the east, coming in through test track, like Twisted Minds. Trying to survive this is a nightmare, and what's even worse is seeing who just took two of their members out. They just fed some points to BB Team, the team that they are trying to overtake, the team that they are trying to chase and to overcome.
Yep, and that's exactly why BB went early. They know that eventually everyone's going to have to come this way, so might as well come instead early. We might not get enough points initially, but eventually they will all come. And if you can continue what they just did there, they're looking real good to come up victorious in this game as well. As fights continue around the outskirts of test track, now it's Bestia coming in on the high ground, up on the track proper, as they fly off the side. Okay, I guess that's a rotation.
Quick rotation. It doesn't avoid everything, but it's surely avoided a lot. Quite a bit of damage coming from BBT. At the end, it's actually going to be Cowboy with the first knock against them. Finally, a DraftKing, and now Vinny goes down. While Ascend, bit of a weird fight between them and Hive here on the north, with Mission Ready as a third-party attendee to this engagement. Oh, Dante, even out in the blue, still coming on top, leaves it just out to Haniko.
Yeah, Hive were a bit indecisive in where they wanted to approach this circle from, so in the end they collapsed on the western side, realizing they have Ascent in a split position, and now it's just Aniko left alive. You can smoke once more, but I'm not sure this rest is going to be possible. I say that, but you might actually be allowed to get this one through.
You just got to try it. You just got to send it.
Yep.
It's in the name. Ascend. And now Aniko heard the footsteps, but didn't expect the secondary angle. Presenti drops him down. Now it's all into Brex. Popping through the vehicle. Wins the fight. Now the Blues coming in. 9 HP. Oh, no. Looking to take the fight against the pushing member of Hive, but they get annihilated. Ascend. Hive come out on top, but they're going to be limping into the zone.
Yeah, an ugly fight for both the teams. Hive do come out victorious, though, able to stay put. As we go back for a second to Alcazia, who, again, I mean, they've been able to maintain their space on the western side. It's just Toyo here now. SlamG on the struggle bus out there on the west as well did get eliminated. And again, if Alcazia Garcia can maintain this space between them and Toyo. They're looking solid, even more so now. Relo in a good circle position, and Die and Cowboy. I keep looking their way. They have effectively half the circle to play around right now.
Yeah, but there's a reason why no one's contested them before. There's really nothing there. That's why I think Relo's position is very key, trying to beat a forward anchor. Do we want to call it that? Terms and roles in PUBG are very amorphous. But Nixie, a Panzer, deals some damage to the lot here. This is the one risk of win or die's position. It is so collected, so concentrated, that explosive utility could just ruin all of them in a single usage.
Look at Rogues proning down, hoping that Mission Ready doesn't spot him on transition, but they have their eyes elsewhere. They need to do the full loop of test track, get over on the side, inside circle. Are they just going to set up shop here up high? I think they might, and you know what? I'm not against this play at all. No one is up on the high ground to really contest him right now. Looks good. Toyo and Na'Vi now in the meantime towards that southern side. Na'Vi had to flex out eventually. They're doing so now, but with a lot of casualties going their way. It's just extends on his feet right now. Could potentially get one up, but as you can see on the opposite side here, Cam, Toyo ain't in a position to really do a whole lot about it either.
Oh no, and then in the picture-in-picture, Mission Ready, they're getting bombarded by BB team on the low ground. It's falling apart for a lot of the teams here. Na'Vi, they got the res on the Hackatory, but it's still only 2 of them left standing. Utility being thrown in onto Benya, who I think might be the last member remaining for Toyo. Hackatory is going to be watching over that, making sure that the revive doesn't come in from the side of Toyo as Sosek gets revived. If Na'Vi can stay as 3, which with this grenade is going to confirm it. If they can stay up as 3, we could still see a really solid run.
I mean, given how chaotic that fight was, the fact that Na'Vi comes out with 3 alive is pretty darn impressive. We'll see how much more they can make of this game as win or die, fighting off Virtus Pro, at least trying to, but struggling right now as Beamy and Lukarux push through together. Able to get 1, get 2, but Leosh not shut down just yet. Will take Lukarux down in return.
1 left, and around the corner swings Beamy. They're also going to be surviving S3 Virtus Pro as Mission Ready to back up S4. More utility being thrown in, including deployable cover. Not going to get the Goomba stop that I think BB were perhaps hoping for, assuming they tossed that one down, though they could have easily been dropped by Mission Ready to just get some more cover from the south, because we have shots from Bestia, as well as even Twisted Minds.
I mean, for right now, Mission Ready needs to try and prone things out as best as they can. They are being helped down below BB down to just Molotov, but smokes are being deployed, and reses could potentially come through. You can see they really want to get rid of them. If they could get the final kill, they could effectively jump off and take over their position, or at least try to, because right now, Twisted Minds, they still have 1 player of high tech sample. Honestly, both of them here, Perfect X2, just exactly able to spot them. And once those smokes fade out, you'd have to imagine that they're done.
Yeah, making sure Perfectix that he's going to blow that vehicle up. Mission Ready, they have very little cover. Oh, is that going to smack him? I think it flies up and over. It doesn't get the crush that they were, well, preying on. But now they have to focus on Virtus Pro. The circle does hard shift to the northwest. It's looking, I don't know who this looks good for at all. I think this just looks bad across the board.
I mean, Hive is chilling right now. If VP realizes this and they wrap hard north on this, they could have been for a good spot too. Dancing has a ridge line. It's actually exactly where Roth went down earlier in the game. Has a ridge line there to work around where you can see effectively the entire circle. So as long as you keep your southwest clear, they're in a very, very good spot. But Alcacia, 2, if they can do something here, would be smart. We are seeing VP do exactly what I just said. Try and wrap north around on this one. I like their approach to this circle as Na'Vi do get eliminated.
Survived Toyo, but couldn't survive much longer than that. Twisted Minds, 3 kills for them, only 2 standing. It's going to be a tricky finish for them if they want to really get enough points to, again, just keep that BB Team Challenge storyline going forward. Mission Ready still have 4 up. That is absolutely insane. And now that the high ground from Nox Factory to the east and the southeast has been taken care of, I think we're going to start to see them get further activated here.
PP Team dodging and weaving all the util coming their way as now. I mean, you leave yourself hidden from one, opens you up to another position. PP Team down to just 1 now. Once again, a doozy trying to make something happen here. As Twisted Minds try to now jump on up. Are they aware that they have... Oh, just not high enough. Not a US. Unlucky. But I'm not sure I mean, they must be aware that Bestia is up here too, because they were the ones shooting at them earlier.
Flood almost gets taken out by the falling crate, but it is going to get confirmed, I imagine, by Mission Ready. Yeah, Michael's going to make sure that that player is down. Bestia have just one player remaining, trying to hide close to the center. Very scary situation for a lot of players here. I mean, you see Kurexi just proning behind a vehicle. Like, who knows, who even has control here other than Mission Ready? And they don't even have great sight lines immediately below them, so that's the only place of cover. And now we can also see QAD, they have 4 kills so far. They've been able to hold on to quite a bit of the circle. No one's challenged them just yet, and now with the blue closing at their back, they have more space to play with, more freedom to play with.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You ask who has control here. Again, Hive and Alcacia being on the outside of that fence right now is a prime position. No one can really contest them. They have to look at the teams right next to each other, and well, that's all taking place. They can see, as we're seeing right here, they can just sit and shoot at literally anyone they want to without any real threat of being shot back at.
Still peppering Mission Ready. I think Mission Ready might have just lost their first member after all of those knocks. It was only going to be a matter of time. Blue takes example out. Twisted Minds trying to find a way through. We saw Perfectix get that great knock onto Beamy, but Curex is going to be here with the res.
Wow.
And just wasn't enough to stop the blue from really pushing them out of position, out in the open. Perfectix trying to find some cover, trying to find somewhere. Covering fire from Mission Ready isn't going to be enough. It's actually going to be Snakers. I lied, not QAD. Snakers that finds the last member of Twisted Minds. Top 4 confirmed. But very few kills across the board again, just because of how chaotic this round has been from start to finish.
I do love the fact that it's 6 through 8, though. That's still alive in this game. And then you have Hive down at the bottom. Probably won't change too much. But for VP, Mission Ready, and Alcacia, they were the ones with a pretty big gap up to the teams in the top. Regardless of who comes out victorious here, that gap will be mitigated by quite a bit. And if we spread the points out a little bit, we could have multiple teams getting closer to the 100-point mark. So nice to see that even if first place in that race is done for, we have a lot of teams in contest for well, effectively the top 5 spots outside of number 1.
Pants are still available here for Mission Ready. Blind throw.
YOLO.
Might as well use all the tools that you have. They're going to be running out of storage space, and they know they got to leave this high ground. At this moment, they are just looking for every single kill they can get. Let's see what this Lynx can do. Eyeing for a headshot, eyeing for just some sort of helmet.
They have to
click on. They have vehicles, so, I mean, perhaps they could send it up to the north and try and do some quick wrap around Hive. The problem is getting off of this, this high ground road. I don't think it's going to slope out in a safe enough manner until you get deep into the blue.
And the majority of the
jumping off this position with parachutes is just... That sounds really, really scary.
What you would do in that sense, given, I mean, and that's where a third person becomes a bit advantageous, right? Because you can see a lot even if you're stood in the smoke, is that you throw a smoke on yourself, throw a smoke on the low ground. This helps a lot as well. Throw a smoke high, throw one low, and hope that they don't hit you in the transition when you're jumping off the cliff. Off the, well, track.
Look at Relo's moves. QAD extending back out. Relo eyes on Hive. The rest of QAD can focus on Mission Ready as Virtus Pro have been eliminated. Michael goes down to the blue. The timing is just a touch late, but look at the space they're able to find. Dante goes down to Relo. This is great opening for Mission Ready to overtake this hilltop. At least grab a big chunk of it. One more member of Hive remaining to the northwest. And here comes Cowboy swinging on through.
I like this play, but those Presenti deny him the opportunity to make a good play here. I think they had thought that Hive would do a better job at fending off against Mission Ready. But now it's Alcacia up close here. I like this proactive play. They knew that they couldn't let them get full ridgeline control because they would just be sat on the fields in a tough position. So now they play all the way up on the ridgeline, take the fight to the home ground of Mission Ready.
Presenti is the big question mark here in this engagement because D and Cowboy, despite being on the low ground, it's still enough of a position to kind of remove Mission Ready's full freedom on this hilltop, especially with Relo playing anchor behind that rock. But the circle has gone back to the east. This is about as hard of a hardship as you can expect on Phase 8. But Mission Ready's position not quite in the zone. No one's really in the zone. No one's really at that ending point. It's going to be smack dab on that road that teams are going to be fighting for positioning over, but no one wants to go there first just because the cover is so non-existent.
Yeah. And I mean, for Alcacia, that's also part of the reason why they're here. They have actively pushed to the northern side of where the game is going to end. They're just sat here. They're a roadblock. They don't need to go anywhere. They just need to sit here, wait for Mission Ready to come their way. Presenti's going to try and make a run for it. They had space to maneuver. Now there's really none of that left as he's doing a good job dodging and weaving. Snaker's not able to find the flush, but you would have to imagine that he's going to be done for in a second. But no, he actually made it inside circle.
Okay, wait, those trees in front of him, I think, are inside the zone, and that is a big thorn in the side of Mission Ready. It means that they cannot focus on QAD, not just yet. They need to have at least one person, eyes behind them, to take care of Hive, and this just means that QAD can just keep the noose tightened on the throats of Mission Ready. QAD might win this one purely by default.
I mean, they've just played an overall incredibly good game from the early game, spreading out thin on the western or central circle. Then when they get shifted out on the edge, their understanding of playing that southwest side, forcing Slam G and Toyo down south, taking the fight to Na'Vi, and then here in the end game, knowing when to rock up on this this hillside to force out Mission Ready or force their backs up against the blue. They've played from a macro perspective an incredibly good game. Alcacia, that is.
And you can just tell that no utility is left because these are easy grenades to throw from either side. Redlow comes in.
They have 3. Yeah.
They have a couple of frags left. And they're trying to make sure that Mission Ready are very consolidated. Ooh. A good one, good damage, no knock. Second one deals just a touch less. And Bizzler down to about 15. Ooh. Third time's the charm, all left down to Snakers, and this is the dinner bell for QAD to run on over. Wow. Snakers is able to find one final kill, one final placement onto Hive, but it is QAD, the victors of Rondo in day number 3.
Again, from a macro perspective, Alcacia just played a blinder of a game. They had some really, really tough decisions to make through this match of how to collapse on some of their splits, of how to try and force teams off their edges of the circle. But I think what they did here is effectively take a page out of the playbook of BB Team Day 1, see what they did that was successful, and copy it to the best of their ability. Really good edge play from Alcacia here.
Yeah. And they were on thin ice because of how open that space was. After they lost Roth, I thought surely, who's the next to go down? Is it going to be Rello on that extended position? I mean, really, all 3 of them were extended positions, but they survived just enough. Might have been a bit lower of a kill count for this victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. We got 2 more games left, everyone. We're going to go back to the desk and set up for the final 2 matches, both on Erangel.
Yes, thank you, boys. It feels like an unbelievably important win here for Alcacia, considering we've seen them so many times in late game in the last 3 days. However, they've not been able to round it out. But this time, Avenger, this time, they've been able to take the big one.
Yeah, finally be able to close one out here. And also with the kills to boot, I like that. We've been asking for it. We want to see the kills, but the control that they had on that southern side really paid off, man. They were playing it smart. They were playing with control. And again, they knew that the teams off the track had to come off to them, and they tried to farm as much as they could from that. So a lot of second places, a lot of third places, and a little bit of a slower day too, but they've come back here, and it's good to see. I think it's 3 second places and 3 third places that they had before they managed to get this win.
Yeah, gotta give Godspeed the props here because America's showing up Alcacia and the Mission Ready International Alliance as well at second place. So as they were coming off the top of the test track, it was a nice little spot for them to play out from.
Yeah, of course, the America's doing well is all because of me, so thank you for that,
correct.
Brief bit of recognition. But yeah, Alcacia, again, Martin said it best. They did kind of struggle a bit yesterday, even today a bit, but this was the win that they needed to find that consistency again. I'm hoping they can continue this in the next game, because again, even if they don't win, which they're not going to at this point, looking at BB Team continuing to get a couple points here or there, I still think that will be BB's title, but they can absolutely still battle for the positions underneath them, and they should, especially going into PGS. Right, this is amazing practice for both of those teams actually, who will be heading to PGS after this.
Yeah, for sure. Excited to see how everything's going to fare there as a whole. I think a decent game as well for Virtus Pro Avenger, which we were criticizing just before these previous games. Really not many points at all today, but 9 on the board keeps them alive for potential podium.
Yeah, could also put them to be close within that second place, third place, I should say here. The podium could be good, but the triple digits should be happening soon. Oh, look at that. It's going to be happening very close. Look at that.
I don't know. Navi's close. In 2 games, that's a lot more doable than I thought.
Stop. But I will say this, though. From 5th to 8th, it's only 2 points difference, guys. We have a tie as well from Alcacia and Winner as well. That's a lot of chunk of change that's going to change if you're 8th or 5th place. And also, even with a few 2 good games here, you could take over 4th place.
You know, no, Avenger. I'm on the Godspeed optimism train here.
Okay,
if Navi, let's be real.
Okay.
No. If Navi suddenly got like 20 points in the next game, suddenly your argument about what happened in that last game completely changes. No,
What did you put in your tea this morning? It was surely not milk or honey.
Lemon
That's
and mint.
for sure.
Relax. We've seen crazier things with with 2 games left, considering the lead that BB team had after, the first day. The fact that we are now within like a 30-point range, I feel like is very healthy compared to where we were yesterday, right? Like this is actually within the realm of possibility with 2 games left. Now, is it likely? Still no. Is it possible? I think more. I don't know what I'm saying. I think it's gonna happen. Navi's gonna win. There.
I like this optimism.
Yeah, I like
the optimism.
I like
it's
it
cool.
too. I like it too. The problem is that we've seen the consistency only. Yeah, sure. There's been one bad game.
Don't
for BB
talk
team.
about the stats.
Okay.
And the realism and the common sense. Get that shit out of here, okay? I don't want to hear it.
Okay, all right. Script here, guys. Let me see here. Okay,
That's a receipt.
That's the button. This is.
Oh my
god. It's the script. PB team is gonna win with a 25-point lead. Okay, guys, it's done. It's done.
Damn.
Yep.
Well, okay.
We've been Home Depot. What are you like, doing? Something?
Why was that so
What do you mean?
long?
That's an American chain. We don't have that here. What do you mean?
I don't know what you have in Dansk. I don't know.
Jam and Fix.
Der Stol Depot. I don't know. Like what?
Home and Fix.
Omens, all right. Omens fix. Yeah. Anyway, let's fix this broadcast and talk about Erangel, which is coming up, as well as everything that's going to be going on. Of course, it would be awesome to see a potential rivalry actually occur up at the top against BB team. But a game like this, Godspeed, we think about how Test Track actually plays out, how Neox Factory tests out. For a team like Navi in general, they should have been getting some big points from here. This is one of their home locations, so to be able to play from something like this is kind of important that they do something big in that previous game.
Yeah, they needed to have something massive. But again, going into Erangel, looking at the stats from the days of yesterday, they actually had good Erangels, if I'm not mistaken, right? So again, this is a big opportunity for them. But also, we look at Team Liquid. We look at, the leaderboard that was spread out. I think he said 8th to 5th place is really only separated by a few points. So there's still a lot to play for, even if we're not even talking about, first place in BB team, whatever. There's a lot of money still to be made, right, within those movements. And we saw it especially with Win or Die. They catapulted themselves. I think they sort of 9th, 10th, or 11th, all the way now into the top 5. So again, it is still very much wide open towards the top of the leaderboard, especially with teams like Navi not having the biggest impact that they should have, like in the last game at Test Track. I think this is a big possibility for them.
Avenger, your thoughts coming into the grassy pastures?
Yeah, I mean, it's been Twisted Minds, BB Team, and Virtus Pro that's actually been the best teams on Erangel so far. And yeah, sure, it comes down to it's just so figured out, right? We say it every time we get to Erangel. These teams, they obviously know this map the best, right? And it's more so about your priority and your timing into the circle, more so how good of a mechanical player you are, how good of a IGL you are. And as you see here, obviously there's a good chunk of change to still be had for the team. I would love to see, our 5th to 8th place teams have some big fights here. I would love to see Navi you win the next game and BB team go out with 0 and we still have a chance for it. But reality are like BB team deserves this after that day one finish, and they are very good Erangel team. So I don't really see them going out with your zeros and your 1s and 2 points per game. So for me, they deserve it. Sure, I would have loved to see a 200 point break. That would have been crazy, but still, after that day one, man, even though their day 2 and day 3 hasn't been as close here, it's just been too enjoyable and entertaining to watch day 1 for them not to be able to close this one out, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And with that said, then, if we turn our attention to where we could see podium, right? Navi and Twisted Minds looking pretty decent. However, if you'd have told me at the end of day 1 or even midway through day 2, Godspeed, that Americas was going to be able to challenge for podium, I might have called you a little bit of a liar, but because EMEA was kind of dominating, but you've got 4th, 5th, and 6th, Team Liquid, Mission Ready International Alliance, and Al Ghazia all now challenging for a podium. So there's definitely an opportunity here for the boys.
Yeah, and I would have agreed with you, especially after yesterday, right? It did not look like the Americas were going to come. In fact, it wasn't even really these teams that were initially fighting, except for Al Ghazia and Mission Ready, but Team Liquid made that surge.
Team Liquid made the surge, but Mission Ready has been so consistent throughout the entire event. Like Alcancia, we talked about them the first day, but Mission Ready really has been able to get just a good amount of points every single game. They've had very rare donuts throughout this entire event, and I'm actually really excited to see what they can do, not only in these last 2 games, but moving forward, right? This is a newer team, especially going into PGS. I feel like this is a very exciting team as we've stolen 2 of the EU boys and Vox and Michael, right? So I think this is going to be an awesome showing for them. And with 2 games left, again on Erangel, I think this is a great opportunity for them, as well as Liquid, right? Liquid tends to do well on Erangel, even though it hasn't been the best for them so far here in this specific event.
I did have a great moment actually prior to the today's tournament starting, where I went into Michael's stream and I said, well, and then he replied to me saying, "The traitor," and I was like, yes. So clearly they've watched the broadcast back, and I'm glad that they know I'm just joking around. But it is great to see MRIA doing so well, and it's an interesting prospect as a whole, Martin, considering that, as Godspeed says, they are qualified for the lands coming up. I was wondering if, some organizations were going to be sniffing around and sleuthing things out, because of course they're unsigned at present and they are a decent roster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's always the potential, right? But it's at the back end of the season, so maybe not as many organizations are looking, but
sure.
I think there's the potential. And also, you got to get on and land and prove yourself at this point. There's plenty of teams that are playing fantastically, and it's not until we see these consistent top 6, top 5 placements at lands that the teams are really getting the big scope on them. But sure, they could be in the talks, but they have announced that. I've retweeted a few talks here and there, and hopefully it could be cool to see them under a new name, as they do insist that we say the full Mission Ready International Alliance every time we cast. It's very difficult.
Yes, they do, and so much so that they were like, why are they putting it on all the graphics? And I'm like, I wonder why, because it doesn't fit, right? If you imagine the words Mission Ready International Alliance on this standings, it will go into the numbers. Maybe that's a good idea. Sam, get on that, actually. I mean, aside from that, though, they do have an opportunity to try and get themselves towards podium. That will be exciting. And we are just getting ready for our grassy pastures in just a moment's time, of course, here, Godspeed. So still a little bit of time before we actually do get to that. Any other teams on maybe the right-hand side? I think the Toyo slip-off is a little surprising to me, honestly.
Is it surprising to you? I mean, they have been consistent overall, but again, the lack of they just don't put their foot on their gas, and honestly, I've seen this slide from them before, which is why unfortunately I'm not surprised by it. That being said, Falcons being on this side has been a bit surprising, as is Slam G, right? We talked a lot about Boostic, that team in general. Bastia also is a big confusing team for me, mainly because not only are they a good team, we can talk about the roster, sure, but they've actually been in really good positions that they have not capitalized on. That's the biggest thing with Bestia. How many times, especially even in games that Martin and I cast together, were they the central team in first circle, yet they still can convert that into a win or even into a big kill point game. So them and Rock, I think, would be the most confusing for me, whereas Furia as well, right? Like, in fact, let's just talk about the Americas teams, right? Like, all my teams, they have, especially with Furia, who has been successful in these TPP events in just this year in general. I am disappointed to see them in 14th. That's a big letdown, I think.
I think, to mirror our disappointment as well with Hive, right? Like Avenger, I also expected Furia to be doing good things. I was watching kind of how things were going over on Americas. They won themselves 2 Masters. It should be more, just like it should be more for Hive here in this event.
Yes, and we talked a little about it yesterday, right? But we were saying, okay, there's too many points being sponged up already, and now you cannot really make that argument anymore. Like, it's too late at this point. 2 games to go, and if you're bottom 3, Ascent, if you're bottom 3 right now, you've had a rough tournament. Too rough, especially considering how well Hive and Fury has done. And if you win 2 events, you must have had something completely go your way or go right or have a great strategy. And then you go against this. Liquid has been able to do it. They've been able to get up there. Mission Ready has been able to get up there. Like, they're close. So either it completely only worked in your own region and you've just been able to predict it too well, or bringing the best teams together requires a different way of playing and higher level of IGLing and fragging power for you to be able to get in there. And I think that's the the real fact, because we've also seen through our other regional tournaments where some teams come in and do extremely well regionally and then come in and choke a little bit internationally because it just is that much more difficult.
What is going on with Ascend as well? Can you guys explain that to me? Why are they in 15th place?
They're
4 place.
one of yours.
Yeah, that's one of yours.
Very hit and miss, right, in our region, Avenger. I mean, like,
Yes.
obviously they added an Aniko. They had moments in PEC as well where Aniko looked good. We had moments in PPT where the roster was able to do some things. Like, Ascending group stage of PEC looked great alongside Aniko as the first time for their first foray into what was the mainline tournaments here in 2025. But just too hit and miss. I think their style needs changing. This kind of like come in late and then try and bomb it to somewhere in the middle. I just don't think it works, Avenger. What do you think?
The 4 placement points says the whole story for me, for Ascend at least here. I think that's the biggest one. As I was scratching my ear, I thought we were going to stay in that graphic a little bit longer, but I got bamboozled by our production. They always got my back, you know what I mean? Yesterday it was fluid, we were synced up the synergy. I said money, Ka-ching was hitting, and now I'm getting absolutely bamboozled here as I was trying to scratch my ear, but that's fine.
Slacking today for sure.
Get on with the point about Ascend.
I will say this though, I think the slow play style with the very edge heavy style does just not fit in a lobby that is this good. The time that the amount of times we've seen them play, you know, get caught outside in blue in circle 2 and 3, be delayed by some weird fights, not have good enough positioning, and being shot away, basically being peacocked away from some of the teams by having 1 or 2 players that's kind of defending an off angle that they're trying to come into. That it's just happening too often, and again, it comes down to the teams are just too good to hold that off angles. We see more and more now, especially this year, has been developed quite heavily, that we see these teams leaving one player behind, the anchor player, to get the information, to peacock teams off, to make sure they don't get backstabbed. And all this is happening even more, and it's really hurting the teams that are playing extremely slow. Sure, Na'Vi is also one of those kind of slower playing style teams, but they still manage to get in and get to some of those circle 2 and 3 endings where they just, once they get kind of hold on and grab onto an edge of the circle, they can hold on to that edge of the circle and run with it and just mow down everyone on the team. And the higher level of mechanical power and fragging power on that team is what enables that.
Yeah, as you say, the young guns have definitely surpassed a team like Ascend when it comes to overall fragging potential. That's undisputed. I feel like that, at least when it comes to PEC, and obviously Na'Vi internationally has not actually had the easiest of times this year, but they do have some amazing potential, Godspeed, and that's why, hey, we're seeing Na'Vi string together quite a few strong games here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, when we look at this roster, right, we look at Ferris, Hakatori, Sosa, that extends, right? The thing that impressed me most, that I said it during, I think, one of the earlier games today, is that Na'Vi will go for kills. They will go for it. Now, sometimes that comes to their own detriment. We see oftentimes when we go to Na'Vi in the middle of a fight, when we're already watching somewhere else, like half their team is already knocked because they're hyper aggressive. When they see a team that they want to hunt down and they know that they're especially behind in points, that's the point where I've seen Na'Vi be kind of quote unquote reckless the most, when they're behind in points, but they go for it, and that's what I love about that team. Ascend, not so much, and Toyo I would actually very much put on the same vein as Ascend. The only difference there is Toyo do tend to go for central compounds as they can rather than play edge, but when they do end up playing edge, they look like Ascend in the fact that they're stuck on edge, fighting in the blue. They're nowhere near any good semblance of a position that they can then, you know, piggyback and use off in the next circle, and that's the biggest issue that I've noticed for Ascend as well. I just wanted to get your guys' take, because you obviously watch them far more than I do, but they don't really put themselves in those positions off edge to then move into the next circle unless it's given to them, and I think that has been their biggest struggle. And I would also again put that on Toyo, which is the juxtaposition with Na'Vi, is that Na'Vi will go for it, and sometimes it won't work out. Toyo and Ascend, sometimes they'll just kind of wait and let circle do the job for them, and I really dislike that. But again, both teams have found varying degrees of success over the years, so I mean, it's hard to just tell them to switch their playstyle, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're also playing an interesting, almost, I would say, a disadvantage to a degree, right? A lot of their drop spots are very edge heavy. Like, I mean, edge of the map heavy.
Yeah,
right. So you're coming in quite late if you're kind of opting for that. But anyway, that is by the by. Thank you guys out there around the world watching currently for your patience, because we just had to sort out a little bit before we got into this Erangel. But now we're in, the grassy pastures are here, and we have got Avenger and Godspeed to start breaking this down. So Avenger, talk to me.
Yeah, difficult playing path to get things rolling here. It also smells a little bit like we're going to have some water and it's going to be a southeast circle, but we'll see what happens once that pops. A lot of teams are going to have to grab a car, though, and get to their usual loot spot here, or grab one of those alt locations that Erangel obviously offers. Two teams already trying to get in there. It's Bestia Furia trying to get in a military. Looking like to get some of the same cars. There might be a little bit of a clash down there.
This is looking like a Stallber Yas circle, if I've
ever seen one.
Ever seen one, which we're about to find out here in a minute. But as you stated, yeah, playing also a bit more east, which means areas like Pachinki you mentioned are going to be a stretch, but Falcons should be able to get there at least, as well as Twisted moving that way with Hive. So no hot drops, at least. We really haven't seen almost any hot drops this entire event.
One of my questions is we saw Team Liquid run down Win or Die in the previous Erangel. Did we see that again?
Well, they're close. I mean, they're getting in that direction. I'm glad you brought it up, because Liquid are still dropping. A few of them still in parachute. Sparking has already hit the ground to get a vehicle. I don't know if they're going to be as aggressive as they were yesterday. Yeah. Again, it's kind of rare to see Liquid that kind of pissed off drop, but we'll see, I guess.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys. It is time to head over to the commentators. It looks like it's not going to be occurring this time, as Win or Die. It kind of veered off towards the northern side of this for all intents and purposes. But Cammy, Toby, bring us our penultimate game of the day.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for joining the Calvenger Speed podcast, which we just got the pleasure of witnessing. Good job filling in that one, boys. As we get ready for, as I said, the penultimate game of this set of Masters. What a straightforward plane, really, and a straightforward circle to follow. Really, the fairest circle we could have over this plane path.
Yeah, I mean, Avenger and Godspeed, they were floating different ideas of where the circle could go. Irritating Will to Power, irritating Severny like we had yesterday. And I think they might have jinxed it just enough to get us what could very well be a pretty standard run of things. Not a single bit, there's like a couple of maybe meters of water in the south, but really no water outside of the river. So this is a pretty straightforward start. We did see a little bit of potential action between Bestia and Furia at the start. Bestia seemed to be chasing Furia down, but Furia played the smart move, just hiding in the compound. But now that fight between Win or Die and Liquid, it's not going to be exactly a vehicle rundown, but it extended shots nonetheless.
Wait a moment. Look at Na'Vi and Fury down on that southern side. Na'Vi is going down to camp these. I don't think they have any idea whatsoever this is taking place. Now caught by surprise. First one does manage to go through. Susan is going to swap over. Oh! To a car 98 gets one. Vehicle yeets off the rock side. Now 29 bullets still to work with. Finds the second. Will he get the third as well? Could swap back over to his car 98, but he has his teammate in Hagatori on the other side, finding the third. And just like that, Gasira is going to have to run with his tail between his legs.
I understand this move by Furia. I do think that having to hide from Bestia for even just a couple of seconds slowed them down just enough for Na'Vi to have this camp. And what a heads-up aggressive play by Na'Vi. Again, they are trying to see if they cannot chase BB team down. And going for moves like this is exactly what you want to see. In fact, they are even chasing Kizera down. They're not happy with just 3 points. They want all 4.
And I love, we talk about how it can take a bit for a lobby to figure out what one another is doing, especially when it's cross-regional as well. Na'Vi 100% knew what Furia's plan were. They saw two teams jumping early out towards Millie. They knew one of them would probably be Furia. And they say, great, it's a western circle to boot as well. We got to cut them off. We have a chance because it makes perfect sense that Furia wants to get as far west as they can because that's where there's space in this circle given the plane path. So such a 200 IQ play by Na'Vi to not only, of course, go and get weapons quickly, but also instantly say, we can cut them off. If this circle goes west, we cut them off. They knew that from the start, that would be a play to make, and well, damn, did they execute it right.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they had an M249 front and center for the very beginning of their camp was probably the perfect you would grab. The assess, though, comes swinging out. Down to 3 points of ammo, though. That SMG can do a lot of damage, but it has its drawbacks, and, of course, ammo count is one of them, especially if you don't have an extended mag. So Furia do get eliminated. 4 quick points for Na'Vi, and despite the not going against them, doesn't seem to be something that other teams will be able to punish.
No, I mean, there's no one down here, right? They have plenty of space to maneuver. They have no fears at all. They are the furthest southwest team now, and if the circle goes anywhere, I mean, back towards Pochinki, and they get control over Pochinki Hill, potentially, should that be where they want to play from, they are looking at what could be yet another really, really good game. But our eyes right now, of course, on our current first-place team, and the never-ending question of, can anyone catch up? It's 30 points now, Cam, from Na'Vi up to BB. I said it at the end of the show yesterday that they're definitely not going to win it. Now it's looking a lot less likely that they won't, but I'm going to commit. I'm going to double down and say that they can still be surpassed.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, they've been holding on to the lead, but it hasn't been with, flying colors. They've only gotten, they got like 30 points yesterday, another 15, 20, no, not even that today, another like maybe 7, 8, 10 today. So it really hasn't been looking all that great. The problem is, though, only 2 games left. 30 points, and maybe even 35 if you want to throw Twisted Minds into the mix, is very doable in 2 games, but they need to, either of them need to have 2 good games in a row, and BB team needs to have 2 bad games in a row. So it's possible, but the chances are running few and far between. But Na'Vi, they're going to continue to push it because there is no other option for them, honestly. I think trying to throw some Hail Marys and fight for first is much better than just trying to hold on to second against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Of course, if Na'Vi is sat close to BB and they see them in the kill field that they're fighting, no doubt that they're going to try and take a fight to them. But there also is the risk of now everyone is actually starting to play pretty well in that top 5. So how much do you lose in trying to claim first place that you maybe don't even end up in second? So good on Na'Vi too. Why did they stop the car there? It might have run out of gas, you know what? Come to think of it, given where it's parked. They did drive quite far, going all the way south and then back up towards the west again. But I don't know. I guess that's US gone.
It also could be just trying to avoid a grenade or, dare I say, Panzerfaust if there was someone in this compound.
Yeah,
they were approaching with limited information. The timing on this rotate based off of the fight with Furia was a bit delayed, whereas if they didn't have that camp, they could just, take a little bit of extra time. But they're just trying to find some compounds to play out of. We still have about 2 minutes until phase 1 is closed, and we see exactly where the circle is going to go. And I think Na'Vi want to find a couple of more pieces of loot. There was no scope on that M249. In fact, the ammo count for that M249 was also low at the end of things.
I love the fact that we're now seeing... Yeah, I was just going to say, I love the fact that we're now seeing BB team kind of slowly sneak their way into the circle from the hard east. And I would love to make this educational content in terms of chat and everyone watching right now. Tell us where BB is going to play this one from. Right now, they're set hard out east. If it goes north, what do? Right? Because you would expect them to do something similar to what we saw in day 1. Hard wrap outside circle, go north again. And I think they're going to do the same thing if it goes west. Just wrap hard south on it. But with how many teams are currently in front of them, in and around here on Potato, that rotation from here, I feel like they've actually gone further in than what they comfortably would have in the past. They would normally be sat way further shelter side, but now they're pushing all the way in towards El Qadsiya.
Winner die crossing the bridge. This is a longer rotate down the extended George Bull Bridge. I don't know if they're trying to avoid Liquid, but Kurt, suddenly spotting them, a whole train, a caravan, seemingly unexpected, dropping a grenade on the fadeaway. Running, sprinting, teammates are backing him up, but this looked to be completely unexpected. Even with the pre-fire on the headshot, Levante comes out on top.
I get the play from Liquid. I mean, I don't know if if Purdy was actually just going back for a little more ammo, if they had him stick around here for longer, because there is still the chance that this next circle goes north, and if that happens, having control of that George Bridge would be good for a quick crossing towards the northern side of the river, but they already have Sparking on Everest, who can overlook both Cube Bridge and the one by containers, so I'm not sure if this was just them playing it slow, waiting for the BRDM to come down on the ground, or what that was that had them still sit south, George.
I want to say it was probably just the BRDM. I don't think that they were expecting...
Why would they be 2 there then?
At all.
They had to go outside Circle to pub it, I suppose. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. But Circle goes towards the center. Rostock is where it's at for now. What is VP going to do here, you think, Cam?
probably group on up, and they might even take a page out of Twisted Mind's book from the previous Rozhok game that we had yesterday, is not even just fighting for the high ground on Rozhok, take the south side, let everyone in. Granted, the circle relationship is a bit different. You can't play every single circle the same way. There's so many factors to consider, but it looks like VP are going to go for the south side, giving space for Mission Ready to take the north, perhaps even Toyo as well. But a lot of teams rotating in, Falcons coming in from the southwest, Hive seeming to hold on to that edge, maybe even looking for a fight against, if not Liquid. Na'Vi coming from a similar direction, but Ascend, they see a fight against Slam G. There's a knock against them, looking for a quick not run over. There is an ambulance drive away by Slam G, but the chase down is looking to be quite terrible, and well, Chris goes down, but Lurex follows.
Yeah, but Nox coming through once more, and it's the Ascent team that is feeling the majority of the hurt on this one. A lot of damage being done. They still have Brax, but he's caught on the other side of the water, so it's just Aniko driving around here on his own, trying to get to some sort of safety. Good thing for Ascent is that Toyo does help out a bit in scaring off Slam G. But Boostic here, gun in hand, finds Aniko as well, and this is just... I mean, the desk spent 15 minutes talking about Ascent's struggle as of late, saying they're very hit or miss. I will be... You can call me Toxic Toby, whatever you want. I'll be as bold as say as of late. Ascent has been pretty much exclusively miss. Their strategies just don't work, and it's not been pretty.
Well, regardless of history, Slam G is still good for them to come out on top and hold that position. True. Keep all 4 members up, and a good, clean 4 number of points for them to move forward into this game. Currently sitting at 11th place, but a lot of move to maneuver around, not just overtaking Falcons in 10th, but perhaps even Toyo in 9th. That's a bit of a 10-point gap, but within 2 games, that's also doable. Remember, this is not just a fight for first. There is prize pool to be gained virtually every single overall leaderboard position that you can gain.
Also, we don't know how many teams are going to be qualifying potentially through this to the Masters 5 Championship in Seoul at the end of the year, right? So you better be playing as best as you can, because you have no clue whether you're in or not. You see, BB teams, Adusia and Best of Luck just had 2 players drive further north. That's, again, textbook BB wanting to make more space. Why sit 4 on Potato if we can have 2 players continually squeeze further north, get more edge control, so that regardless of where the next circle takes us, we can make a quick wrap to pretty much whichever side we're fed. So, of course, Rock hurt the vehicles and aren't fully aware of how many players are in and around here. So they, too, are going to play it slow here and try and maintain control and wait for that next circle to pop.
Ooh, another E-pickup coming out from Win or Die. Considering the delay that they had. I say delay, they got a point out of it, so it's still quite positive, but that initial kerfuffle with Liquid, which they also successfully eliminated the BRDM.
True.
Sure, Liquid were the ones to actually deal the final blow to it, but it was low enough because of the constant spray that came out from Win or Die once they eliminated Kurt. So that's still quite a number of positives for them, and now they're going to pick up on in. I imagine Rozhok is going to be their goal.
Go north.
It's the cleanest place to land, the place that they can guarantee the most cover. Though, on the flip side, wait for the circle, and a pop like this, river cutting straight through. Yep, it is going to be Rozhok at the end. I don't know a better way to respond to a circle like this. You have to imagine that it is going to go south, but there is going to be enough doubt in your mind. What if it doesn't?
Exactly. There is enough water in play that we could get one of those rare, it didn't do exactly as we expected it to in Phase 4 type shifts, but best timing possible for Win or Die to just pick up straight into the city proper and now lay low and, well, hopefully try and dislodge some of these other teams from making their way in here. But a lot of teams now are going to have their eyes on Rozhok proper. Every single dip around the city you can see already taken by the likes of Alcancia, Bestia as well. Still some spots towards the northwest that are now being claimed by Liquid as well. There's only one team, Cam, on the northern side of the water right now. That's Slam G. The remaining 13 are all down here in the south.
So I was mistaken. Slam G did lose one against that fight in the sand, but it was a quick respawn for them, and they should be able to get the loot back up in only a few seconds' time. I think this might even be Mogor calling out where that dead body's previous loot was.
It's over there.
But they are avoiding this chaos. And chaos it is, because it is, what, 13 teams in half the land of Phase 3. Big explosion coming out from QAD. Bestia lose a couple of players from that, and QAD, they're going to be potentially on another really, really aggressive run as Na'Vi aggress into Falcons territory. Tokuten holding the line as a couple of other members are backing away into more fortifiable positions.
Yep, see Falcons try and fend off against Na'Vi. Na'Vi have been allowed inside the circle, but they don't really have a whole lot of places to go, so probably forced to, if not take this fight to Falcons, then sit in the dips just on the north side, waves, whatever you want to call them, and wait for this next Falcons player to come through. But they have one player inside the compound proper. They do have extents, I believe it is, down on the southern side of them as well in Mini Pachinki, so kind of surrounded right now as Falcons.
Rex gets a kill on RBN, BL goes down.
Why did
so
Rock
many
jump
other
now?
teams, they're trying to go into Rozhok, so many other teams, and that's why Hive and Liquid, it's at least an isolated fight between them.
Yeah, but why not wait until chaos unfolds? And I mean, if they're outside circle anyway, just stall for another, I don't know, couple of seconds, and then wait and see next circle fly then. Like, they should have stalled for 30 seconds so that they were circle center with the E pick up when the next circle popped. Now they just jumped in and died when everyone was set, just waiting.
Ooh, a couple of shots from Toyo, and now, well, it's all falling apart for Hive. Good hold by Liquid. They've already lost one. They've already lost their captain. And Current, they want to make sure they don't lose anymore. And what's a few other points? Liquid for themselves are still going to be looking for a chase to the top. Maybe not BB Team first place chase, but certainly looking for an opportunity to overtake Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. And with Na'Vi going down to Falcons, at least losing a couple of members, this is making that possibility quite a lot more possible.
It definitely is. Circle does shift south.
Out the blue.
Yep, extends. He was the straggler on the south side. With phase 4 having popped. Oh, Kickstart able to dodge and weave that one. Will try and push further forward, take out the last bit, but there's so many angles now up in the northern side, making it nigh on impossible to utilize these south side hills. Extends running forward, MP5 in hand, trying to make something out of nothing here.
Rocks, last one up for Hive. More kills going the way of Team Liquid. We do see on the map that the circle did hard shift down south as expected. Na'Vi go down, not quite as expected, but still good number of kill points for Falcons and QAD. And with the circle shift though, Toby, Liquid now, they don't have to rush so aggressively, but Alo still caught out in the open. Covering fire attempted, dropping rocks very, very low, hearing the footsteps up the steps. Good response to make sure that Alo does not get flushed out.
Yeah.
But yeah, because of this shift, Toby, now suddenly Liquid have quite a bit of room to play with, and they have some time to be able to make some more intelligent, less rushed moves into this circle.
And that's also why they were so in such a rush to take out that last player. They knew that once they clear him out, they can flex out, they can take more control, they can deny other teams entry, whether it be to boat you out of the compound north thereof. If they can get full west side control here, and the circle then comes their direction, they are looking poised for, I mean, top 5 guaranteed. So good on Liquid to clean their side of the circle. They still have Slam G behind them, and they are firing some bullets right now. Ooh, as I say that, Alcacia, they pull up into the dip on the western side, take out the remaining Bestia players. Diane Roth able to execute that real well. So they now have the center position too as Twisted Minds. They take the fight to BB Team. Do they know that they have them here? I mean, BB Team just pulled up in vehicles. This could be a very important fight. If there's any chance whatsoever that BB doesn't win this, it has to be them going down outside of placement points, and preferably without any more points than what they have already, which is a single one here. They're coming back for this. They know it. Batulan sees everything.
Really good position on the high ground here, feeding some information about, and there's really no other great choice for Twisted Minds. It's not like they're giving up an opportunity for a game-winning spot, but Bestelach shut Lou down. Good initial response by BB Team. This grenade looking to try and get the full kill confirmed, but Batu strikes from the high ground. No response immediately there by Molodok.
So many awkward angles, but of course these guys have hot dropped school a trillion times, so they know every single one of them, whether it be a teeny tiny window or the bars that you see there through the gymnasium. As Molodok and the rest of BB now well aware what team they're up against. They would not want to have this happen if they could avoid it. Falcons now going on the ridge line, setting up on this side of the road too. In the meantime, up towards the north, Slam G have opted to finally cross over there, swam across, but you saw Luke get into his car and instantly drive north, realizing they were coming through on this side, shutting them down on his own, finding himself a double.
So many fights happening on so many different angles. I can't keep track of all of them. Good to see Liquid get a couple of kill points, but this fight between BB Team and Twisted Minds is quite slow, and you can see the blue slowly start to move in with teams like Falcons and VP salivating at the opportunity to get some relatively free kill points. Mortars crash down onto QAD, showing a bit of a vulnerability of the position that they're trying to play out of.
See Liquid as well in the picture in the bottom left, forced to back off a bit on this one with the circle shifting further east. There's too much to lose and trying to take this fight now. They have allowed them to make landfall. They are 3 together still, but Sparking is in Boatyard proper on that southern side, so they can't really utilize him at all. In the meantime now, with the circle having shifted, Twisted Minds trying to reposition here. It's not going to be easy, but they're forced to come back. I think they were, initially trying to drive off, but now forced back towards the south once more. BB team, though, still down here with them.
Now looking at Liquid, Luke 12 has to leave. So Slam G, we knew they were going to have to cross eventually. Put a lot of pressure, and I think Liquid would be able to extract themselves from that. But yeah, Twisted Minds, all 4 left standing. They were able to get the revive on to Loot, and they were just holding BB team out. I'm just mostly surprised that they haven't picked apart by the high ground angles, extended angles by Falcons or Virtus Pro. Lucarux is looking for one. You can see it there. And Molodok, stun, thrown out, get ready to jump over the fence. A play needs to be made. But Shrimsy, constant, more tags, still can't get any ground, BB team.
So hard for them to try and make anything happen, and I think they might actually just concede this one and tank blue. They know the teams that are around them outside are the ones that they do not want to feed points over to. You can see a Doozy jump shotting with the car here. Best of luck trying to heal his way through, but only got 4 more first aids left to work with. They're going to be tanking this one going down. And now it's some Twisted Minds to try and see if they can make something happen, but Michael gets them out of the vehicle with a mortar from the opposite side of Rossok. Completely blind shot over the hill, takes out 2, and Twisted Minds, just as example, now running forward as BP falls in 11th.
BB team are out, but how much freedom, how much ground can Twisted Minds make from this because of losing those 2 players from Mission Ready like that? Heartbreak, they thought it was going to be such a good situation, even with them have to go through the meat grinder of Falcons and Virtus Pro. Example and Batu, last 2 remaining. I'm not even sure how many kill points Twisted Minds were even able to get. It looks like it's only 2. Yep. Only 2 points after all of that. Even with BB eliminated, it's not like they have that many more tools they can work with to get the points needed to continue and fight for first place.
And then while this was taking place, you saw VP having to collapse further north. Again, Falcons, they've been doing a good job not only taking out Na'Vi, now taking out Twisted Minds as well, but also first pushing into the dip below the high ground, the Rossok Hill, and now, forcing VP off the hill and going up and claiming it too on the other side. Toyo is playing a mortar / VSS combo. That is as troll as can be, but I appreciate it.
Whoa, troll. Do not sleep on the VSS. That thing is actually quite a useful weapon. It is quite a useful weapon, okay? With the DMR nerfs, even though that hasn't been that impactful in the meta, we still see DMRs used everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, at certain ranges, the VSS actually deals more damage per bullet than the SLR.
That is true. It is an okay gun. It's just rare that we get to see
if you can lob it that far.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. There. That is the thing. So Wildcat see you now. Outside circle, have to fight their way back in, and I don't see another entry. Unless if they try and get to the vehicles now, send it across the street up towards the northwest. That is a play. And Falcons ain't completely in a position to punish it. So maybe now is a chance. They are getting into the vehicles, but do they go north? I think it's the better idea. They just have no clue what they're running into.
Wage-win. A foot push towards the west. Yeah, Falcons, they are...
What are they waiting for?
Not just avoiding the mortars. They just know that a run over that hill into
what are they waiting
VP
for?
would be bad. Oh, H-Win's going to strike. Catching QAD out in the open, but no knock just yet. It at least forces them back into the blue. Grenade comes out. Cowboy having to try and survive with the blue zone. And, man, the vehicle on a slope like that is not going to get the momentum it needs to push on over.
Were they hoping that maybe there were fights taking place before so they could third party? I'm not sure, but now they're falling to... I feel like Alcacia, they had the idea, they knew what they wanted to do, they just didn't commit in time. They have 2 players across going, guys, we have a spot, why didn't we move 10 seconds earlier? Look at this ridge line. Would have been perfect, but unluckily for Alcacia, even if they find Shrimps here, which they should... Now he calls into there, there you go. Look at the position they have. 10 kills, west side circle. They could have been 4 here.
But still, 10 kills and 2 up. There are much worse games for teams to find themselves with.
Definitely.
But, of course, now our eyes are going to continue to center on Rossok. It is going to be an urban finish. Correct. It goes down to Snaker. So Virtus Pro, despite having an earlier position, they're losing players where you find it quite questionable that they were able to have that happen against them. They lost that one. We're trying to run out, be quite greedy, looking for an angle against School. At least this time around, they can go for the res in that compound. But with Toyo having all that high ground space, Mission Ready being a pretty packed force on the east, and then the wild card set of QAD members on the west side, I can't really make a grand call on who is likely to win this one.
You know what? I mean, we talked about the likelihood of an urban ending and how fun it could be. Never in my life did I expect whatever urban ending we were going to get to be downtown Rostock. We're literally going straight into the city proper. That is not an area of the map we see fought over very often. Just given how the water works in PUBG Esports, it is not often you see this. Oh, I love this rotation. Unluckily for Alcacia, Leos and Levante are warmed up as can be, and now Vehicle Explosion takes out the rest of them. As you said, a 13-point game here for Alcacia is good, but this could have been a 20-point game had they been smarter about some of the plays earlier.
I like the rotation that they tried to go for, but as you said, unlucky, got taken down. Really good shots coming out from Win or Die. 5 kills for them, only 2 of them left standing. But 5 teams left remaining. It's another fight from the middle section. The top teams have already been removed, but that doesn't mean they can't be overtaken. Win or Die, Mission Ready, even Virtus Pro, depending on how many final kills are able to get, could perhaps overtake QAD.
I love that we used to have bicycle parked inside houses to block things off. Now they have entire inflatable boats there to try and make running through buildings more difficult. That is the creativity amongst these pros. It's always so fun to watch.
Have you tried to deflate one of those? It's not easy.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. It really isn't. And it's going to block a lot of util coming into the way of the building as well. As we see now, Circle closing in. 13 players still alive. And yeah, this is a lot of Doritos.
Yeah, how many emergency cover flares does Win or Die have? And even still is going to be a gap for Benya to try and exploit as they make that one run in the future towards the center of the zone. They have a really good position, though, Win or Die. It's really going to be on Toyo with all the angles that they have, looking for openings, but that's very difficult when everyone's going to be inside all of these houses, inside all of these buildings.
Everyone's waiting for the next circle, the final at that, to see where this one is going to end. Everyone's stalling, sitting with their defensive advantage, peeking out the windows on the side, and waiting. Waiting to see if they're forced to make a move, and if not, how can we punish other teams that will?
Fairly center finish. A nudge to the northwest. This is looking, I guess, better for Fantastico, but as the solo, it's all going to be, I guess, wildcard results for them. Still going to be challenged by the full force of Mission Ready and Toyo, as well as, of course, the other duos still in play. How this is going to domino effect into each other, that's the big question. Do Mission Ready go in Virtus Pro? I imagine that's probably the better option, because going to the high ground to try and take on Toyo is, I don't know, that doesn't seem to be too tantalizing for me.
Yeah, it's almost too late now to make the play happen, because VP said they're holding it off. They have to, I feel like, push into Beamy. Blue zone, if you can't double blue zone the building, make a run for it. Nades now left over as well, I think. Just with the util they've used just now, had they had blue zone nades, they would have thrown them already. So, smokes to block off vision, and nades to follow. They didn't quite make it in the window. Now they need to make a run for it.
Yeah, the problem is, though, Toyo are watching for it. Toyo just trying to utilize and exploit this high ground as much as they can. Get some shots, get some kills before they themselves have to drop down to the low ground. But their time might also be running out. You can see the smokes coming into play, even blocking off some windows. A couple of vehicles being sat in.
I love
now
the money.
sat down. Emmy first goes to the low ground, and Capitan at that range, the SMG is not going to do too much damage, but we'll see if this could potentially lighten the load, lighten the health bars for Beamy to make a play out of it. I did see a BC, though, get thrown out of that high ground, so Mission Ready, they are ready for this take.
I love the molly that we just saw thrown by Mission Ready, and as they pushed, they blocked off effectively all the 3 windows on the center floor. So less holes to play whack-a-mole from when you're making that run on forward. Beamy still inside the building, has util to work with, but as you can see, he's kind of stuck on the staircase here. And Toyo now forced to make a play around the western side. Not much they can do. A Snakers finds Capitan inside the building. He's put util on the staircase. I'm not sure if that's bait or what it is, but Beamy's doing a decent job right now at just staying alive.
That was a clean double headshot by Snakers to grab that Capitan knock. Making sure that they're not being too distracted, too focused on Beamy, and then don't give an opportunity for Toyo to swing up behind them and get the backstab, a grenade and a smoke for Beamy to try and stay alive. It's going to be a very difficult challenge, though. A couple of stuns into the high ground to make sure that Mission Ready can take the next step, not just on the wall of the fence, but on the wall of the building. But Beamy cannot step out onto this roof.
Yes,
Toyo are still watching that position, but Raibo and Benya, they are now on the low ground.
3 nades for Beamy to lob downstairs, but as you say, they're on the low ground, and Mission Ready are inside the building proper now as well. Amy is going to try and see if he can bounce one around the backside of the building. Finds Bissler. 100-0 health on his side as Beamy now underhanding one downstairs. Not quite enough to find Vox. Think he has a level 3 vest on. That second one should for sure take him down, though. Runs around the corner, but it ain't going to be enough. Beamy finds one more as Mission Ready are getting torn to shreds by the util being deployed here.
And Nixie making sure that he could drop Vox, confirm that, get that kill point on their side. And this has not just taken 2 members of Mission Ready out, it's also split both of them into their own individual circumstances. Toyo now 3 still up. They're in a compound overlooking the rest. So they're waiting for all these stragglers, all of these duos and the solo of Santastico to take care of each other, and they can just clean up the rest. Beamy hearing the footsteps. The blues force them to drop on down, but Michael was calling it, was expecting it. Goes down to the blue, but still gets a knock, but oh yes, thankfully doesn't get stolen away by Toyo.
Yep. Circle is going to keep closing in until there's only one team left alive as Leosh underhands Nate around the side. Shotgun in hand of Nixie finds one that's Mission Ready out of this one. 4 teams left alive. A trio of Toyo players trying to bring this one home as a well-placed nade takes out Win or Die. Now a 3v1v1. Can Santastico and Nixie do something here?
As much as they would like to, the fact that they are separated in the way that they are, I think it's just going to be a really straightforward cleanup for Toyo. Never say never. Stuns could always switch the tide, but Nixie running out in the open. Santastico left in a 1 versus 3 attempt, and they are just rushing him down. Man advantage, throwing bodies at the problem, and Toyo come out on top. 4 kills, chicken dinner, but it is a chicken dinner nonetheless.
That is true. They got their first kills as they entered this final fight. A quiet day for Toyo. We've asked for more aggression in their defense in this circle. It's really, really dangerous. Comes with a lot of risk involved to try and take fights before you're forced to. And for Toyo in their advantage, they didn't really have to take fights before that very last part of the game.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what that puts them on the overall leaderboard. There is always a conversation in PUBG about risk, reward. Do you want to play it slow? Guarantee placement points. You want to go for kills. Toyo, but this is their bread and butter. This is how they like to play, and it's been relatively successful so far. But guys, 1 match left. BB team still with a huge lead. Can Twisted Minds or Na'Vi or maybe even Liquid make a run for it on the final game of the day? We're going to go to the desk to set that final match up.
Yes, thank you, Cameron and Toby. We have ourselves Toyo joining along, Algazia being able to get themselves all the way to a victory here. 2 of the Americas teams that have constantly been in those late games. Algazia, geez, 10 kills. But Toyo, a victory is a victory. It's a small one, Godspeed, with just the 4 cheeky chicken dinner kills coming on in. But it's enough.
Just a little baby four banger, you know? It's just just a simple 10 points on the placements, 4 kills. It's fine, but 10 kills. 10 kills for Alpha.
On the edge of my seat here.
I know. I was trying to
where's he
really sell that. It's just a 4-kill win, guys. It's fine. It's actually very much in the vein of Toyo, so not anything crazy there. I'm very impressed again. Alcancia finding more and more consistency, and then we saw Liquid as well find some. But overall, it was a crazy Rozhok game. This is the second Rozhok circle actually we've seen this weekend, so that was something interesting as well.
I think something to be said about that win as a whole is that I was expecting them to have more than 4 kills, considering how early they were there, Godspeed, how they could potentially convert on something. But they were just biding their time, waiting for it to come to them, and a win is a win.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I agree. I have not been secretive about my thoughts on Toyo, and as far as like their passive is. Again, I feel like their macro and their overall just game sense have gotten so much better this year. I think this is actually a fantastic year for them. I still think they're a little bit hesitant, and it shows. But at the end of the day, they still won that game, so I'm not going to take anything from them.
What do you think, Avenger, when it comes to the urban ending overall for these teams trying to participate in it? It's not exactly easy to try and transition between these buildings.
No, I mean, an urban ending on Erangel like this is obviously difficult here, but Toyo held on to the garage compound east of the Boatyard Bridge, and they also held on to the northern side, in the second circle, that is, on Rushhawk. They held on to the northern side too, so you'd assume that they would somehow gotten caught in more fights than they did, but obviously being a big team towards the late game here, holding on to that, and being close to where the circle ends is obviously great, but they cleverly enough, and I will say this, once you realize that we actually have a pretty good chance of winning this if we're 3 or 4 guys alive to the very late game, then that's what should be your focus, especially with 10 points for first place. It's just huge, right? Sure, they could have maybe gotten one more kill here and there. Like, it could have been a 17 kill win, and that'd be fine. But if they felt that they had to give up space or take a chance or something like that, that's completely fine, and it's actually going to have quite the impact here, putting them at 96 points. That's only 9 points from fifth place here in Alcadicious, right? So it's extremely close, and our mid pack is really ever growing here from 5th place all the way down to 9th.
Yeah, there's quite the divide of what was that left-hand side to the right-hand side.
Right.
All triple digits on the left. The right-hand side still looking for a little bit more, even with Toyo getting some of those points there to try and make that catch-up happen. One thing's for sure, though, BB Team still looking completely, totally fine up in that number 1 spot. Na'Vi, I have to say this, started that game out in a wild manner, which is Godspeed. I was saying it to you, that in EMEA, we've never seen that move, but it was such a smart move, considering playing path, considering them going over to that bridge to go for that camp. I loved that. So it was clear they were trying to gun for a big game to try and catch up to BB Team.
Yeah, and that's what we were that's what I've been so excited for, and we were talking about it, as you stated. Na'Vi is a team that will absolutely go for it. You're talking about that play on the Western Bridge. Again, they know that if they're behind, they're not necessarily just going to sit back and be like, look, we need to get the positional points. They will go for the kills. Does it work out for them all the time? No, it doesn't. But again, the fact that they are a young team that's hungry and willing to go for those, whether it's a bridge camp that we saw right there and able to catch some points, or if they're just going to straight up crash a team they know is going to be a disadvantage. That's what I love about Na'Vi. And then again, Fairest, I feel like has been an absolute boon for that team, especially recently. We always talk about Hakatori and how good he is, and Fairest really has come alive this year and has put up some really impressive numbers.
Very often towards the tail end of tournaments, Avenger, we want to see these kinds of plays, but a lot of our top teams are very cautious, very conservative about how they're going to approach things. So it was awesome to kind of watch that, even if it was just a glimpse into it. They only got those 4 kills in the end of the game, actually. So maybe there was a slight delay in terms of how they were going to enter the game and play from their normal rotations, but cool nonetheless.
Yeah, I like it. And again, I think the impact was that they were delayed to a degree, so they don't come in and get the information that they needed to play the late game, right? Although this did put them on par with the amount of kills that BB Team had, and Twisted Minds obviously having 4 more than both of them, but BB Team just triples Twisted Minds placement points, doubles Na'Vi's points. Although the 64 placement points that they have, 55 of those came from day 1, right? So they only have gotten in the rest of the 11 more games that we've played so far with just 1 to go here. They've only been able to get 9 more placement points, but they've still been able to get the small points here and there, the kills that they've been able to secretly get and steal, and some of the kind of plays. You can see BB Team is still kind of playing the same style, but it's more edge heavy, especially here. Like they were kind of splitting on that eastern side, holding the volcano and putting themselves into a position where they could potentially send it, but once you have to get into Rushak or School or anywhere from the eastern side, it's just difficult. And for me, again, sure, they deserve the win based on that first day, right? Again, I said it before, more points in 6 games than our PGC winner of 2024 had in 16. Completely insane stats here for them to put up, right? So that's awesome to see. For me, though, the consistency from Toyo, from Alcadisha, these guys has been very honorable, but it's just the kills that's the difference maker. That's why we see the guys that have the 94, the 94, and the 98, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and BB team. That's just where it really comes through. Your consistency can't carry you alone, especially with a nerfed point system in terms of placement that we have had here in Masters.
Sure. Well, we have got ourselves one more game. Either Na'Vi makes it the most insane game and the goalpost does not move at the top, or we will be crowning BB. However, there's still a lot to play for. Be it podium, be it all that money that is still on the line here. $50,000 in total. So let's take a look at that final playing path here, Godspeed, and talk about what we're seeing for Erangel.
It's south. It's really south. This is a very southern plane here, basically on Sosnovka Island, Millie Base, aka. So we'll see how these teams are going to navigate that. In fact, I don't think we've seen a play this far south in any of the Erangels we've played. So a lot of teams are going to have to stretch for not only where they want to loot, but cars. We might see some early car contention here as far as some of these roads, especially crossroads around Pachinki. You can see some teams trying to go for some vehicles. So we will have to see. I said no secret are going to be going to Lip, and then BB team, the team we're just talking about, again, no secret, going to be going right there to Milta Power.
Avenger?
Yeah, that's an easy. We win this game from BB team. They get a home turf circle here. The Milta Power. We've seen a lot of it. It could also be military, sure, but what a difficult plane path to get things rolling here in the last game. Milta Power to Primos, basically. Damn, that's. I feel bad for some of the guys, and yeah, of course, circle could be difficult. Could be that eastern one that we've seen so much of. But we're gonna see VP getting somewhat close to Pachinki, and look at this circle, boys. It's a rough one.
That is a lot of water. We'll have to ask Avenger to figure out the exact percentage of the water. But before we do that, we are heading over to the commentators. The last game of Masters West. Who is gonna claim the championship? We kind of know, maybe.
BB team opened up Masters West with one of the greatest single days that we've seen in PUBG Esports history. And while day 2 and 3 for them have not been spectacular, sometimes just enough is, in fact, just enough. We'll see if Twisted Minds or Na'Vi can try and come back with a miracle run of themselves. But Toby, with a circle like this, we know that game 6 is chaotic already. This is going to make it even worse. So the run for points is going to be very, very unreliable. Everything can happen here.
Yes, it's a tricky fight for the top, as they were saying on the desk as well. A lot of prize pool that kind of jumps high and low between some of these spots, and also the caveat: the recently announced Masters $200,000 prize pool tournament, where some regional teams will be invited. We can only speculate that it could be based on performances in tournaments such as this one, but will it be top 2 that goes through, top 3, top 4? We have no clue. So play to the best of your ability, even if BB might be out of reach.
Win or die, they're chasing players down. Honestly, when we see a circle like this is gross. This is really, really gross. This is one of those situations that it's like, let's just go and get some kills. We have no clue. How do you macro into this? How do you have some sort of, ooh, I got some 300 IQ plan. I can see into the future. I'm perfectly flowcharting every single possibility. Not this one. Not this time, guys. I'm sorry to say. And with the bridge camp that we already saw from Na'Vi on the previous round, Furia, they are ready for more shenanigans around this bridge.
Yeah, there's no team to beat this time around if you're Na'Vi. I mean, that bridge is already occupado. No one's going to try and come claim that. What isn't occupied yet, though, is the space north on this circle. Look at the amount of teams that have yet to even consider this rotation. I mean, BB, Twisted, El Katsia, Mission Ready, BB Team Rock, as well as, I mean, win or die, they're probably going to stay military for a bit. But all the other teams that I just mentioned, they are in for a tricky pathing if they are expecting to go anywhere south on this.
I mean, where can you go south that's not Sosnovka Island? Like,
gotta wrap hard west, maybe? Go Prim via west? But
yeah,
that's also a commitment.
I could see a team like BB Team or maybe even Rock Esports just rotate through Sosnovka, take that corner to the west of the island, and then just cross your fingers and hope that it's gonna continue.
I mean, there's enough
southeast.
MS there that it's not. It's probable, not just like a fever dream. Oh, that's a car. in your face.
Yeah, Falcons, they're taking the fight early to Furia. Furia actually quite greedy with their 2-2 split. I don't know what they were hoping for. The Panther misses. And the M249 is going to follow up, though, with a successful knock. Can't quite go for the flush just yet. Trying to get the point, is able to grab it. And then another knock on a Shrimpsy.
My, oh my. 9 bullets left, still got something. He gets one more! The triple! That's why you played the M249. Who needs a reload when you can get a triple? What looked so good for Falcons turned disastrous. And once again, the Falcons' kryptonite is solo players. 3 down. Now comes the rest of Furia. Easy peasy cleanup duty, or at least it should be. This could be Falcons' first ones out in the final match of the tournament.
But Na'Vi are watching all of this. They even let Furia get into the compound because they want to be here to follow up and steal this entire building away. A good grenade by Kickstart, but Kickstart goes down to X-Stands. It is 2 solos and the entirety of Na'Vi breathing down their necks.
Wow. 4-man pull-up again from Falcons. We've seen it so many times this tournament thus far. What seems like an easy peasy finish, what seems like, oh guys, we're just gonna go in, isn't structured, and they fall because of it.
Brutal results right now, but it looks like Na'Vi, they're actually pulling away. They still don't want to commit. They're going to let these 2 players... Yeah, I suppose the fact that if they saw Furia, maybe have 1 knock against them, but take down the final member of Falcons, then they would come in after that. Yeah. But right now, when it's 2 solos, it's way too many unknowns, and they don't want to throw the game so early on in a situation like this. So they're going to back away and let these 2 home aloners play this one out.
And they'll stay in the vicinity. So, I mean, if the circle comes near, they know that they can crash it against 2 solos. As I don't know if that's...
What's that door doing?
I don't know if that's Kickstart or Tickleton having a bit of a shaky dance with the door there. We're actually going to go back and look at... You know, that's probably how they're feeling after what just happened. I'll be a little shaken as well after that. But it's so interesting because, I mean, again, we've seen it. We saw it with the fight against, what was it, Batulins on day 1. Then we saw it against It's Chris, and now we've seen it here. Falcons are, in my opinion, one of the best teams in the world at orchestrated fights. You know, when they come in, when they have good info to go off of, when they know what to do playing with one another. But in moments like this where it's, let's just go in and find him, like, woohoo, YOLO, go and kill him, easy peasy. Like, they kind of rush in to see who gets the kill first. Those head under the arm sort of pushes, they have just fallen victim of so many times throughout this this tournament so far.
Yeah, sometimes it's just not your weekend. Falcons, they can win global tournaments, but they can also lose 1v4 multiple times, including against Twisted Minds, who have now only arrived to take this position. Na'Vi might have backed away, but Twisted Minds, they have their eyes on this. The question is, how much information do they have on the 2 solos here, as we also put some attention on QAD and BB team, who are doing a northern wrap. This fight isn't even in the zone. I think QAD might have been camping a potential rotate by mission ready, because they're also to the east of this. I don't know how many of these teams planned an out-of-circle fight like this.
Alcazia definitely set up, as you were saying, trying to deny a western push from mission ready. They were setting up, looking towards Yasnaya, but then you have BB actually coming over the southern bridge and driving into all of this. Alcazia having to reposition, and now they have a player stuck in the water, 2 players over on the other side, and then you have a Doozy far up towards the north. And I think if you're Alcazia, I mean, given where they are on the leaderboard and that BB is practically, I mean, being crowned to the champions already, you can still make top 2 if you have a good game here if you're Alcazia. Look at where they are on the leaderboard. They're, 21 points down to Na'Vi. That's an 11-kill win. Doable. Not easy, but doable. Get out of here. Don't fight BB now. And, well, for HWin, don't eat Panzer Fausts.
I mean, much easier said than done. Twisted Minds, it seemed that they knew exactly what the situation was in that compound. Cleanly took out those last 2 remaining members. And now Na'Vi, we look at their position now. Remember, they pulled away from that very same compound, looking like they're just trying to overwatch onto Bestia. Only 1 kill for them so far, and I believe that might have been the confirmation on the kickstart from the previous fight. So have yet to really start a fight here.
Yeah.
But eyes on Flood. That's an M4 staring at you, Hakatori. Don't be so confident they can take that duel.
Just go military circle. Just do it. We haven't had a single one. Martin said it many times that he wanted one. You said that you didn't. And you know what? I'm like, let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Let's force BB to rotate some more.
Why would you betray me like this? You're supposed to be my co-commentator. You're just going to throw me under the bus like this and side with the villains? The villains of water circles in PUBG? Toby.
Oh, you know what? You got what you win. You know what? We take away your melee circle, but we give you a quarry ending instead. There you go. Are you happy now, Cam?
It's a good compromise between us, just as much as it's an awful compromise here for QAD, as BB team are able to take at least one member out. I saw a headshot, or at least a bolt action kill in the kill feed from BB team to remove a member of QAD from this game. Twisted Minds now rotating, as teams are all going to want to do to get closer to Quarry. Primorsk is still free. I don't know if anyone's going to commit to it, because it is not that large of a part of this space. To circle, but Lou goes down to Capitan, cleaned up by Emmy. First point for Toyo.
Now, to make matters even worse, all of this is taking place in the middle of a red zone. We haven't seen the red zones have all that much impact as of yet, but who knows? When it matters most, that's usually when they start hitting.
That's true. What is it, just when you think that it's going to be free, the red zone comes in and takes all your toys away. Gets rid of all the fun. A couple of teams sitting here and waiting for a bunch of the squads to kind of enter their kill zone, but we still have a few rotations that need to come into play. We have Navi and Ascent facing off against each other, but Hive catching the VP arrival, but it looks like VP is going to be coming out on top. Schengen, though, with the curl confirm and another drop of Beamy there with the Panzer, leaves it all onto Rocks once again. Hiding in a closet, first aid kit.
I'm not sure if there were any flushes. There were. No, well, now there definitely are, but should be actually possible for them to get all players back on their feet. Yes, they will be able to. Good on VP to collapse on that as quickly as they did, and again, read the situation as fast as they did to avoid getting any knocks or any players taken out. Because if this next circle goes anywhere remotely north, VP is in a very good position in this field.
Navi, I don't know if they really would have had an opportunity to try to make a break for the center of the zone on this phase 2 shift, or if they were waiting on the edge to try and gather a whole bunch of kill points to then take the fight to BB team still, despite the gap that exists. Go for the play. But regardless, Ascend comes arriving and takes one of their members out. Ferris is now down, fully killed. And so the question is, Navi, how do they want to respond? They're in phase 2, barely. But do they want to continue to take this fight, or perhaps look for an exit plan and rotate through the beach, maybe into Primorsk?
A TPP push into that farm spells disaster, the way I read it. And I think Navi is aware of it too. They're waiting for Ascent to overstep their boundaries. They know it's one of the bottom teams they're fighting. And, well, Ascent have been making a lot of mistakes. That's why they're set where they are on the leaderboard. So maybe for Navi, being patient here is not the worst idea. I'm looking at the map feed as this is happening. And you know what, observers, thank you. You're reading my mind. Because BB were coming in from the east side. I honestly thought they were going to be wrapping way further north than what has happened. The issue is I think they respect Al Qadsiya enough that, wait, if they stopped here to fight us, maybe they've set up another camp. So we have to readjust our pathing. But that just sent them through win or die. And mission ready. Now they're going into Slam G. So BB not safe in their rotation yet either.
Oh, I don't think any rotation is safe. This has been such a tricky circle for all these teams to read. Not only was it a disastrous playing path to start things off, we also know that the final games of tournaments, things can get a bit hectic, a bit crazy. Still a lot of teams that are out in the blue, despite this phase 3 shift, still favoring Toyo, favoring Llama Quarry split. And at least it removes a vast majority of the fields from play. BB team just drove through one themselves, but where are QAD going to rotate? We still have win or die to push through. Ascend and Navi, they need to make a break for this new zone. Rock Esports also driving into members of Toyo, all looking to consolidate.
Everyone's coming in on that southern side, and you know what? If you have a BRDM right now, you're probably feeling a little safer, at least, than all these other players trying to path their way through the woods to some sort of safety. Win or die, Ascend as well out towards the east, have to figure out how they're going to path this one through, as Rock do end up taking one casualty. Twisted Minds from inside the southeast side of Quarry, able to fight one through the leaves.
Mission ready coming in with an E pickup.
Well, they see them.
Gonna try and find a spot in Quarry you have to imagine is really the best spot for them, but Example is here, ready to take Fox out, but they're able to land. Not a single member gets knocked. Can Michael make the final fall? Lance, listen, got knocked, but is still on the ground. It was not an instant death, but Bizzler also falls on down to an SLR from Luke. And so Twisted Minds are going to make this push. They're going to try and clean up these kill points.
Good thing for Twisted is as they were shooting and kind of running up, they also heard the shots coming in from the north, so they know that Liquid is sat up there on the northern side, which means they're probably not going to be as greedy for these kills. No, you see Example running back. It's only Perfectix now who's actually made his way closer, but he too has opted to run off the hillside. When they realized there was a team on the north side of Quarry, they said it's simply not worth the risk trying to go up there. In the meantime, Ascend trying to wrap around the south side, and yeah, I don't know. They were sitting behind trees, maybe scouting the compound, but SlamG has been shooting from here for a while now, so it's... yeah.
At that range, Hackatory actually able to grab 2 members of Ascend. Good revenge for losing Ferris, though SlamG, I think they might be a bit disappointed with only getting 2 kills. Ascend were way out in the open, incredibly vulnerable position, and unfortunate they were going down in that way on the final match, but... teams need to get eliminated eventually. Down to 12 teams. Vustek staring down onto Na'Vi. Sending some shots through as we are waiting for the last 30 seconds. Where is Phase 4 going to go? There's no water to get removed. And so it really could go just about anywhere.
Yep, that's true. BB actually earlier than I thought have opted to send a couple of players up on Cat Hill. Just down towards the southwest. Want to make sure they have a place to run whenever the new circle does pop, and even if it does come east, they want to be... I mean, that hillside is the kryptonite out of the compound they found themselves in, right? So make sure to have control of that position early on as Win or Die. Take a few shots towards Phil first. Does get him tacked down low as well. But the remainder of BB team do up to push towards the north. Circle centers up once more. So now the hill in the northeast, really the only open playable spot outside of what's inside Quarry proper, but how in the world do you get in there if you're not there already?
I was going to say, really perfect timing on Na'Vi to get that blue chip beam activated, because it was, what, like 10 seconds after it was done, did Ferris respawn in the helicopter? So now they can group up as 4, but yeah, it's going to be a difficult push for Na'Vi, as it's going to be difficult for, I think, a lot of these teams. QAD, back up to 4 themselves. Trying to look to push through, if not Liquid, maybe wrapping down onto Bestia. I don't know. I don't think there's any one obvious, like, objectively correct answer.
Oh, it's not easy. Not easy. BB looking down towards SlamG. They know they have them just on the other side. Best of luck up here on the hill, too. They're waiting for the remainder of the teammates. Phil first. Moldog only now leaving the compound. Of course, they wanted to make sure they weren't getting backfilled themselves. But if timing is right, if maybe Toyo finds a knock on SlamG, this could be huge. But Phil first one to open up. Actually, from a distance, this could be bait, allowing for a doozy. Yeah, exactly. Allowing for them to run up, throw a couple of nades. Great nades thrown, but also really nice reactive play for SlamG. Now they're caught with the backs turned.
Some good damage, wasn't able to get the knock. And I remember SlamG is continuing to push on forward, looking for a crossfire, but only ended up into a crossfire of BB team. Still not eliminated. I can't believe that Mogor has not been taken down. Finally, the pit does get pushed on over, but the footsteps were heard. Arctic's able to get the knock in the full force.
I thought Art was like, guys, I'm taking one for the team. I'm going to drive straight into the middle of their split. They'll take me out, but you shoot them back in return. He actually ends up finding one in the midst of all of that. That caught me a bit by surprise. As now, SlamG are the ones in the aggression, trying to make their way up the hillside. Art is down, but giving in for a cross, of course. Mogor still stuck in the buildings down towards the southeast side, but he too is feeding in for a cross to his teammates as he's trying to make his way closer.
I mean, it caught you by surprise. I think they caught BB10 by surprise. But look at Toyo and look at Win or Die. They're all looking to try and clean up this very, very exacerbated fight between BB team, who, by the way, all down to Molotov. This is a great information to be seen in the kill feed for teams like Twisted Minds, for teams like Na'Vi. Is this going to be the opening? There is still one member left, so it's not going to be like they're going to be done with the potential points that they can earn. But now Na'Vi, they are looking to go aggressive onto Rock Esports. They need to start getting the kill points now. They need to start cleaning up if we are going to shoot for the 10, dare I say 20 kill victory that Na'Vi are going to need. BB team are eliminated. This is the window of opportunity. Can Na'Vi step up to the plate?
And this is the reason why we throughout the week said there is a world where BB don't win, because they have had, I mean, entire tournaments that look like what we just saw here before. Had it not been for that day one, though, This could have been a whole lot different, but gotta give them credit as well for what has been an absolutely, record-breaking day one that carried them through to what most likely will be a tournament championship win. But let's see. Na'Vi, there are still, again, theoretically enough players alive that they could win it, but with where they are, with where the circle is, from what it was a record-breaking day for BB team, needs to be an equally never has been done before type game for Na'Vi.
Hey, listen. I remember. I don't know how similar the roster is, but I do remember in the chicken dinner era, or rather the most chickens format, Na'Vi, we thought that they were out of qualification, and they came in with an amazing last game to end up with a qualification spot. So they've done it before. Can they do it here? Will the spirit of Not As Vincere raise up this roster? But they're stalling out. They aren't being aggressive on Rock Esports. They know that it's going to be a difficult push onto the high ground, but they need to go for it. They need to play a Hail Mary if they want a chance to overtake them. And we see Batulin's getting a knock in the kill feed. More kills are happening. And so the opportunities for kill points on the side of Na'Vi are starting to fall away as they seem to be falling away from Rock Esports.
Let's see. As all these teams fight to try and make their way closer to Quarry. Ain't a whole lot easier with where they're going. But first fights have to come through. It's going to be Winner Die and Slam G battling it off one another. It's just a two-man down. The side of Winner Die is still returnable with one more confirmed. Rests should be possible. No, actually, I say that. It's phase 5. It's going to hurt. There is a jammer pack, though, on the side of one of the players. So maybe they'll be able to get one, but not the second. Get rocks confirmed.
Na'Vi trying to thread the needle and looking to loop on over towards Toyo, but Emmy is here on an extended position to defend against maneuvers just like this. Grenade up and over, but it goes a bit too far. And it's actually going to be some shots from Twisted Minds to force them away. 3 members of Na'Vi now in the low ground, into the compound. Benya gets overrun, as does Emmy. 2 knocks against Toyo. And Na'Vi, they are starting to look to make moves to take over this zone. 2 more members of Toyo remaining.
They're looking for more. If they can clean out this entire compound of this warehouse building, they have that ridge line on the east side under control too. They are, looking scary. If this circle goes anywhere east again, they could have themselves a very, very good finish off of this one. Maybe not enough at first, but still a very, very strong finish for the boys in yellow.
Jumping over the fence. Rybo is pushing forward as we see Win or Die as well coming in from the north, looking to see what opportunities are given for them. But they also know that Virtus Pro can make an equally similar backstab wrap. So they're not going to be too aggressive. Got to keep eyes on the back of your head in PUBG. And Capitan, eyes on to a member of Na'Vi. Can't get the knock. The tree blocks the way. And now Rybo dropped down to 29 HP. The Bolt's not going to find it.
I respect the 4x spray with the M249. Limited attachments to work with as well, but not quite hitting the mark there. Oh, Bisla, perfect need of mime. Well, that vehicle is going to explode. Take him down with it, as all these teams from the west side of Quarry as well try to make their way further east.
A good C4 attempt, but it gets stalled by Mission Ready. And then Rock Esports getting some kills. Best yet, it's all falling apart for them. It's all on to Vinny. Last one standing and trying to survive in the smoke. But things are lighting up every single quadrant of this zone. Na'Vi are losing some members as Win or Die are taking some stance from their own high ground position. The circle did start to favor the east quite a bit. This is suddenly a very powerful position for all of these teams to fight for.
Yep, definitely. Na'Vi forced inside the compound proper, sharing it now with Toyo's Win or Die is taking control of the hillside, but they are only 2 up. Same as VP, though, as they're coming running on over. Perfectix from afar, though. Oh, VP were setting up a push onto Win or Die, but they find one in transition. Twisted Minds right now in a really good central position, trying to maybe vie for that second place spot as well.
Yeah, Twisted Minds actually have a really good spot to try and gatekeep the western exit teams from Quarry. Liquid being one of them, and they're facing off against QAD. There is still so much to play for on the east and the west. But Alo and Luke, last 2 up. Sparkin got revived. Luke was just trying to hold point, but look at the wrap by members of QAD. Luke 12 was pushing through their own BZ grenade to try and catch Alcacia off guard, but look at the Alo angle from the high ground.
It's a fight for that top 3 position. Liquid with a good game here could surpass the two in front of them as well, but they're taking casualties by the second. Loot now down and confirmed. Just Alo and Sparking left alive to try and make something happen. They're still outside circle, and the push towards the west here ain't easy. They could try and fall into the warehouses down below, but they need these points in order to make the run there.
Still 3 up for Na'Vi. Only 5 kills for them. Mission ready to get eliminated. We're down to 18 members alive. So mathematically, I don't know if it's going to be even possible for Twisted Minds or Na'Vi to overtake BB Team, but at the very least, they are going to fight to try and secure second over each other. Na'Vi still holding on. Liquid are getting eliminated. We're down to 6 teams remaining, and Toyo are still standing throughout all of that. Rybo even finds another knock against Xtans.
Na'Vi needs to take down Toyo here and come out victorious in this fight. If not, then, I mean, with Twisted being down just 4 points right now, it looks very, very winnable for Twisted over Na'Vi in the fight for that second place spot. Win or die, though, at the same time, with a chance to surpass Team Liquid, who just got eliminated for top spot. Again, we don't know the ins and outs of how the qualification for Masters 5 will be. So if it's top 4 that goes through and Win or die could just exactly squeeze up ahead of Team Liquid, that would be huge.
Win or die pulling the vehicle just a touch closer, but the next circle is going to hard shift towards the west. This is looking like a very likely Twisted Minds of victory. They do have a bit of a split. Perfectus could potentially get overwhelmed by remaining members of a QAD. But now we got to figure out, how are Na'Vi, Win or Die, or Toyo? How are they going to push towards the west? They got to take care of each other first. But this is looking like going to be another potential stalling out moment where the blue is going to eventually force them to fight, potentially take some victims of its own.
Definitely could. It's 7 points for Win or Die up to try and stay even with Liquid. Alcatsia, same, sat behind by 1 point extra. So much could change in this top 6 before this game is done. But for now, it's these 3 teams out east that are sat trying to, again, just bait the attention, trying to play it slow, play it smart. Not going to be easy as... Are they denying? Hello, my bad punches out Leosh?
They might just be denying either that, or it was...
That would be the most absurd time DC in the world, if that's the case. I'm not sure what happened, but he's driving forward, trying to make something happen.
Getting on the ridge. It's a coup and a dream for cover, and then Na'Vi, they eliminate Toyo. They're out in 6th place. They got some placement points and I think a couple of kills, but now Na'Vi are losing another member. I don't know if this is going to be the time to go for the revive. They have to push forward. They have to take My Bad out. They know this player is here. They're going to try and blow up the vehicle, but the blue right on their back. No other option but to push forward out into the open.
1v2, Dragonov in hand. He's seen underneath the vehicle, though. Gotta play just behind the tire, but it ain't gonna be possible. Extends survive, so does the remainder of Na'Vi, and the hope for Na'Vi to stay alive in them. I mean, Twisted Minds, there's nothing they can do to try and deny them this, but you see it now. They're trying to make the play. Actually, you know what? They're trying to take matters into their own hands. They want to take out Na'Vi. They know that we can only get second if we take them out early enough. They're making the play happen, but Rock is here on the other side, denying them the opportunity.
Rock with the high ground. Laying siege, laying fire on every which way, and then Twisted Minds, the opportunity was there. They even threw the smokes to try and make a run for it. But it is going to get denied now. The smokes are fading. D with a Panzerfaust. We see into the northwest. Last member up for QAD. Could try and spoil some of this. But at least Twisted Minds are getting the revive, staying up as 3. They still could still go for the win, even if Na'Vi do live to fight at least a few more minutes.
Circle sent us up, and it's just enough to the west that, well, Twisted knows that Na'Vi has to come over that ridge line. Had it been just a little bit further east, could have been possible for them to play behind, but as you can see here, Na'Vi, they can't just focus Twisted. It's Rock up on the hill on the other side of Quarry that is the real threat to them right now. In the meantime, for Alcatsia, they are 1 point behind Win or Die. They're 6 points down on Team Liquid. If Die can just stay alive here for top 2, maybe, just maybe, there is a top 4 finish for Alcatsia possible here.
Top 5 surely is in the realm of possibility. 4 would be a bit of a long shot, but everything is possible.
We'll see.
The real question is, Na'Vi, when do we start to consider the denial of points? They know that they're going to be contesting Twisted Minds for the 2nd place position. Do they know exactly how many points in the lead they are? The Panzerfaust gets sent on out. A little bit of damage on Perfectix, but really not too much. Instead, it's all going to be stuns and maybe some BZs for D to make his way further forward.
I like the blue zone nade there. Even if you don't do damage on him, force him off that angle, because that's the only place you can run further forward. Look at this. Perfect positioning from Die there to make the run further forward, and also forces Example into an awkward position. Rock gets the knock. Did he realize he heard those shots connecting in front of him? Does he realize that's the player in front of him who got down? Do you see him kind of looking up, looking further left again, trying to figure, wait, was that my guy that got knocked? Can I make the run now? I think he just figured it out.
Certainly waiting for a response, waiting for some further information. Not finding an angle to steal that kill away himself, but the stuns now come on down. D is at least in the zone. That's something to play with. But constantly looking around, yeah. Not terribly sure that Perfectix was the player hiding in front. Such a stressful situation for everyone involved as we wait for the final few seconds. There's not going to be any more shifts in play. We know where this game is going to end. It's going to be to the south of Twisted Minds. Everyone's just looking behind themselves, but D is able to find that kill steal at the end of it all. Backing away, does get stalled out by Example. The final Lynx shot, the killing spree for Twisted Minds, and now Na'Vi are also eliminated. It sets up for a Rock Esports versus Twisted Minds. 3 versus 2, but TM have the positional advantage. Can Rock Esports overwhelm them? Overwhelming forces, but Example crawling around, finding an off angle, trying to catch Rock Esports by surprise, setting up some sort of crossfire. They have control on the final star, on the final dot. It's taking it slow. They have the man advantage, and the grenade doesn't bounce where Rock Esports needs it to. Example is still hiding out, still a thorn in their sides. And they're just not giving Rock Esports the opportunity. They're not giving them the opening. This isn't a position that you can just rush on forward. They need to take it slow. They need to take it methodically. But footsteps are heard. Ring around Rosie between Example and Souls. A nice grenade. Example's going to push on the back of that, hoping for the health advantage on the swing, and sets it up into a 2 versus 2 with the high ground setup for Example to continue to lay waste onto Rock Esports. That might just have been the game-winning play for Twisted Minds. 12 kills for them. And the spray down finds another 2 versus 1. Looking to end this entire Masters West tournament with a win. Twisted Minds up versus Santastico. Information found. BZ grenade on the rock. Caught between 2 different blue zones, and Twisted Minds are going to be pushing forward. And Lynx in hand. Why were you going to do this? You're going to try and end this with a hipfire Lynx action. A red dot. The audacity for Twisted Minds. They're playing with their food, but making sure not to throw it away. Fantastico running out of time. Circle right on their heels. Has to peek at some point. A stun. Catches Example, but Batulin's going to push on the back of this. And in the blue, despite the damage being there, Twisted Minds wins game 18. 14 kills. Will this be enough to overtake Na'Vi? A fantastic finish for Twisted Minds. Though, at the end of it all, overshadowed by the BB team victorious run. Day number 1 was absolutely amazing. 5 wins in a row. They didn't need to do much more than that. It might have looked like it got a bit close towards the end, but they are going to be your Masters West champions.
That's right, BB team here, the champions of Masters 4. Congratulations to them after a spectacular day number 1. All they needed to do was keep it calm, cool, and collected to take the grand final. Congratulations to them. Of course, joining me, we have Godspeed as well as Avenger to talk about this one. Avenger, this was quite the tournament for BB team. That first day, record-breaking, history-making grand champions.
Yeah, it's so great to see these guys pull this together, and there's no way after you take 5 wins and a second place in a set of 6 games in a day. There's no way you don't close it out. Even though you could have a mediocre day 2 and day 3, it got somewhat close. They made it exciting, and especially in the end here for Twisted Minds to close this one out, they managed to grab second place. But we talked about it. We said it was going to be a fight for second place, and it did indeed happen.
Yeah, I mean, Godspeed, we were talking as this was playing out, right? Ultimately, the leaderboard, it doesn't actually look like somebody ran away with day number 1. But the law of averages when it comes to these kinds of tournaments, yes, okay, BBT might have had a spectacular day, but it's always very difficult to replicate something like that. The other teams, they're great. They're going to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it looks like we actually had a very fair tournament from start to finish overall, even though that wasn't the case whatsoever going into day 2. But also, congratulations to Twisted Mind, right? Making that last surge. They were very close to Na'Vi going into game 6. They ended up passing them with a huge win, and they squeeze right into second place. Na'Vi as well, congratulations on third. Liquid, I think that's a big story for me, you know, coming back from a really kind of being on the wrong side of the first couple days, fixing the ship by the end of yesterday, and really making that surge today. So it's our top 4, great. You want to throw our top 5 in there? Al Qadisiyah played amazing. They tied with Win or Die, but looks like they're going to get the tiebreaker on the placement. Overall, this was a very fun event, man. Bringing the regions together, casting with you guys, and working with Martin. It's been fun, and the teams played lights out. So this was a awesome grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Twisted Minds jumping up to second place against Na'Vi, both of those teams today and yesterday played a bit of a blinder, to be fair,
yeah.
Avenger. And the fight back from America's Team Liquid's rise today is nothing to be sniffed at, Avenger.
No, for sure. They managed to have 2 fantastic games that really put them in there. And also, it's been amazing to see that even though we had some domination in the top, it's the classic, it's the usual suspect of BB Team, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi. We've seen them, we know them. But from 4th down to 9th place, look how close it is. And it really talks to, even though we're coming regions together, the best teams are still the best. Sure, we have some outliers that might have not put as much practice in for TVP as the other teams, but it's been amazing to see the dominance from the top teams and how close our mid-back has been all the way through. We're talking thousands of dollars difference in the matter of just a few points here and there, right? It's always super cool to see.
Well, with that, 159 points for BB Team, and we have them ready for an interview after their victory here for the grand final. And I think all 4 players are going to be joining us. Hey! Well, the boys. Congratulations, lads, on the victory. I guess my first question for you, I'll angle it towards Aduzi, and if anybody wants to add to it, they can. Aduzi, obviously, we have to ask about day number 1 now that we've got you here, right? Obviously, the circles and the games are going very well for you guys. What are the comms like after, 3 or 4 wins? How are you guys feeling at that point? Because obviously things were going crazy in that day 1.
We're just laughing actually every game when we won, like on the day 1. But I think we made it, like there's some magic. Because we actually played really well, and also we had some luck from the game, and we just played we do our best in situation on the map. So I think every team who was on our place and played well, I think they did the same. So it was day 1, and the next days don't wanna speaking about it, but we play just different, so we also have some strategy for the next days.
Okay, fair. Avenger, you want to follow up?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, congrats on an insane day. I think that had everyone talking. That's always cool to see. You guys are insane after just a little bit of practice, so that's awesome. I want to ask though, what do you think is the kind of difference here to being in such a lead where you're thinking we're just gonna win it? How much does it change for you guys in your kind of mentality or style that you kind of start playing that much differently?
I mean, it's a bit strange, but when you're playing from lower spots, you're just trying to catch up every game, and sometimes when you're on top position already, you just maybe overthinking yourself and making a moves where can you where you can just chill and like play the game like another way. I mean,
Yeah, exciting. All right, cool.
yeah.
Godspeed.
Yeah. And as for me, Besso, like, what has the experience been like switching between the Masters and, you know, like the PECs going from FPP to TPP? Like, what has the experience been like for you guys as far as like coming into the event, and like how has it felt like to have such an incredible day like you had on day one?
I mean, the difference is huge, and like it's absolutely another game to play, and nobody like not focused at all on TPP, but how to say it, just another game. I don't know what else to say.
Sure. Different style of play. Understood.
I think TPP is like more about your like macro game, about your like position, not
For sure.
like about the fights. Because like every fight, you just using utility, you can defy actually with guns. Because like everyone can see you and you can see everyone. So I think it's different game, and yeah, it's just a big different game.
Sure.
Awesome.
I guess a final question for me, either for Molodoct or Phil first, if you guys want to answer too. Were you guys concerned in day 2 or 3 that anybody was going to catch up? Because Na'Vi started looking good, Twisted Mind started looking good. Were you concerned at all?
You can answer in Russian and translate, maybe, one of the boys.
Yeah.
Не понял, что сказал?
Переведи.
Я понял. Давай.
А как ответить? Что сказать? Скажи, я скажу.
Ты беспокоился, что Давид Твисты догоняют?
Я понял по-английски.
Грубо говоря. Ну что-нибудь.
I think I thought that Navi and Twist can catch us. Yes, I think they good opponents.
Yeah,
I think actually,
for sure.
I'm gonna say like we won the tournament in game 17 when we saw like how Twist is going out from the school, like 3 of them, and we just like instead of make the play, we make a call to grief their game to like not let them like get the points from this game or
Get out,
this game, because they like in this circle they have like the best position for the like farming everyone. So I think we just make the rotation inside of school and just grift their game, and actually this like in this moment we won the tournament because Navi already like died, and we just have to grift this game, and that's it.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, I like that strategy. All right, well, congratulations, guys. I guess any last words from you? Any thanks you want to give? I guess I can give this to a doozy to kind of round things out for us.
Thank you everyone who like cheering for BB, for like viewers from like the world. Спасибо всем, кто с СНГ, с России за нас болел. I hope we're gonna play more FPP also.
Okay, hopefully we'll see you at PGC.
Oh yeah, that's also we also hope. And that's it. Like, thank you everyone who cheered for BB. Actually, we won something after PGS 2. Unlikely we didn't qualify to PGS for some reasons, but if we qualify to PGC, I think we will play different, and we just praying for the PGC. That's it.
Yeah, I've got my fingers crossed for you, because I did a little media piece and I was saying that I'm hoping that BB Team's able to make it regardless of not playing at the PGSs. But thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on Celebrate, and we will see you hopefully at PGC.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Right. Awesome stuff. That was BB Team. They are our champions. 159 points after that first day. Obviously, there were some concerns, and that's why they targeted Twisted Minds in the penultimate game to try and shut them down. It's an understandable play, Avenger, considering that there is a huge threat. And they walk away with $17,500. Twisted Minds jumping into second place takes away 10,000 Avenger.
Yeah, it's always the matter of focusing on your nearest opponent. If there's anyone that has a chance of catching you, focus on them rather than and focus on the overall game. And that won them additional $7,500. And of course, the right to call themselves champions once again this year. Obviously, after having won PGS 8, that's awesome. I could imagine the heartbreak of them not making it to PGS 9 and 10, but I think there's a pretty good shot at them for making it. I think the 420 points for the PGS points that they have currently is going to be enough. So yeah, hopefully we'll see them at PGC at the end of the year, and I think they will come back even hungrier than ever. And once they see that coming through, they don't have to travel back. They're not going to be exhausted from just having played LAN, so they can just grind and focus on PGC.
Yeah. True. And of course, Godspeed. As for the Americas, no luck this time on being able to get to podium, but next time with that Team Liquid push, as well as Algodzilla, Toyo, your favorite team, everyone's gonna push.
Look, we learned a few things this weekend, right? We learned that Europe is decent, I guess. Sometimes you guys get lucky. We learned that the Americas can slip up, and not have some games that are in their favor at times. Yeah, there's some things we learned. But all jokes aside, BB team absolutely liced out. Again, the best game of PUBG I think we've ever seen on a day one.
The best day. Yeah.
The best day, I should say. I really love Navi and Twisted fighting for the end. And I really actually like what we saw from, yes, Liquid obviously, but Algodzilla and Mission Ready. These are two teams we are sending to the PGSs.
True.
These are two teams that don't have a lot of LAN experience together, right? And I think that's really exciting because they performed admirably here. Even though it wasn't the best, they still were on the left side of the leaderboard, and they showed us a lot of promise, especially when it came to their macro and their control and not losing members early, which was a big Algodzilla issue in previous tournaments this year. So this was just really fun all the way around. And congratulations again to BB team. And yes, I'll concede Europe definitely topped out this tournament. So fine, there you go.
Did all right, boys. Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Of course, now with Masters 4 concluded, that doesn't actually mean the end of Masters here for 2025, because Masters 5 is just around the corner. Right after PGC, everybody will be flying on over to Seoul, South Korea between December the 19th and 21st to participate for $200,000. So those 16 teams, those lucky guys, are going to get a little bit more spending money for Christmas for all of their families. Lovely stuff. Well, that does it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to BB team. They are the champion here for Masters 4, and that is, oh, hello, Cameron, and hello, Toby. The Brady Bunch moment will continue here. Hello. Yeah, you're done. You've said your piece. We're done here, ladies and gentlemen. That's bye from everybody here. Bye from Masters number 4. We will see you next time around PGS's, baby, as Malaysia is coming up very, very soon. Bye for now.